Good morning. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the state of Alabama. The Bassmaster Elite Series, the top tier of tournament competition for the best in the business. And we are, for the first time with the elites, here at Smith Lake for day 4 of 4 days of fishing. That's right. It is Championship Sunday for the 7th stop of the year. For the Bassmaster Elite Series, only 2 tournaments remain, those both way up north in the state of New York. This is the last stand in the South. Last chance to make some important points before we head on up to smallmouth country. We're in spotted bass country here. There's Smith Lake Park, and there is your leaderboard as it stands now. After about an hour of fishing time, and Wisconsin's Jay Shakura on top. Cooper Gallant, who has been rising all the way through the ranks in this tournament during this week. Moving up into second place, Takumi Ito. A great day yesterday. And boy, we've got a top 3 that originally started at the start of the day, just ounces apart. Virtual tie among these guys right here. And Davey Height, this place, we knew it was going to, we've said it all week, it's going to come down to the last ounces or 2, and we were kind of just speculating. Now it's looking more like a reality.
It really is. You can see that Jay Shakura jumped out to the lead, but it's early, and you'll see that happen. He got on those fish early this morning. But to start the day, the top 3 anglers only being 3 ounces apart, 3 or 4 ounces apart, that's absolutely incredible. It's going to make for a fun Championship Sunday.
Fun Championship Sunday. There have been sort of 2 different approaches that have worked for anglers, but you got to find 5 big ones on this day. Now, our size here, we have to scale it down because of the type of fishery it is. A 3-pounder, as we've said all week long, is solid gold here. One of our competitors, our senior competitor in this top 10, said, I got to have 5 3-pounders today if I'm going to win it. Corey Johnston said that. And I don't know, but what I believe him.
Yeah, I really think that any one of the top 6 that could catch 15 pounds will be our winner. We'll have some other anglers, I'm sure, to catch 13, but it's just so tight. It's not very often that you see a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament that the top 3 anglers are that close. And then you drop on down to the 6th place angler is only about 1.5 pounds back. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Every fish will count today.
Absolutely. You got to measure every one of them. Count your pennies, as they say, and see what happens at the end of the day. That's Jay Shakura earlier on the way to his fishing spot earlier today. Our 10 anglers took off from Smith Lake Park here. This beautiful, beautiful body of water, very different from any fishery we ever go to in Alabama, really a canyon lake. Very, very deep and winding, not very wide, not like a giant Tennessee River lake, or even like the Coosa or Tallapoosa rivers. It's a one of a kind.
It is, and it's very unique. I mean, we have anglers from all over the world to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, but 1, 2, and 3, the first angler from Tennessee, second, Taku Ito from Japan, third, a Canadian. I mean, we've got a diverse field here, and just only 10 anglers. We've got a lot of different techniques that we're going to see which one can play out and just catch a bigger class of fish today.
Let's get out to the 3rd-year man from Wisconsin, Jay Shakura. This is earlier today.
Little keeper. Not huge, but
this is real important for Jay to get off to a good start. He did that the first 2 days, but yesterday was much slower for him, so I'm sure this is good for his confidence going into the rest of the day.
And one big positive for him, not that he hated his friends fishing nearby, but Alex Redwine, Bob Downey, 2 guys who are in this general vicinity, maybe overlapping, Venn diagramming the spots and sharing some fish. He is the only one who has survived to make the top 10. He'll have plenty of real estate today to move around.
Actually be a 2. Well.
Another big advantage, he starts only 3 ounces out of the lead here. Always a dangerous angler.
So my morning so far has been catching a lot of fish. The fish are biting, so that's good. Just haven't connected on the right sized ones yet. All my fish are like 1.5 pounds to 1.75 pounds. Nothing crazy, just some keeper spotted bass. We'll see. I'm seeing what I think are like the ones I need to win, but I just haven't gotten any of those to eat yet. I caught actually most of my fish yesterday, late in the day, so I'm kind of expecting an afternoon bite, and then hopefully I can pick up 1 or 2 of the ones I need in the morning here. That's the plan anyways, but a limit right away was kind of nice, just to get, things rolling and it's always good to get a good start. You're not fighting to try and catch a limit on, you know, the last day. I mean, I can only fall the 10th, but it is just nice to catch a limit.
So let's dial into what he's doing here if you're just now joining us. If you look across the top of the screen at 50 feet, you see his bait dropping down into those fish is actually a ball he's hooked up. So the big blob, let's call it that, at 30 feet was a big group of bait, probably blueback herring. He dropped his artificial lure right in the middle of that, and oftentimes those spotted bass are traveling right along with those bait fish. And
3/8-ounce jig head, catching the heck out of some spotted bass.
if you can trigger them like he's been able to do for 4 days, you're going to have a great chance to win here. A lot of anglers, that looked easy because he made it look easy. It's not as easy as it looked. A lot of these anglers are fishing over 30 to as much as 200 feet of water and only fishing down about 20 to 40 feet. So it's difficult to be able to get your bait exactly where those bait balls are and those spotted bass that are swimming constantly.
And you got to factor in they're swimming, the fish are swimming, the trolling motor's moving, and so you're trying to intersect them. Your bait drop fall, we've seen guys use 1/4 ounce jig heads. That's a 3/8. It's a little bit heavier, going to get there quick.
Let's get out to Canada's Cooper Gallant, second-year man from Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada. Started in 7th, but moved quickly up into the 2nd spot.
He really has, and he's very good with his electronics, using the forward-facing electronics, a live sonar, like the rest of these in our top 10 have all used that effectively to get here to Championship Sunday.
2.5.
One big thing with him, though, he started the day 7th. He was about 1.25 pounds or so behind 6th. So he's about twice as much as 6th is behind the leader starting the day. So he has to make up a little bit of a gap to get to the next guy, and then that same gap to get to first.
Well, guys, today's been going so far so good. I got one like 3.5 pounder. Those are the ones you need. And there's big ones swimming around. I've seen more big marks today than I have all week. They're just super hard to get to bite. I think I got 3 in the box right now. But if I can get 5 of these, man, I'm telling you, there's big ones. They're just so stubborn. Like, they'll follow it, you'll cast it in, they'll see your bait falling down, and instantly they'll shoot up like they're gonna eat it, and they don't eat it. Yeah, just gonna hunker down in this area. This is where I caught quite a few fish throughout the week. Gonna give it at least 3 hours. I might even give it all day, honestly. I know there's 15, 16 here. It's just a matter of getting them to bite. I know there's a bunch of people back home watching, so I want to say hi to everyone, all my friends and family. My brother, Colin and Court, I was talking to them last night. They said they're making a drive back home from their trip, so I know they're watching. Big shout out to my dad right there. He's behind the camera. He's been behind the camera all week, the entire season. I don't think I could do what he's doing in this heat. I love fishing, and me being in this heat, I almost don't like it. So I can't imagine what Dad's going through, but yeah, we're just gonna plug away here and hunker down, because there's big ones.
Very clear, very deep water, very much like a northern fishery. Our Canadian friends like Dave Mercer will tell us that, but it's also very much favored by one Tennessean I can think of, and that's a man who started the day with the lead, the rookie, Robert G. That's your Lowrance bird's eye view of the sort of environment he's been in all week. Way out there deep, plenty of room around him today.
Yeah, all of our anglers, even the ones casting to the shoreline, their boats would be in 20, 25, 30 feet of water often. Well, Robert G. is fishing over 200 feet of water. He said about the average depths he's been staying in when he's down close to the dam is 2 to 210 feet.
I'm going to throw at him again, though.
It's the deepest lake in Alabama. Very confident in his place here, his location. The other spots, special spots he's hitting during the course of each day, because they have produced. He feels like he's around the biggest spotted bass in the lake.
Yeah, it was interesting talking to him, and the anglers really tell you the whole scoop leading into the last day. Early in the tournament, they kind of want to keep some of those things to themselves. But he came here and pre-fished, and he said this lower end of the lake, real close to the dam, this super deep water, I didn't see as many fish as I saw in some places, but the size, the average size, and that's so important in a tournament like this where everybody's going to catch 2-pounders.
Let's go.
He said the average size, you can see right there, the ones he caught yesterday, he's not catching as many fish as a lot of anglers, but these bigger fish, and he believes that the smaller spotted bass can't live down in this area of the lake because the striped bass, much bigger, will eat those pound and a half Alabama spotted bass. So he totally believes, hey, there might not be as many down here, but those small ones are not going to frustrate me and take up my time because only these big ones can live around these big striped bass.
Well,
Now, if you hook into one of those stripers, though, that'll waste some time.
Yes.
Let's get out to our world champion, reigning world champion, won the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic earlier this year. Alabama's Justin Hamner. This is earlier today.
Yes, sir.
We've had him on camera all 4 days, Davey. That's a feat for us to be confident in you to put a camera in your boat day one and you hold up your end of the bargain and stay in the top 10 all 4 days.
He talked us into it. He
Yes,
said,
he did.
I'm going to go
I'm
up there
excited.
and I'm going to wreck him. I love this place.
Many people are dreading this tournament, and this is going to be their downfall. I'm excited for it in this style of fishing. I like doing this, but I'm going to be doing it a little different. We've seen him mix in a real big spoon as well.
Yes. Not very often when you hear an angler that's in 6th place on the final day be a little disappointed, but Justin has been disappointed. He thought that he would catch more weight than he has up to this point. Maybe today will be his big day.
He's our angler from the farthest south. We got a couple Canadians, a guy from Maine, Wisconsin.
We're out here trying to. Oh, there they are. Stay tuned. I missed him. That's a good group.
Get a look here at Corey Johnson, Justin Hamner, and we saw Jason Currick doing earlier. A lot of these anglers just look for these fish. They move their boat almost like a snake, left and right, looking with their, you have a cone that comes off of that transducer on their trolling motor that it goes out at, they vary a little bit, but about a 15-degree angle, and they're just searching for those balls of bait and those larger spotted bass.
Corey Johnston in his mid-30s, the senior member of these 10 anglers out here today. I mean, that's the reality. Get any more in the sport of bass fishing. The young guys are so good.
Fish are so fast.
Corey in his 6th year out here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. He knows what's going on in this particular situation here. He's already notched a win this year in a very different sort of waterway, the St. Johns River in Florida.
He was only fishing in about 3 or 4 feet of water there, Davey, and now he's fishing over 121 feet of water.
This is earlier
how
today.
versatile he is.
Yeah. Very good, very tough competitor. And always knows where he stands in the tournament. He always knows exactly where he stands. He's uncanny with that.
And it's a great thing for an Elite Series Pro, Tommy, when we are shocked when they do poorly. Last event at Wheeler Lake, just about 50, 60 miles from where we are at Smith Lake, an 88th place finish, his 2nd worst finish on the Elite Series, and we were shocked that he was going to stumble like he did.
Take you down to earlier this season at the St. Johns River in Florida, and Corey Johnston casting his lot with a place that was like a very popular spot, community hole, as you would call it.
Yeah, the St. Johns River in northern Florida. It's not really that far from Alabama where these anglers are fishing now, but you couldn't get 2 more different types of fisheries than the St. Johns River, and Corey Johnson catching most of his fish less than 4 feet deep. And now, like you said, Ronnie, he's fishing over 100 feet. Not fishing that deep, but the water depth is that deep. He's in Salt Springs there. A lot of those fish were spawning. Some were post-spawned. That fish there looked like a post-spawn fish just a minute ago. But doing a great job in a very popular area. That's the same deal with what Corey's doing this week. It's no secret where he's at, the baits that he's using, but he does a great job being able to, let's say, trick those larger fish to catch, whether they're Florida string, big largemouth, or the Alabama spotted bass.
Got his first win a lot later than most people expected. He's been such a force out here since 2019. Has probably the best record over the last 6 years of making cuts of any angler in the Bassmaster Elite Series. a dangerous guy out there today.
Yes.
Well, there we go. First through fourth. Shakira Gallant, Johnston, and Taku Ito. We'll take a look at Taku and his great day yesterday. And great tournament that he has had here. He loves this place. Reminds him of a lake back home. He's a former winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series as well.
It's really amazing to see angler from Wisconsin leading, 2 Canadians, and Taku, obviously from Japan, be in the top 4 here, where there's a lot of great fishermen and a lot of our elite anglers have a lot of knowledge here also.
Less than 7 hours of fishing time remaining before we decide our 7th champion of the year. The TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama, sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Take a look at our leaderboard here. This is the final day, Championship Sunday. We have 10 anglers remaining on this day. Start very, very tightly bunched up. We'll show you that leaderboard in just a minute here. So we have got some. Let's take you out to Corey Johnston. He's currently standing 4th place to start this day.
Biggin. Ooh. That's a biggin. Come on, baby. That's what we need right here. There we go. That's a good one. That is a good one. It's not quite as big as I thought, but we'll take it. Oh.
2 pounds 4 ounces for Corey Johnston. Going to need some bigger ones during the course of this day, but right now it's Jay Shakurit with our Bass Pro Shops top lures.
Nice 2 3/4 pound spot. Better than average. That is for sure. Hey guys, Jay Shakurit here. Bassmaster Elite Series angler. We are at stop number 7 on Lewis Smith Lake. Out here catching some big spotted bass, and I've done all my damage on this little guy right here. This is a Strike King Baby Z2 in a color called Gray Glimmer. Using just a 3/8 ounce Damiki style head, throwing it at these pelagic spotted bass that are out in, over 120 feet of water sometimes. So the game plan is to get over that 13-pound hump. If you catch 13 pounds, you're probably not going to slide down the leaderboard any. Yeah. That's the average.
Tournament leader Jay Shakurit giving us our Bass Pro Shops top lures. Now let's get back out to Corey Johnston.
Yeah, here we go. We get a good look at his graph on the front of his boat. And yes, you are reading that correctly. He's in 111 to 113 feet of water. But the bait and the fish are up in the upper part of that water column. You see, the first thing these anglers want to get around is balls of bait. And you see those balls of bait. And you're looking for the fish swimming along with those balls of bait. If you don't see that, then you try to drop down. You see his bait. He was going down, but then he just reeled up. All right, goes back down. It's at 40 feet, about 15 feet deep, dropping down that fish.
Oh,
man. Came up. He's hooked up. We saw the fish eat the bait before we saw him set the hook.
Yeah. 5 different fish there.
Oh,
no.
Jeez. Oh. There were about 3 or 4 fish, so that's why he picked up another rod immediately and pitched down there. Try to get one of those others to bite.
Because most of the time, Davey, they will follow, at least for a short amount of time, and with it being that close to the boat, they're right there under your trolling motor at that point.
Good look at that fish. Love to see them jump, but that's exactly why they jump, to try to throw that lure out of their mouth.
And they're good at it on this lake. They are athletic.
They certainly are. We've seen some great shots of some awesome jumps and like Suit said yesterday, some broad jumps. Have to measure which one could jump the farthest. Another look at his live sonar. 102 feet deep. We see the bait is up there, all of it from 25 feet or so to the surface to about 10 feet. So where that bait is going to be is oftentimes, most often, where your bass are going to be, obviously feeding on the bait. You see a couple of fish swimming there close to that bait ball. It's good. We didn't see that one that he had hooked up because the cone of his live sonar was off to the right side of where the fish was, but he got this one in the boat. He didn't lose this one. Unfortunately, it's not quite as big as the one he lost.
Not quite as big.
Fisherman's tail.
They will go in the live well nonetheless, and he hopes to catch bigger ones. Once he reaches 5 fish, he can start swapping them out.
This will be number 5 for him, right?
I think so. Corey Johnston climbing up into 3rd place there. Still got Shakurit, and this man ahead of him, Cooper Gallant.
Cooper doing the same thing, looking at his live sonar. He's hooked up.
That one, it's not hooked very good. Hooked good, but not where I want it to be. That deception worm gets chewed.
Caught that fish on a drop shot. I think it's a deception worm he's using there.
Cooper Gallant in his 2nd year with the Bassmaster Elites. He's having a good season here. He's about 12th, 13th in points. 3rd year, I should say, excuse me.
And now, honestly, he's slacking, Tommy. He's the only Canadian without an Elite Series victory. So he needs to get going in his early in his career. Otherwise, they're going to just run him in the dirt. I know that crowd. They will let him know he is the only one without a win.
Well, he has put himself in position to do just that this week. That is for sure. He's been going steadily up that leaderboard. Not everyone has been.
He's been steady in each tournament this year.
Really?
He's had a very, very good season overall.
He did win an Open, Cherokee Lake in 2022.
Look at that. Doesn't have that frame, but I think it's over 2. Maybe. £2. 2 on the dot.
Jay Shakurit off to a great start today. First guy with a fish, first guy with a limit. I wanted to bring it in real quick to show you what he's been doing in a visual, a little bit of teaching breakdown at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. This was a fish catch from yesterday for Jay Shakurit. Now let me pause it for you. We've got his electronics here and his fish catch so you can see it. So we're going to walk through it and then I'll show you a breakdown moment by moment of him. You can see him bringing his lure, dropping it down on the fish. And normally, Dave, you want to drop it right on their head. This one was a little behind, but he got fortunate. The fish saw it, came back and looked at it and was able to bite it for Jay Shakurit. He's going to land this fish, and then we're going to take a full screen view of his electronics so we can show you exactly what that fish was doing. So when we show you real quick, I'm going to pick the color, pause it real quick. We can show you here about 25 feet out in front of the boat, that is his bait dropping in the circle. I'll clear that off. That is the fish he's targeting. And we were talking about it. These fish are moving at times one way or another. It was swimming towards the boat, and so he dropped it, and it actually will fall behind the fish. But the fish turns right there and comes up and gets it, and he's able to catch that fish. There's a lot of different factors to it, and once again, we'll show you. He drops it down, and you'll see right about here, that fish is going to turn and come back. And so, Davey, the one big thing is whether you're drawing or whether you're dropping on one fish, you want to make sure you're exactly on them so that they know that that bait is there. If you're dropping on a group of fish, the key is keeping it above their head. One of them will get competitive. If it starts swimming after the lure, every single fish will, just like we saw with Corey Johnston a moment ago. So Jay Shakurit, his electronics have been key. Fishing over 200 feet of water, 150 feet of water at times, that's the only way we're able to do this technique is with this new technology and do it efficiently. That's the biggest thing. We would have never known that you barely missed that fish in the past. You would have just seen it, a delayed response of that view.
Full reveal here, though.
Yep.
I never have fish turn around and come back and bite my bait. When I miss them, they just keep right on trucking.
Not at all.
Well, that's not to say it won't happen. That technique, what we've been seeing, every fish we've seen today caught on that, that is the prevailing technique. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height, the Hall of Famer there, classic champ, multiple Angler of the Year, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Sukon. And Davey, there's been another approach we've seen during the course of this, and some of our top 10 actually did manage to go a little shallower, find some largemouth bass in order to get themselves into this position.
Yeah, we had some anglers that chose to fish for largemouth bass, fish shallow, and it was high risk, low reward for most of them. But we did have some anglers like a Steve Kennedy that we saw him catch some big fish, and they weren't largemouth, they were big spotted bass up close to the surface. But with the technology and how good these anglers are with it, this lake, the way it sets up with its deep, clear water, it's just so attractive to these anglers that fish this with this sonar, just like you described, Ronnie, and you see our top 10 are all doing that.
Yeah, and Tommy, to give a little numbers, I'll do it at the screen a little bit later, but 150 fish weighed in between our top 10. 5 each day, 3 days, so 15 each. 150 fish, 17 of those are largemouth, and no one in the top 5 has weighed in a largemouth this week. We were talking, would you need largemouth to win? We've seen all spots dominate the top 5 right now.
All right, and Such today, of course, all about winning the tournament. That's the number one imperative, but all of our field that's competed all week long have been worried about one other particular point of achievement, and that is your point situation through the year. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, that is what determines whether you make it into the Classic, and that is huge for all these guys.
Yeah, and some guys, there's a 7th event out of 9, and you got to get your points and be in the top 40 to qualify for an automatic bid to the Bassmaster Class. Some guys have really done themselves a solid this week, like Taku Ito. He's in the top 10. He was in 60th place, kind of outside the Classic bubble. He's jumped up to 39th or 40th. Kyoya Fujita had a 4-pound, 9-ounce bass yesterday, jumped up to 13th place. He was in the 50s. He's right there with Ito. And Bob Downey, who has missed one event for the birth of his son, has jumped up from 63rd to 48th in AOI with a 14th place finish.
Wow. The sand is slipping through the hourglass, though, on this season, though. With each passing tournament, it gets more and more urgent to get yourself into those top 40 positions on points. And we will keep a good watch on that for you. But right now, we're watching the top of our leaderboard still just tight up there. And could go down to the final fish on this day. Some excitement is on tap today from Smith Lake in Alabama. We'll be right back. The Summer of Stars continues tomorrow night when Christian Pulisic leads the United States against South American powerhouse Uruguay as they look to advance to the knockout stage of the 2024 Copa America. All starts at 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on FS1. Big week for soccer all over the world. Big week for fishing here in the state of Alabama. And we are down to the biggest day of 4 fishing in this Bassmaster Elite event, number 7 of the year. Smith Lake, first time ever for the Bassmaster Elite anglers to fish this lake competitively as elites. Jay Shakurit, Wisconsin, top of that leaderboard, started out a little bit back into 2nd place there, but he has pushed on up there today. Look at 9th and 10th place. We have 4 rookies in our top 10 today.
And we had in 11th place, John Garrett is a rookie as well, barely missed out on it, Tommy. We could have had 5 of the 10.
It's incredible. Two big performers from our Elites, our Opens EQ system last year, the gateway to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Doing very well this season. JT Tompkins was the best of all of them last year, and Tyler Williams as well.
Davey, we're seeing a little closer to the bank than we'd expect, probably, when you think about the rookie class being great with their electronics. But these two guys mentioned last night fishing shallower, fishing boat docks, fishing baits you'd catch largemouth with. And that is the reason they're almost 50-50 on spots versus largemouth this week. They weighed in almost equal amounts of both.
Yep, and I think that today especially these anglers will gamble a little more trying to catch a largemouth, knowing they've got to make up some ground. And don't have as far to fall down and lose points. So JT was hooked up, had a fish, but he was hung up now. Looks like he's got the fish free.
Gosh, I got my rod all messed up.
Hopefully the fish is still on. Yep.
Got him.
He was fortunate there.
Yes, indeed.
You stop that.
Big one too.
Oh. Ooh. Yeah.
That's exactly why you throw a mop-style jig
We're around the right ones today.
around boat docks.
I know they're there. It's just stuff like that.
Wow.
I've
Wow.
been getting them hung up in brush all week. Just
So
like
if you're
that,
just
and I
tuning
finally got
in,
one
that
out.
is a game
I
changer.
mean, I'm around giants.
this week.
It's just getting 5 of them out.
Big
the problem.
largemouth, and he was very fortunate to get it out.
Go.
Hung up in the brush.
4 bites under docks, and I'll have a giant bag today.
Yamamoto flap and crawl on a mop
I
style
mean,
jig.
that's like huge.
That's the
mean-
X factor we talked about. We've debated it.
You're
Can you
fishing.
win with all
I mean,
spots on
show y'all.
Smith? Because if someone's chasing you and they catch 1 or 2, 3 or 4, maybe all 5 like JT wants with that would be your replay of the day, Davey.
Oh, I'm all about voting this replay today. I did a little bit of this when I was fishing the Elite Series, throwing a mop style jig, Yamamoto flap and crawl. But oftentimes mine wouldn't come out of the brush. Thankfully for JT Tompkins, that fish was hung up and then he got it out, and that is a game changer right there. You're exactly right, Ronnie. Power Pole replay of the day, JT Tompkins.
We're around the right
I'm
ones today.
talking about a
Brush.
big old Alabama largemouth.
Just like that, and I finally got one out.
That is huge for
Yeah,
this
I'm around
lake and huge for
giants.
JT
Just getting
Tompkins
5 of
to
them out.
have a chance now to certainly finish his limit off and win this tournament. Power Pole replay today.
Seen a couple big ones come in this week. Kyoya Fujita caught a 4.9 yesterday. That's our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the week. A couple 4.7s have led the previous 2 days.
What did he put that in as, Such? Did he put it in track? Bass
Not
track?
in there yet.
Not in there
Waiting.
yet. Solid 4.5 pounder, I would think.
Yeah.
You would imagine.
Big fish so
And
far, the
that's also-
tournament's 4.9.
Yeah, and that's the big thing I was going to mention as well. The big fish each day has been 4.7 or so, roughly.
Yeah.
And they've been largemouth. Yesterday's 4.9, I believe, from Kyoya was a spotted bass.
Big
They
spot.
live here that size.
The average fish all week has been about 2.5, maybe 2.6 yesterday, right in between.
I said, Tyler, what have you been catching them on this week? He said, you know, I've been mixing in a jig and a jerkbait. And I was like, oh, okay, so par for the course, usual for your arsenal. And he said, yeah, basically.
Guys are both 22 years old.
Makes it simple and has a lot of success.
Yeah, no
Jig
doubt
and a
about it.
jerkbait from
Yeah.
Florida
And
to
we talked
Maine.
about it, guys, using their electronics and not negating just to finesse tactics. This rookie class has implemented a lot of jigs and other power fishing baits with this style of fishing.
Back out to Corey Johnston.
Yep.
See,
He's living in the boat.
couple fish there, about 20 feet. He just hooked up. I lost track of his bait, but you can tell he's got that fish hooked up. Looking at him and seeing the fish on his screen. Looks like a nice one. Definitely look like it's bigger than 1 pound and 3 ounces. I think Corey's seen him yet with his eyes. There he is. Most of these anglers can
Solid one.
can have a good idea of their size when they see them on their graph, whether it's a 1.5 pounds or 2.5 pounds. It looks very different.
Let's get our first visit to Justin Hamner today. Well, actually, we spent a little time with Justin earlier today. He is our reigning world champion, loves this lake. Touted it to us big time when he was visiting the studio here a couple weeks ago.
And he's in the driver's seat for Progressive Angler of the Year, trying to take the 2 biggest titles in the sport in the same season. Only been done twice before in the past.
We've had a camera with him all 4 days. It's interesting to see his approach is close to the bank, fishing deep, a lot of 20 to 30 feet, which we consider that deep, but he stays close to the shoreline. Today's leader, Robert G., when we started, fishing over 200 feet of water. Yeah. And then a lot of the anglers, I guess the majority of our 10 are fishing over 60 to about 100 feet of water. So a lot of variances in just 10 anglers where they're fishing. We saw JT and Tyler fishing boat docks.
And Hamner said, it's crazy I'm in the top 10 because these have been 3 of the worst days I've had this week. I had a day of practice where I caught 22 pounds, and I said, how many largemouth? He said, all spotted bass. He said, I see them. They're just not biting the way they were in practice for me.
Wow.
Get big. I think it's a big one. Yeah, that's better. Oh yeah. There we go. That's a good one.
Definitely will help, Jay. Smallest fish,
as big
a
as I
pound 12, and
thought,
it's
but-
definitely bigger than that.
Jay Shakura quietly doing what he always does, just kind of staying right around the lead or in the lead, as is the case right now. So Shakura in charge, but the big shot fired from down in the ranks a little bit at JT Tompkins with this giant.
Our super marshal, Neil Paul, was with him yesterday, said he made 4 different stops on this dock.
And watch for more from him. It's a risky ploy. We've seen others try this. We'll see it could work out for Tompkins. We'll be right back to Smith Lake. The TNT Bassmaster Elite at Lewis Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama. Sponsored by TH Marine is our live coverage today. See a little bit of a cloud bank hanging in there. Got pretty hot yesterday. Hot in terms of the heat index, how it feels, and it's going to be about the same today. Very, very humid, a lot of Gulf moisture. It's just always this time of year in this part of the country, and that's what makes it feel uncomfortable. Those regular temperatures may not look too impressive, but boy, that heat index really climbs up there, so these guys have to deal with that, but they got it all cooked into the plan, so to speak, and they're going to make it just fine today.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity.
Yeah, that's right.
Felt a little bit
That's
of
the
that
line.
this morning in Little Rock when I walked
Oh, my
outside. I
God.
thought about the Gulf.
Yeah, that horse blanket of humidity that you
Yes.
put on the minute you step out the door.
All right, Davey, JT's first fish went in as a 310. I think it's a little low.
But that's still closer to accurate than most of our guys would be. I would give him some slack there. I'm like, yeah, that's a.
Here we go.
There we go.
Another
That one
nice large
got it as I was reeling it out.
Not as big as the other one.
Another large head. Oh yeah, he's definitely.
So, I must admit, I've done that myself when I've been in the boat because you just want to be sure of everything. You don't want to make the one mistake, but I promise you, he did not need to measure that largemouth bass. But we've had some people a person or two made a mistake this already this tournament. So,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't blame someone for
Hey.
just,
Being
crossing every
sure.
T and dotting every I. But I can promise you that fish is more than 15 inches.
2 pounds.
Started 8, 3 pounds, 2 ounces out of the lead. Think it's pretty smart plan here, Davey? How you?
It looks like a brilliant plan right now, I can promise you.
Get out to our day one leader, Cody Huff, currently
Swimming at the boat.
sitting in
Down
5th
at
place.
55 feet and started swimming at the boat. Here he comes. Come on, biggin. Come on. Got him, dude. Heck yeah. Gotcha. Thing came out of 55 feet. He was swimming.
Cody catching all of his fish on a 3-inch spunk shad, using a quarter, sometimes a 3/8 ounce jig head minnow. And day one and day two, he jumped out.
Oh, yeah.
Before
I said
anyone.
it, I misstated that he was our day 2 leader. Corey Johnson was our day 1 leader. It's Cody Corey, right?
No, it was Hunter Shryock.
Oh, that's right, Hunter.
With the
And,
large
then, and then Cody.
Yeah.
Cody, unofficially on Bass Track, jumped out to that lead, but at the
Yes.
end of
Yeah.
the day,
Robert,
That's right.
yeah.
That's right.
And that's one thing we also need to keep mentioning is fish care this week. These guys are doing their very best at trying, not only is it hot, but also catching fish very deep at times, their swim bladder. Some guys have checked in early to try to minimize
the big one, but he is
or
on the
maximize fish care, because it's a 4-ounce penalty for every fish that doesn't make it, and you can't cull it if it does
Right.
decease on the water. Robert G talked about he had 3 this week throughout the week of competition, and so that's 12 ounces, Davey. He would by far be the leader. you
it
know.
could very well cost him this tournament. I hope it
100%.
doesn't.
No, yeah,
I hope
but
it
that's the
doesn't.
thing.
Him finish second by 8 ounces or something like that. But a 12-ounce fish penalty in this tournament could certainly cost you dollars.
On to the man who started the day in 2nd place, Taku Ito. Big day yesterday, 14 pounds and 2 ounces. The equal of Robert G., our leader. Taku now finding himself a little bit farther back. He's got one on.
Oh, but keeper.
Started in second place.
Wow.
Fell back a little bit. It's 4th unofficially, but
40.
keep your eye on him
40
all day
that's
long.
cool. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's swimming.
Yesterday you were comparing this lake to your favorite lake in Japan.
Yeah, looks like.
How come?
Yeah. So because pretty many people fishing, the pressure is always fish nervous and choice the bait. So I like pretty nervous fish. Many trick. We need many trick, many fishing techniques. So I like that.
So you like a lake that has a lot of pressure?
Yeah.
It allows you to use baits that you use in Japan.
Yeah.
You can catch them. They're difficult for other people to catch.
Yeah, and still many fish. That's awesome. So Smith Lake is many fish. It's very good. I like it. Many fish very important.
Taku fizzing his fish there to equalize that pressure. He talked about he's very comfortable with the techniques he's using here because this lake really reminds him a lot of a place he fishes a lot back home.
Smith Lake is a pretty similar Japanese lake, and my home lake, small lake, is a Lake Kameyama in Japan. Very, very similar. Fish very pressure and fish very hard to get a bite, but many fish still there. So this tournament I use many Japanese techniques, and I get a big bite. So I think very similar in Japan. Yes. Smith Lake is the most number 2 favorite lake is here, Smith Lake.
Your VMC on point. This lake reminding Taku of some home cooking back there in Japan.
Sometimes big fish schooling coming, sometimes no fish, but always check, always moving a lot, and find a school.
So we always love to try to take a peek at the lures that these Japanese anglers are using because they fish heavy pressured areas. So got a picture. Taku sent these to me yesterday. That's a very different looking bait that he says a very interesting name. They call it the pancake. It's actually Nori's flip pancake, which is very funny. A Kogill, and you got a 3/0 Ryugi hook in that. And then the other thing that even looks more interesting than that, and they do call it Magnum dice. It does look like a piece of dice. It's kind of translucent with little live rubber pieces coming. There's a close-up look at it. I don't know exactly what that looks like, and I don't know if it matters, but it looks very, very interesting. And he caught most of his fish this week on that drop shot with a 3/0 hook in that bait, a 3/8 ounce drop shot weight. And it's a Field Sight brand Magnum dice. Very interesting. I bet a lot of fishermen in the Cullman area have not thrown that on Smith Lake.
I think that's a fair bet. That's a safe one there.
We got exposed to that with Kiyoya Fujita at Seminole
Yes, we
last year,
did.
fishing shallow and picking off fish with that more of like a weightless approach, but putting it on weight. It is a dense bait that you can cast a little bit better.
The Japanese lures, you know, the ones you can talk about how you use them on Smith Lake.
Oh yeah. So I use a bunch of Japanese bait, like a pancake, neko rig, and the huge dice I'm using. So both that's swimming or bottom shake or any kind of, so I can use. But always, so pancake bait, big dice, both moving a lot.
I love when he's explaining the baits to us and then he hooks up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Water. Yeah, it's good one. Yeah, it's good one. Two big fish, many bass cool, like this fish. Okay.
Keeper there for Taku Ito. I like that pancake frog. You could sail that thing like a frisbee. If your friend needs one, you can just shoot it over to them real easy. Yeah.
It's really amazing that the baits they come up with, and some of them look very much like what they're trying to emulate. You know, the bait, whether it be a frog looking like a frog or but that looks more like a frog than a pancake. But then they're fishing around blueback herring. But all I know is they work.
Yeah.
Wow. Looking like a largemouth kind of day.
Man, Tyler Williams getting
those
on
are
that
the two
sweet
guys.
largemouth action.
JT and Tyler, you think they like bobbing around in the middle of the lake, and they are deadly with that technology and power fishing baits within 10 feet of water or less.
That's a big reason why JT came back to that dock today after he fished it 4 times yesterday. He could see that there was a big largemouth under that dock, or a big bass.
He is as big as a brush pile.
Yeah.
Jay Secured hanging on by ounces ahead of Corey Johnston. Cooper Gallant, the big move so far today. Taku Ito had gone down to 6, but he has fished his way back into 4th place. And Cody Huff rounding out our top 5. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Lewis Smith Lake here. Smith Lake, famous Smith Lake. in Alabama. Lots of Bassmaster events here through the years, but first time for the elites to visit this special, very different sort of fishery. Let's take a look at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings. Now on top still, as he has been for the vast majority of all the events this year. Trey McKinney on top. Now he had a rules infraction, lost his day 2 weight here, fell out of the top spot in Progressive Bassmaster Angler Year, but he retains that lead, but that race now is a lot closer.
No doubt about it. And John Garrett narrowly missing out. He said, he texted this morning watching the show saying, I wish I would have slid into 10th. I could have moved up today. I was really gaining steam this week in my area.
Rookie's so strong again. 4 of them in our top 10 here. There's a man who's trying to make it 3 rookie wins for this year. Robert G.
You don't want to disrespect Robert G, but it's crazy to think he's 7th or so in Rookie of the Year, but he's 18th in the points race overall. Okay, you're like, what am I supposed to do?
All 9 of our EQ guys are inside our classic cut. Ben Milliken moved up this week.
There's that 65-year-old Smith Lake Dam in the background.
Again, not catching as many fish as most of our top 10, but definitely a better average size. It's like a big one here. Makes a lot of sense what he said, eh? Too many stripers down here. Too many big stripers for those 1-pound spotted bass.
That would not have occurred to me, but that sure does make sense.
Going to bring in his first.
You start to put the pieces together and think of why Steve Kennedy colored his swim bait to look like a small spotted bass. Then you start to really factor it in.
There we go.
That's why he's fishing over 200 feet of water.
Quality.
Barely hooked. There's like 7 of them with it. That's all I'm gonna do all day. I ain't worried. I know these live down here, and these are what's gonna help me win.
Long fish, probably an 18-incher at least.
Yeah.
It's a long spotted bass. Right, 2.6, 2.8.
$2.10.
2.10.
I was gonna go. I know I waited till after I heard, but honestly, I was favoring a little more than that. But I would have said 2.12, so I was a little high. You were a little low, right in the middle.
Hey, we just split the difference right between our desks right here today.
That's what he said, though.
No, I don't. Robert doesn't need to lie.
Yeah.
He got no reason to lie.
Well, you
Our
had
leader
to
to
start
average.
the day is on the board. Let's get out to Cooper Gallant.
Tyler Williams, our 10th angler in here, 37.14. His average fish was 2.5 pounds.
I had them the whole time. I didn't even know. Should keep. Yep. Tag on that one.
Gallant has the largest 5 right now at 11 pounds, 4 ounces. In 3rd place, 1 pound back, Jay Securit.
Cooper Gallant with 2 top 10 finishes to start his year, his 3rd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Got a Century Club.
Yeah.
Albeit it took him almost the entire day, but he got that
He
Century
did.
Club on that final. We were
Everybody
worried a
pulling
little
for
bit
him at
for him.
least.
He was worried.
Back to our leader, Jay Securit.
Officially in the lead. All week he's been kind of hanging there in 2nd or 3rd, but might turn it up a notch today. We'll see. Definitely has an advantage today of not having a couple of his friends that they share information Alex Redwine, for one, I'm not sure about Bob Downey, but he had 2 other anglers that were catching a lot of fish in this area around him, and they're not fishing today, so it certainly helped, Jay.
Yeah, he looked a lot bigger down there. He looked a lot bigger under the water. But he helps.
Catching all of his fish on a baby Z2 with a 3/8 ounce jig head. Just one bait basically all week, catching 90% of his fish.
Cody Huff screaming on the left there. Got one out of that bait. All right, he's lured him out. Couldn't get the bite though.
We'll drop it
Try
back
it
in
again.
there.
2 or 3 at least.
Oh, there's one running towards his bait right there. Is he hooked up?
Boy, man.
2 different times those fish came charging out from under that bait ball. Oh, he is hooked up. No? Yeah, he is.
Yep.
I thought that second one may have been hooked up. I knew the first one was not, but it's hard to tell. Small fish.
Smallest one. Looks like he got it.
Yep.
He's got a limit, but they only go 6 pounds, 6 ounces right now.
Mentioned some other anglers being around Jay Secure. Cody Huff, not as much, but he himself has really, he's educated. The anglers like to say a lot of these fish. Day 1 of this tournament, he landed 103 bass. That's amazing.
That is.
There's a fish chasing Cody's bait. Drop down. They go down.
All right, closer look. Let's see. Maybe.
Oh, you see.
No.
He wouldn't fall for it.
Closer
Going down, following it, coming back up.
Closer inspection, thumbs down.
Probably one of those 103 that he caught on
Fins
the
down.
That's right.
Tommy,
Like you say,
fins
already
down.
educated.
They're all coming up out of just off the bottom, big ones.
Hey, look at that fish chasing his bait, chasing.
Golly, bit it at the boat.
Bit it right at the boat. Probably saw the boat about the time. Didn't quite get it. Not having a lot of luck getting him to bite, but boy, he's looking at fish every second. He's throw it one and then throw it another one. See his bait dropping down there about 60 feet away from the boat. That fish is swimming away from the boat. His bait, it turned and came back.
Saw it.
Got it. Got him.
Yeah.
The little guy. Fat.
That's not the size he needs. Not the size he caught the first few days either. You have to keep in mind you lose focus just catching bass.
You're caught up in
They
it,
have
yeah.
to be larger bass. They have to be 2.5 pounders today.
Some of these guys, Jay, Cody, they're going to realize I'm on schools of fish. I need to go to another school because they've gotten smaller here, and they'll go through that rotation.
Absolutely. We're going to see them progress through their day. We're getting closer to the midway point of the day, but still plenty of fishing time left.
Championship Sunday. This is live coverage of the TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake in Alabama, 7th stop of the year. These guys labor all year long trying to make points. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, because that decides whether they're going to make it to the Classic. And the one to collect the most points gets an award many value as highly as, well, the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic. Justin Hamner is the man that already owns that Classic trophy, and look at him on top in the points race as well. A very rare thing for one angler to collect both titles in the year, but he can certainly envision that happening. Of course, he laid the groundwork for it back at the Grand Lake of the Cherokees, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Back in March of this year, cold wind blowing out there, but he managed to win this thing wire to wire. Two great performances, especially on the first 2 days.
He really did. On day one, he barely was able to have a little more than Cody Huff, who's fishing today also. 22 pounds, 6 ounces had the lead on day one, followed it up. Day two being probably even more important because a lot of the anglers fell off quite a bit. But Justin Hamner was able to go back and catch another 20 pounds on day two and then just hold on the final day to be able to hold the greatest trophy in our sport over his head that afternoon in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Justin Hamner from Northport, Alabama, right close to Tuscaloosa there, said he came into town in Tulsa with a feeling. Somehow, he couldn't quite explain it, but he said, man, I can do this. I can get this done. I wonder if he's feeling that way about the Angler of the Year title. That's still yet to be decided. That race is much closer now than it was before the second day of this tournament.
It is going to be very interesting, these last two events, and that race has certainly tightened up. It's about 5 or 6 guys that certainly know they have a chance now.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Justin Hamner fishing boat docks with a spoon, not a jig like we saw Tyler Williams and JT McKinney.
1,000 of them.
JT Tompkins.
If you combine JT Tompkins and Trey McKinney,
don't
that
even
would
wanna
be
think
an
about it, to be
ultimate
honest with you.
fishing machine. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah. Don't let that escape from the lab.
Hamner's trying to get every point he can. Angler of the Year, Progressive has provided like $580,000 for prize money this year. Winner gets $100,000. Hamner will get a $1,000 check for leading after this event. Of course, he's pretty happy to win that $300,000 at the Classic.
Day two leader Cody Huff trying to hang in there in this top 10 today. Still looking for his first win with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
He's been on a great tear, though. I think he's made like 9 cuts in a row, including the top 3 at the Classic.
Yes. How much that AOY check now, Sue?
100,000 for first, 35 for second, 30, then it goes down a little bit, 26, 24.
These ones look pretty fat.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us this week, we had a huge development. Trey McKinney, who's been our Angler of the Year leader since the second day of the second event this season, way back in February. He had the biggest bag of day two, Tommy. He had a phenomenal day. Ended up forgetting his check-in time. He was at 2 o'clock check-in, so he forgot his check-in time. He received a phone call from his family that said, hey, are you coming back? You're late, or you're gonna be late. And so he came back and was 7 minutes late, thought that was just the penalty. And then backstage when he was explaining it to tournament officials, it kind of realized that, hey, that was a rule violation. Yes. And so he had to self-report. Otherwise, somebody would have probably protested as well, but they would have found it out, protest or a self-report. He ends up losing the day's weight, so he only has 1 day of weight compared to everyone's 2. He finishes 93rd, and instead of being up by 66 points after day 2 of competition, he was down by 26 behind Justin Hamner and Cody Huff. So he has now gone from the hunted to the hunter with 2 events left, and 19-year-old
still can get it done.
And no excuses there, but Davey, I mean, it's you have to do the little things right on the Elite Series to maximize the big things, and the big things being your skill and ability to catch fish. You check in late, you don't know all the rules exactly, and those little mistakes hurt your big picture ability.
It's like that in any sport. I mean, you're a big golfer, Tommy. I mean, you touch the ball, or I don't even know all the rules there, but there's a lot of little small things.
While you're looking at it, you have to report it and let someone else decide whether or not it was in play or not.
But signing your scorecard on an improper score, the same thing for golf.
There's no question about that. You lose.
Yeah.
You're DQ'd.
Yeah.
So brutal life lesson in learning, but like we said, the kid was 18 when he started the season, turned 19, has been leading, a lot of eyeballs on him as well, and I had that 30-minute conversation with him. You got to start making sure you tighten up the little things so that the only thing people are talking about is how good of a fisherman you are. He's still got all of his goals as well in front of him, Davey.
And he can still win this thing.
Absolutely. Got a lot of fish.
Rookie of the year, Angler of the Year, all of
hard
those.
to get him to commit right now. It is very hard, but there's a lot of them around. That's the plus.
It's a real good picture there on Corey Johnson's graph. He's in 109, 110 feet of water. You see the standing timber comes up, the tops of that timber comes up to about 45 feet from the surface. And then up there from about 25 feet up is where the bait and these fish are that he's targeting. Oh, he's got one following the bait right there.
Those things. Two big ones.
Yep.
Two big ones.
Raced right over to it, hit it, and couldn't get a hook in them. It's frustrating.
Corey back over to Cody. Both of these anglers getting some interest for their lures, but boy, it's sealing the deal's the hard part.
Tommy Davey Huff was telling me that he's had great days. He just hasn't been able to put 4 together to get that win. He thinks it's coming though.
Oh,
he just got to.
You have enough shots on goal for sure.
Oh yeah, you keep knocking on that door, it'll open.
What he had?
He's definitely done that.
Second at Pickwick in 2022, third at Champlain last year. He got second at Murray, third at the Classic.
I thought he could have won the Classic if the weather didn't change.
Get rid of one.
Catching a lot of fish today, but the size just hasn't been there for him today like it was on day 1 and 2 especially.
This is Mike Keith.
I'll help him a little.
Big key thing is that 14-pound mark. We have everyone in the top 5 has hit 14 pounds at least one day. Robert G's done it back-to-back days, and so you're expecting someone in our top 5 to catch at least 14 pounds. So if you're like a Cooper Gallant starting 2.5 pounds behind, you're gonna have to get 6. You're gonna have to get the biggest bag of the tournament if you want to make it up, because one of the guys in the top 5 will catch 14 pounds today.
Big initiative this year by B.A.S.S. is called Bassmaster. You're already an active angler or someone very, very much interested in learning more, getting deeper into the sport of bass fishing. This program is absolutely right for you, and exists mainly as a set of seminars held for anglers to come. They are free seminars where they can explore everything from the mechanics of fishing, the nuts and bolts of it, to the finer points, maybe getting into industry positions in the world of fishing and how to gain sponsors, all that kind of stuff. Very much important, very much tailored to really smoothing the way for women to become more involved in the sport of bass fishing. So check it out at Bassmaster.com. Bassmaster, Toyota playing a big part in that effort. The Summer of Stars continues tomorrow night when Christian Pulisic leads the United States against South American powerhouse Uruguay as they look to advance to the knockout stage of the 2024 Copa America. It starts at 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on FS1. Meanwhile, we got it going on here at the TNT Fireworks. Bassmaster Elite event here. This is the final day, Championship Sunday at the end of the day. The end of the way, and we will have the 7th champion of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Will it be our 3rd rookie winner? We had 3 rookie wins last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. 10 years ago, if you said there'd be 2 seasons where 3 rookies were winners, you might not have believed it, but that's the way it's going now. These rookies are so strong.
They absolutely are. continue to do that. Got them in our top 10 today also.
4 of them in the top 10.
Keep in mind there's only 9 EQ qualifiers here on the elites that are rookies this year, and 4 of them in our top 10.
That's all 9 of them are inside classic.
Yeah, that's what's most impressive.
That's jaw-dropping.
I don't think we've had 9 rookies in a classic. I think I counted 6 at most one year.
Cody Huff looking for a big one, needing some size to show up out here.
Pretty close. Not a bad one. Just in heavy ones instead of.
I asked Cody when I was making the calls last night,
Yeah.
you caught all spotted bass? He said, yes, sir. He said, I wouldn't mind catching one largemouth tomorrow if there was about a 5-pounder in 35 feet of water on a bait ball to bet. I would weigh it in for sure. But no, it's not like you hook it and you're like, I hope it's a largemouth or something.
Right.
Like JT would be saying, it's most likely going to be a spotted bass. You just hope it's a 3-pounder.
Justin Hamner, the boat docks in the background. And it has a day where he's overwhelmed everyone else, but he has kept it steady, stayed in that top 10 all week.
Foe. Oh.
That's number 5.
Saw Justin Hammer a little earlier with a spoon around a boat dock. That fish was on a drop shot.
There's your top 4 as it stands right now. Still, Jay Shakira took that lead over early today. Corey Johnston, Cooper Gallant, and Taku Ito.
You've got Wisconsin represented, 2 anglers from Canada, 1 from Japan, and then below them you have Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, South Carolina, Maine. And New York represented. So, and Canada's a big area to have just 2, like it's not like it's just a state. It's a whole country in itself, obviously.
Look at those little rascals down there. Problem is, if you don't get them on the first cast, it's kind of over there, and there's 2 there. It seems to be that the single pairs or the 2 pairs seem to be the biggest fish. The ones that are in those great big schools are smaller. Here's a couple. See if I can get a bite out of one of them. No, not interested. Yeah, they didn't look too huge.
Jay Shakira comes from a walleye fishing family. His father, one of the stars of the sport for many, many years. Angler of the Year multiple times. And,
Yes,
well, he is good in this water. He doesn't miss fish. He knows every detail about how to catch them out here.
He sure does. You can tell he grew up on the water. Spent a lot of time on the water as a young angler. What he said there about the groups of 2 fish, I've heard a lot of the anglers, Taku talked about that a lot last night when I was talking to him. There's a big one. That looks like a striper, it's so big. That the larger groups of fish, Taku said he wouldn't even throw to them, even though he knew they were bass. But he said almost never would you catch one over 2.5 pounds. He's looking for those 1, 2, no more than about 5 fish in a group. Definitely seem to be a better class of fish. And we talked about it Thursday. The whole key this week is anglers being able to figure out how to target just that different class of fish, that 2.5 to 3, 3.5, and even a few 4-pounders have been caught. But catch 2-pounders all week, you can catch 100 a day of them, and you don't make it till the first cut, let alone till Championship Sunday.
That's so true.
10 pounds a day just doesn't do you any good here. There's so many small
that'd
fish.
Be the better one. Those ones that were in that school, pound and a half, 2-pounders. I mean, there's probably a better one in there somewhere. problem is the smaller ones always get it first.
Back over to Cody Huff.
See his bait dropping down there about 30 feet away from the front of his boat. 3 fish there. One's coming up. Got him.
Zone. That's where I caught them that day too. The day I had a big bag, and man, they're biting. It's just I got to get around those big ones. I haven't even had one hook yet in here today, so I got to find where they're at. They're here somewhere. I mean, there's still a pile of fish around this area. I just got to figure out how to trick them.
Can't help but think about the numbers of fish that he has caught in this area. You know, at some point, it's going to
I feel
affect
like if we can get that,
being able to catch those larger
get to
fish.
that 15-pound mark, you know, we give ourselves a shot. So we're just gonna spend a bunch of time out here. Boy, that looks like a pretty good one there.
He's chasing his bait.
Golly, I mean, getting hot on it. This is, I mean, more than they did all day yesterday. You know, even when they don't bite, they're giving it a chance. They're really getting after it.
Had a 15-pound day two and only 11 1/4 yesterday.
Watching your Lowrance bird's eye view affords us so many great shots of this beautiful place, and all the places we fish shows us the bottom in many cases, and lots of times we get to see it here because the water's so clear.
And we're able to see in the boat with the angler, below the boat with what he's seeing on his electronics, and above the boat and the way it maps out with the aerials. We used to have a helicopter that have to do that, and you'd have to have a scuba diver and a helicopter driver. Now you gotta everything at the fingertips.
Lawrence, bird's eye view. We got anglers from all over the world in our top 10 today, but Cody Huff feels very comfortable. He's not from this area, but very much like Bull Shoals, Table Rock.
Yes, for sure.
Where he has fished most of his life. Feels very comfortable here. Oh, that fish charge had
eager. Oh, he didn't get it.
How did that one not stay on?
So close to the boat. You want him to charge it a little farther away, obviously, but I sure thought that one was.
And we need to keep an eye on Cody Huff. It'll be about a month and a half until our next event, but the next one at Champlain was where he was in the mix and finished 3rd place last year. He'll be one to consider. Obviously, you have to find the right group of fish, but very comfortable with this style, no matter if it's calm, sunny, cloudy, windy.
I was looking at Champlain last year. He was 3rd. Jay Shakurt was 5th. Jacob Fouts, who's in the mix, was 8th. Corey Johnson was 14th, and Hamner was 21st last year. So those guys are vying for Angler of the Year title.
Pouring it to them.
Tyler Williams, the rookie with us, wasn't there last year, but he'll have to feel right at home at Lake Champlain.
Yeah, it's the only one that's not a 12-hour drive at least or more.
To right down the road from him, within 200 miles.
Keep an eye. Hey, Justin Atkins had a 12th or 14th place finish this week. He got 2nd last time. Kyoya Fujita as well. A lot of guys who did well last year will have good momentum rolling into the New York Swing.
1 pound separating our top 3, Shakura, Johnston, and Gallant. As it stands right now, the rest of our anglers from Ito all the way down to Kyle Patrick going to have to find a way to up the size, get something going to pull them up into that top spot or the top 3 positions. Seen some strong catches and a bold play by a few of our anglers here going after largemouth. It's not a sure thing.
Something we haven't seen very much this week is anglers fishing docks, exclusively looking for these largemouth. A big spot could happen also, but 4-pound largemouth bass there, fishing shallow. You can tell he's really rolling the dice on Championship Sunday. He needs those bigger fish, and if you can catch 5 largemouth, you're going to have a chance.
We've got a lot more of these strategies to play out during the course of today. Who's going to hold it together till the very end? We'll be right back. TNT Bassmaster Elite, 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. You're just picking up with us. First time ever for these anglers here at Smith Lake.
Our live coverage sponsored by TH Marine, and we have seen some incredible shots of this really beautiful place and different from any other place we fish in the state of Alabama and pretty much anywhere else. Just very steep canyons winding through and lots of places to duck in and find some still rather deep water back in all of these little tributaries, drains and so forth. It's an interesting spot. Out to Corey Johnston, second place.
112 feet deep, Davey, and that big blob about 50 feet out in front of the boat, 20 feet down.
Yep, his bait landed at about 80. Now it's there at about 50, 60, right there around that fish, 20 feet down.
See it drop right to it.
Made another cast to the same fish, right on top of him.
Wow.
Good cast. It's hooked up.
Oh, that's a good one.
He made that look easy. He made that look easy. It's not quite that easy. Been in the boat with Corey doing exactly this for smallmouth, but that's why he's in his wheelhouse so much, you know, because he's a smallmouth guru. But this is exactly what he does oftentimes in the summer for smallmouth. And
accurate.
He is very, very good at reading those fish, looking for those fish. So fast with his trolling motor, probably going 3.5 miles per hour. And when he sees one, being able to make that cast and land that bait right on top of it.
Cast is not easy. It's not just the screen. I mean, you think about a quarterback being able to hit a guy on an out and go 30 yards away right on the button. That's what these guys are doing.
Good comparison. It really is.
Leading a fish, and some fish don't want to be led. They want it right on their head, and some of them want it out in front of them. You got to, it's case by case basis.
Could be a big one.
This is definitely a big one. Hope it's a spotted bass.
Oh yeah, boys. That's what we need.
You hear that line sing? That's always a good indication.
And
it's
he
a good one.
Leaned into that fish, and then the drag started racing away from him.
Decent one.
Smallest fish, 1.8 pounds. This will definitely help him.
Right below the bow. I like
Close
I
to
love
a
when they're
pound
not
upgrade
done.
there, I would say.
Yeah, like literally right there. 2 1/4.
Making a difference here again. We've got our top three within a pound of each other.
Yeah, he started
pound
7,
back.
Still a good
211 back.
He was a pound back on Bass Track from Jay. That would be a 12 ounce. He's going to be virtually
Right
tied.
there.
Yeah.
The only one over 10 pounds
These
today.
are
That should give him
unofficial
right,
weights, so it's
right near
virtually
12. 4 ounces out of the lead.
It's going to shape up just like we talked about.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
going to be down to
Last
the
fish.
last minute. The last little 4 ounce upgrade is going to probably decide the winner.
They're doing like they're supposed to today. This is what we need to happen yesterday, man.
A little better one there for Cody.
These things are nuts.
Not going to help him a lot, though. Smallest is 1.3 pounds.
Davey, you a little worried about our leader, Robert G. Obviously, 2 hours after takeoff, he catches his first one, which is a good one, catches another one about 15 minutes later, but hasn't caught one in about 35, 40 minutes as we're heading to him now. But it's kind of a little bit slower this morning.
The reason he was leading starting today is because he has been patient, fewer bites than most, but a better quality. But you worry if that will bite you in a 4-day period, and today has been his slowest start. But
One thing a little bit different about this lake compared to many places we fish, there's a lull starting late morning. That doesn't really happen here. It kind of stays steady throughout.
It really has, and it
picks up in the afternoon, in fact, sometimes. See what this one yields.
Yeah, to your point, Tommy, a lot of the things we heard anglers talking about that were going to affect this lake from midday on, the traffic, the heat, the bright sun, has not been a negative this week.
Not so far.
There we go. Little hair.
Quick going into it.
Robert G's been catching most of his fish on a Demiki rig, Yamamoto shad-shaped worm, a little bit of hair jig mixed in. That fish there was on a hair jig, but most of them on Demiki rig, 3/8 ounce jig head, smoke color shad-shaped worm.
So that's going to give him 3 fish for about 6.25 pounds. He knows he's going to have well more than twice that if he's going to hang on to win this thing today.
Yeah, I talked to him last night about, are you all in? He kind of made me feel like that was his plan, but I said, are you all in even if you don't, have a limit by noon? And he said, I'm all in. I got some places I can go catch some other fish, but they're not going to do me any good.
It looked kind of big.
That's the only reason I was talking about being worried, was that most of the nearest competitors have a limit, Davey, but with him only having 2 before that last catch, now he has 3. This would be number 4. These next 2 bites that he gets are all bottom line fish.
Hard.
Absolutely.
This seems to be a bigger one than the last 2.
Oh my God.
So.
It's a big one. Come here.
Ooh, got him.
There we go. There we go.
So that's number 4,
The
and
old
his
juice jig.
first one and that one are the kind that, if he catches a couple more like that, it's going to be hard for
back
him.
up in there. Yeah.
Thanks, Juice.
We always talk about spots are lean and mean, but these are long and strong. Number 1 and number 4 for him are long and strong spotted bass, no doubt.
Either way, as long as they have some weight to them, get around that.
With 4 fish, that should put him a little more than a half pound behind the leader.
With 4.
With 4. That's a nice one. Almost 3.
211.
Wow. Oh, that's a good one.
It's one of the right ones.
His first one was 210, so he's got 2 of the caliber in that 2 3/4 pound
It'd be
range.
huge.
And it's still early. Still very early.
Absolutely.
You just want that confirmation that they hadn't all swim, and maybe they didn't go through the dam and lock down to the next lake or something.
Well, that's another thing that technology has given. You can see whether they're there or not.
Yeah.
Getting them to bite's a different story, but years ago, you needed that confirmation because, hey, they're not biting, they might not be here.
I got to go. Yeah.
They had 13-7 on day 1, then 14-0 with 3 penalties of 12 ounces total, and then 14-2 yesterday. He's on track, right around there again.
Getting close to being able to put some pressure on this man right here, our leader, Jay Shakura.
He's got more fish around him right now than we've seen before today.
There's his bait going down. He's,
wow.
That's aggressive.
Wow.
See his line.
Fighting for it.
That's the competition you want, David.
Yep. The first one actually nipped it and realized, hey, something not quite right about this. And that second one totally got convinced that it was brunch.
Yeah.
So he was all in.
Dinner bell ringing.
Look at that one. Caught me off guard. I was like, oh, it's a small one. Nah,
That's a real good one.
it's a pretty good one.
Maybe the biggest one we've seen him catch today.
And it looked like all of those marks
Sweet.
About the same
Pretty-
size,
yeah.
yeah. Solid.
That's probably
Gallant's over 10 pounds with 12 even. Corey Johnston just got over 10 pounds, and now Jay Shakira.
Here, hold on 1 second.
I could see it being a 210 like
Scales doing
Robert G's
something
a little
weird.
bit.
As big as G's.
Calls out number 5.
2.5, he said at least.
Is that what he said?
I think he said half, so I don't think it's 1.5. So I'm hoping 2.5. If it's 3.5, that's a game changer for
Oh,
sure.
yeah. I don't know if it's that big. It's been all yesterday bouncing back and forth with Robert G for that top spot, and Jay Shakira managing to hang on very, very well. That's some of the action firing up out on the lake there. It's a beautiful Sunday, and you know they're going to be out in force. Fourth hour of fishing here, Championship Sunday. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake in Alabama. We're down to 10 anglers on this final day. We started with 98 and fished for 2 days, cut it to 50, and now we're down to this 10. Jay Shakira did not start with the lead, but he took it over fairly quickly today, and he's doing what he has to do to keep himself, for now, ahead of the rest of the pack here. But it is very, very tight, as you can see. The nature of this lake, the nature of this fishery, going to make it makes it hard for anyone to find a place to just find a big pile of them, run away and hide, and coast on in for victory. It's going to take some hard work down to the final minute or two of fishing, most likely, on this day. One of those in pursuit. Cody Huff. Well, secured, excuse me.
A lot of balls of bait around where he's at here this morning. A lot better morning for him than yesterday. Picked up again. This is good jump.
Oh, gosh.
Watching his graph, I felt like Bill Dance. I knew when that fish was about to jump, Tommy. That's great.
Yes. Another good one.
Two solid fish for him. That's the last
Starting
two.
to happen. Maybe. Is that cool? Two and a quarter. Calls out number 4.
Jay secured in his 3rd year out here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Years ago, he'd still be paying his dues, but boy, he started out that first year with a bang. Rookie of the Year and winning a tournament on the St. Lawrence. First guy to ever catch 100 pounds of smallmouth in a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament.
And wasn't he at the time the youngest angler to win
Yeah.
an Elite Series
Yeah,
tournament?
yes,
So
indeed.
Rookie of the Year,
23
youngest
years old.
angler to win an Elite Series tournament with over 100 pounds. That's quite the year for Jay Security in his first year out here on the Elite Series.
From Stevens Point, Wisconsin. It's Sturgeon Bay, his favorite place to go fishing in this world, and that sort of smallmouth expertise served him well there.
And he has been steady every year since then. That wasn't just a little flash in the pan for him.
No,
he has been
he's
solid and got a lead here today.
And it's been dirty, tough river fisheries. It's been reservoirs, natural lakes, down south, up north, summertime, spring. Jay has no flaws in his game. Does he need more experience in certain situations? For sure, but no flaws visible really in his game. 2 AOYs in the top 10 his first 2 years, and he's in the top 10 again, looking for 3 straight years to kick off there.
Taku Ito started this day in 2nd place. Just a couple of ounces back of the leader to start, Robert G. Now he finds himself a little ways back.
Slower start than we thought he had. Here's a couple of the baits that Taku has been using this week. The one on the left there is the common name that Taku said is they call it a pancake. looks a little like a pancake, maybe, sort of, kind of.
And the way, and you see at the top of that, Davey, he's got the Nico rig weight in there, and so when it falls, those legs are just kicking all the way down.
Well, it falls down head first, you're exactly right, with that Nico rig, and then when he pops it with his line, just a little twitch. Look at his rod tip right now. Those little short, and because the way he's got it hooked, it has a lot of action, but it doesn't move towards him as much. So that's the bait he's used quite a bit. And the other one he's caught more fish with is a Magnum Dice. You see there on the right. You see in the middle there is drop shot weight, 3/8 of an ounce, 3/0 hook there. And that dice has been, we see almost all of the Japanese anglers and a few of the other anglers on the Elite Series throw that bait. I have no idea what it's supposed to look exactly like, but there are a lot of fish caught with that bait, clear water situations when a lot of pressure, and you hear Taku talk often about where he grew up fishing, a lot of pressure. Smith Lake here has a lot of pressure.
Still can't figure out what it's imitating.
No.
I mean, I think it may be just like, I don't know what that is, I better eat it.
Yeah.
It's intrusive, it's dense, it's...
Moves water.
It's
moves water.
That's dead fish. I want to eat it, maybe.
Yeah.
We asked the same question a decade ago with the pink worm. You know, you drop shot in pink worms. Why aren't we drop shotting something else? It's something that's just, I don't know if it does look different or not as vibrant when it's 20 feet down in the water column, less light penetration, if it looks duller, and if this one just looks like a silhouette of something just sitting there.
That pancake is a Norris Cogill. And the Magnum Dice was a Field Sight brand. Appreciate Taku sharing that with us.
Yeah. Said in his video from yesterday, post away in that also incorporating the powder. Into the effort
so
here.
he didn't go there with me.
Oh, it was covered.
He knows
Craig
I still
Lamb-
fish quite a bit.
Yeah.
He didn't tell me about the powder time.
Craig Lamb said he was heavy-handed dousing it in that blueberry mix powder deal that he sends his baits
No
with.
pictures of the powder for me.
Well, he fears maybe having to fish against you again someday. Man, some specialty event somewhere.
You should try the powder at Santee Cooper.
I should. I
Just in
might.
hand, they're seeing some schoolers there.
Right in front of the boat, came up schooling. That's what you want on Championship Sunday. Just come on up schooling.
Needs one more for a limit.
Good cast. Oh,
Hey.
Oh, those are big ones right there.
not going to help him, but for him to reel his bait in, I think he was fishing a drop shot and pick up another bait that he thought would work and just landed exactly where that fish had broke a second before. He got him hooked up. It's a bigger one.
A different one, yeah.
You ain't that big. Why do they fight so hard? Oh, he's got one hook. Get in there. Hey. I thought that was gonna be a tank. Gosh, he's a fat little thing.
I want to help him some.
Number 5.
Fill out his limit.
Oh, that's number
yeah.
5. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he had just caught his 5th one earlier, but that's number 5, so that would
Hurry up.
definitely help.
Come here.
So, reigning world champion, Championship Sunday, having a little slower day. fish just come up schooling around your boat, Tommy?
Yeah, that's, I mean, you know.
Life is good.
Your year.
Life is good.
It is your year. Justin Hamner, momentum going back for the last 18 months. If you want to look at his record for the last year and a half, really, really staying on top of things. World champion, also on top of our points race. Man. But he's in that group, the 4 that are down there, pretty good distance back from the top 6, about a 3-pound difference. Almost 3-pound difference.
He'd like to get as many points as he can for the AOY. He's leading it.
Yeah, hanging in there. Jay Shakura still on top. Cooper Gallant, a big rise up through the ranks early today. He's hanging in there. And the other Canadian, Corey Johnston, 3rd place. We'll be right back. Moving quickly on through the day here at the TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Lewis Smith Lake. This is Championship Sunday. Of course, that means we are down to 10 anglers from our original 98 on this day. They're all battling it out, and the final reckoning will happen later today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So we are getting closer and closer to that, but lots of time for things to change. Before we go in there, thanks for being with us on Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon and Davy Hyde. We look at our top 4 on the leaderboard. This is a kind of a northern-looking fishery here to be in Alabama. Only the temperature doesn't feel like it. But the clear water, and we've got 2 Canadians on the top. We got Jay Shakura from Wisconsin. We got Taku Ito, whose only victory has come up at the St. Lawrence River. It's kind of playing out according to where these guys know how to fish.
Yeah, I mean, you think, hey, we're in Alabama. We've got a lot of Alabama fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but we don't see any in our top 5. But you do see Jay Shakura, Cooper Gallant, Taku, Corey Johnson. They are all great clear water fishermen, deep water fishermen, great smallmouth fishermen. These are spotted bass, but they are very similar to the smallmouth. What they're doing here this week, suspended around this bait.
All right. Ronnie, I know you got some numbers cooking up for us over there.
Yeah, I wanted to crunch some numbers because the topic we thought about coming into the Smith Lake event was the spotted bass versus largemouth. How are you going to balance that? Do you try to go after both, use them in your limit in your game plan? Do you exclusively, single out one of the species and target them? At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, it kind of correlates with Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. The stats overall, though, out of the 10 anglers fishing today, they've had 15 keepers weighed in throughout the 3 days, so 150 total bass, and 133 of those bass weighed in have been spotted bass. 17 of them have been largemouth, but these 6 anglers here, you were talking about the style of fishing. If you picked guys like Cody Huff, Jay Shakura, Robert G., Taku Ito, Corey Johnston, or Cooper Gallant, you're thinking the way they like to fish overall in the summertime, offshore, suspended fish, this would be their deal. And literally 100% of these anglers' fish weighed in so far this week have all been spotted bass. Those 6 anglers, our top 5, and then our 7th place angler. Then we go over to Falcon Rods during the lake. Maybe you wanted to save some guys who would target largemouth. Who would you pick? We've had guys like Hunter Shryock and Steve Kennedy, Todd Otten. They've been in our top 10 throughout the week. They fell off the pace yesterday. At some point, we knew largemouth would let some anglers down, or at least shallow water fishing would. But for these 4 anglers, they've all weighed in some largemouth throughout the deal. But JT Tompkins and Tyler Williams, they have weighed in a combined 13 largemouth this week. Almost 50% of their fish together have been of the largemouth variety. 2 each day, or 2 for Justin Hamner and 2 for Kyle Patrick. So they've used them to accentuate their limits, but these guys have really keyed in on it. And so if you used shallow water presentations like jig fishing around docks, that is their MO. That is what they expect. And so when you think about that percentage, one more time, 89% of the top 10's fish have been spotted bass. It kind of makes sense, Davey. You think about your 5 fish limit, you'd like to have 4 spots and maybe a kicker largemouth. That's 80%, and that's kind of what we've been at for the most part. But really 4 guys holding it down for largemouth this week in some capacity.
Back to a smallmouth guy all week. That is Corey Johnston.
He's been threatening
to
go largemouth
Yeah,
fishing.
he's talked about it.
But he's never put his boat in gear to head that way, Davey.
Yeah. Just been talk so far.
Fake news.
Yeah. Corey, the 4th Canadian to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series in its history. He did that this year, and he's hooked up.
A lot of his fish are coming out of these bait balls. He's just pitching down in them, and some of these bigger spots just roam right underneath these big balls of blueback herring. That looked like a bigger one looking at his graph. Oh, Hopefully it's not a striper. He caught a giant striper yesterday.
He sure did.
I don't even know if that'll help him. Maybe.
Could be an ounce or two.
I don't know if he'll help or not.
Kind of a weird deal. Until people get limits, you're unsure if they will. But once everyone gets 5, I kind of don't look at Bass Track until I see people hit that 12 or 13 pound range. And then you know they probably can't move that much. What is everyone else going to do to respond? And we're slowly getting closer for some guys to get there.
Guido, one of the guys looking for his limit fish. We got about 4 of them left in our top 10 as it stands right now.
I cannot feel the bite.
He just missed a fish just a second ago there.
Got it. Small one.
Taku, only a few anglers are fishing brush piles. Just made it to our top 10.
Number 5.
So he has about 10 or 12 different brush piles that he's been fishing, rotating through. Part of his day each day.
Yeah, number 5. A little bit, but it's okay. Got it.
Gotta get 5 first, right?
Oh yeah.
Second time Taku said, I'm not feeling the bite. I'm not feeling the bite down there. It's getting interesting.
And you can really see he normally grabs his line and he'll jiggle his rod and he'll kind of, I don't know if it's because it's free falling or floating through the water, Davey, but it's so that if they come up and swipe at it, he knows when they actually grab it.
Yeah, a lot of it, I think he's using lighter weight on his Nico rigs and his drop shot. So you will have that bow in your line, that slack in your line, and you just don't have that solid connection that you do with a heavier weight.
Yeah. Leader to start the day, Robert G. Yeah, Corey Johnston said, I think it was a couple of days ago, he said they don't seem to want the heavier.
You want to use a heavier weight as an angler
you can
get it to them
manipulate
quicker.
it better, but they don't like it as well.
Probably because a lot of people use that heavier weight because it is easier, but those fish are conditioned to, I know that trick. That's not natural.
They're smart ones, these spots around here.
With 4 fish, he needs about a 2-pounder to regain the lead.
That's a big group of fish there. He's got one hooked up. The whole group is following.
Wow.
Where are you going, Jim? Now, these anglers, we can't use like double and triple rigs, or multiple baits.
Yeah.
Would be very effective here. You would be able to double up if you use that. But these elite anglers are not allowed to use multiple baits.
Team tournaments are real fun.
Yeah.
for that reason.
Please stay on.
Robert G with a slower start, but he expected it to be slower with numbers, but fishing for a bigger class of fish, and that is one right there.
Let's go.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's
There's a bunch of fish swimming around here. It's crazy. I could win it down here. If I can keep catching the bigger ones. This one's a small one. This is one of the dang small ones in the back of the pack. Whew. It's wild. Wild to think about.
He had the winning fish on his graph just then. I mean, there definitely a couple of those that we just saw.
Needs over 2-2. 2 pound, 2 ounce.
Yeah, boy. That's number 5.
Oh,
puts him in the lead.
Needed 2 and went in as gives him the lead.
To
52-15.
To go from 5th to 1st by just catching your 5th keeper shows you how close it's been this week.
Yeah.
Yep.
2-7. He's got 11-6, 52 pounds, 15 ounces. He's back in the lead by 5 ounces.
terrible one.
Tompkins says this thing isn't over yet if I keep catching these largemouth.
Still has our biggest fish of the day, the 310. This is number 4.
Chunky spot.
Number 3.
That's a big spot. Big spot on the mop jig.
He said, I wouldn't mind weighing in a 4-pound spot, but they do get in my way. I'm not looking for spots this week. Makes sense why he's 50-50 on them, Tommy.
Well, it looks almost like we're leading for a 10-man collision at the top of the leaderboard here. Things are getting tighter and tighter, and we are just fishing on here. Everybody's figuring it out all week long as they go along. And as this day wears on, we are seeing big changes. Robert G. Slow start, but hey, not to worry, he says. I'm around the right ones to win. I can get this thing done. Let's see how it works out. Be right back. TNT Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake, Cullman, Alabama. Great host city for us here, and we are much enjoying what we are seeing here today. Big day. It all gets settled at the end of the fishing time today. TH Marine sponsoring our live coverage with you. And live, we have seen a lot of changes on the leaderboard as expected on this day. The weights all so tight at the top of the leaderboard, especially to start the day and continuing on up into the day. But changes happening nonetheless. Robert G., who started the lead, the rookie from Tennessee, dropped all the way down to the bottom, but that can happen early on. But it took him a while to get things cranked up, and like magic, all of a sudden it seemed he has put himself back atop that leaderboard, a slim lead over Jay Shakura. This is our look at Corey Johnston. Corey hanging in there in the top 3 all day today. Very dangerous.
Big bait dropping down just 20 feet from the boat. Picked up.
Pretty good one.
About to get tighter.
Yeah.
No giants, but just nice ones. I don't know.
His limit for a while. He's going to see if he can glean a few ounces out of this exchange right here.
That first fish he checked was a little heavier than the one he just caught. So he's got a solid limit there because that was a nice fish. I'm not sure that fish helped him.
He said, I got to have 5 3-pounders today if I'm going to win this thing. He's still a ways off from that. Kyle Patrick, one of our 4 rookies in the top 10 today.
Agreed.
You never freaking know.
Yeah.
Another rookie that has spending most of his day targeting largemouth.
It's not a sniper, it's a giant.
Felt like he needed to catch
Please
a
don't be a
4-pounder or 2
striper.
to give himself a chance.
Yeah, it's a good one. I don't know if it's a giant, but it's a good one. Oh no. He's barely got it. Okay, relax. Yes, that's a better one.
That's a spotted bass. Just because you're close to the shoreline
That's a
doesn't
good
mean
one,
you're going to
actually.
just catch largemouth.
I saw Steve Kennedy's wolf packs.
Yeah.
210.
Sorry about that. Turned off my mic. Yeah, we saw Steve Kennedy. His biggest fish of day 2 were all spotted bass on topwater and glide baits and things.
Small groups, 4 or 5.
Yeah.
3+ pounds.
They start to act.
We need 2 4-pound largemouth when we go back up there. Let's catch a limit. Why not us?
Cal Patrick moving up into 6th place with that catch right there, having a great season.
He started there,
Rookie
fell
year.
down, started pounding 7 ounces back of our leader.
He was kind of the last man on the leaderboard that was in that closer group to the leader. There was a gap right after him to Cooper Gallant, JT Tompkins, and Tyler Williams.
It is. It's a dang good one, too. You better stay. Yes. It's not a giant, but it's a good one.
Boy, how quickly things can change.
Oh, my
Boom,
goodness.
bop, bam.
Cal Patrick's always excited and full of energy, but when he catches back-to-back fish like this, to get his 4th and 5th fish of the day, he's on cloud 9.
Lighten him up real quick there, the rookie from Cooperstown, New York. He says, why not us? Making a good case for that. Let's get back over to Cooper Gallant. Cooper has gotten as high as 2nd place during the course of this day. Sitting in 4th right now.
Still has the best bag at 12 pounds even.
Not a bad one. I gotta see what I got in the well. Lost track completely.
Four Canadians on the elites, 3 of them have victories. He would be the 4th, give him a clean sweep.
And we'll give him a little bit of slack because he just joined the Elite Series in the 2020s.
Yeah.
Those guys have been fishing.
He's won an open.
For 6
Professional,
years.
yeah.
The other guys for 6 years.
Go back down around the dam where we know Robert G is going to be.
Robert G in the lead where he started his day.
Got a pair of those fish, 2 3/4 pounds. Smallest is a 1.5, 1.9 he entered it as.
Different color palette, but you see there's balls of bait. See, there's a couple
90
fish
and
there
100
at
feet
90 and
out.
100 feet just coming into his screen.
We got their attention.
Yep.
Will they do
There's
it?
his bait. One charges it, he's hooked up. One thing, and I mentioned it yesterday, you see him fishing out there at 90 and 100 feet away from the boat, and these other anglers, for the most part, you see him targeting those fish at about 60 feet. So,
And to think that he slung a lightweight, maybe hair jig or a Demiki style bait.
Yeah, those are 2 baits.
90 to 100 feet away on their head.
Yep.
To get their attention. And you also notice how the first one who was excited and interested was the one who didn't even commit, and the second one came up because of the competition.
Not as big as I thought, but he is fat. Look how fat he is. I'm gonna make sure he measures.
Yeah, he's a
He just
16-inch fatty.
thicker.
I can't believe I asked you if you were worried about Robert G. Davey height.
Worried about
him. Were you worried about him? Two fish for a long time, Tommy, and boy, he's got a good limit now.
He's always got a smile on his face.
Right. Robert G. trying to be the third rookie of the year to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's looking very, very strong as it stands right now. The TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite, Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Great final going on here. This is Championship Sunday. 7th title of the year at stake here on this day, and we're down to 10 anglers. And Robert G., the rookie, having a great season, who started with the lead today after 3 days of fishing, fell out of that lead and now has fished his way back to the top spot. Jay Shakurat and he sort of traded that top spot out all day yesterday. We'll see how that works out today, if we get a little bit more of a battle like that going here, and who's going to rise up from the lower ranks and challenge. Any of that could happen during the course of this day. We know for sure it's going to stay tight all day long. Get out to our world champion, Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic winner Justin Hamner. Managed to stay in the top 10 all week long.
Oh, he's bigger than I thought. Yeah.
That's a pretty tough feat. We only have 6 cameras on day 1, so for us to trust our Angler of the Year leader now and our classic champ, put him on camera. That's only happened 3 times this year. Him this week, and Patrick Walters and Trey McKinney at Murray. They fished 4 days on camera because of day 1 coverage, and they stuck it out on the top 10 every single day.
The best day 1 picks of the year, right there.
Oh man.
We like it when that happens.
Yeah, let's not talk about the others.
No. That's history. Don't worry about that. Oh, Patrick hooked up again.
Boy, he is moving up the leaderboard here in the last 20 minutes.
Doing his best to exploit this little area. Boat docks.
Good one. Better than the one I got in there. Call that out for the 110. It should be number 2. Dude, not having 2 live wells is really frustrating.
Oh, Patrick doing some fine points of culling right there.
Negotiating.
Tight tolerances on the culling this week for sure. Let's get back to Takuito.
He doesn't have I guess he just has a big side. I don't think if he's gonna lose one part of his live well, he's gonna keep it the big side. He's not gonna keep the small. Don't negate to the small side.
The side formerly known as the small side.
Yeah.
Got it.
Taku hooked up.
Looks good one. Good one. Good one. Good one. Yeah. Yeah, it's good one. It's good one. It's good one. No. Yeah, this looks monster. But bunch striper there. Yeah, but looks
spots. Yeah. Ooh. Yes. Got it. Good job. Thank you. Yes.
Beautiful fish. They are beautiful. They are. Dark green, lateral line.
I don't need scaring.
Kyle Patrick's last fish moving up to fourth.
I saw a bunch of striper, but sometimes so together, same school, together the swimming in the monster spots. So,
Talked about
like
fizzing.
Almost, right? Yeah, bronze back. Gosh.
Tucker, when he's fishing deep,
What do you
always
think?
fizzes his fish
Is it-
right when he
Yeah,
catches them.
You go down, there's great info on Bassmaster.com about conservation, how to
Yes.
do that. You go down the side of the fish to a certain place,
I cannot
tuck
see
your
the,
needle, your fizz needle,
this fish because
puncture a little bit under the scale,
a bunch
put it under the water and relieve,
school.
not all
right
the air,
there.
just enough.
So
That's why he puts it down in the water to see. You can see the pressure by the bubbles, and when it slows down, then that's when you pull it out. You don't want to relieve all the
Very
air. So
lucky.
once you see that those bubbles are starting to slow down, you got them right where you want them.
Okay, I will change. No. Okay.
That was a dandy right there. That's going to help Taku Ito for sure.
I'm going to see that weight with a 1/6 small and 210 back. You needed a 4-pounder to get up to Robert G's weight.
That was a 3-pounder.
Had to be. All of that.
Yeah.
You would have to think. Perfect looking spotted bass for sure. Let's get back out to Tyler Williams. Tyler, 10th place right now. Needs to get a few big ones put together here. Get himself in the mix.
To where he started the day, so he knew that only can go up from here.
He's got 3 fish now, so he's got room.
That's a big one.
That'll help.
Second 3-pounder.
Slow and steady. I don't know what I'll win, but at least it was fun to watch. Three-pounder. 3-pounders in this place are gold.
Fun to watch Tyler Williams.
Yes, it is, and you can take it to the bank. Most of the time, it's going to be a white jig, a brown jig, or a jerk bait. He mix it up a little now and then with a jerk bait. This is on a brown jig. Bit close to the boat.
I think a lot of these guys have also targeted, some of these banks where you'd see those wolfpack cruising largemouth. You haven't seen that as much with the weather or certain parts of the lake. And a lot of these guys have targeted the in-betweens, the walkways, where they may not be cruising, but they're going to hang on a piece of brush and sit there much more. No matter what weather you're going to get, that's a higher percentage place than hoping they're just on the bank. It's like they're in between from deep water to shallow water.
Tyler with his second big one. Almost catching up with J.C. Thompson's guy, who's got 2 big ones in the boat.
Both of them stuck on 3. Ito's fish one is a 3-2. He's got 11 and 2 ounces on the day, 14 ounces back of the lead.
Up to third.
Yes, he started second, 2 ounces out of G's lead.
Well, everybody trying to get up into that top 4, and there they are, your top 4. Robert G started the day with the lead. Dropped down, fished his way back to the top. Jay Shakurit right up there seemingly all week long, dancing around the leader spot right there. Taku Ito falling down a little bit, fished back into 3rd place, and Cooper Gallant in 4th. We'll be right back. The Summer of Stars continues tomorrow night when Christian Pulisic leads the United States against South American powerhouse Uruguay as they look to advance to the knockout stage of the 2024 Copa America. Starts at 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on FS1. A lot of eyeballs on that for sure. A lot of soccer going on in the world right now. We've got a barn burner of a tournament. Close races here in this top 10 who are left in the final day. B.A.S.S Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake. Championship Sunday. And here's, oh yeah, all right, now this is special big fish alert. Yeah, special because this is what? This is all our 3-pounders, Davey, is that right?
This is all our 3-pounders, and if you're wondering why 3-pounders, well, 3-pounders are gold here on Smith Lake this week, no doubt about it. There's a couple 4-pounders mixed in there. I think we've had a handful of those weighed in. The biggest fish so far weighed in yesterday, I think it was 4.9. 4.9 Fujita.
4.7 led the other first 2 days.
And when you look at this, get an angler like Cody Huff who has caught 100+ fish a day, several days, looking for these individual 3- and 4-pounders. And if you can catch 1 or 2 of those, that's why you're here fishing on Championship Sunday. This is a great lake. It's full of fish. I heard one of the anglers say on weigh-in stage, if you want to take a kid fishing and you're in this area, take them to Smith Lake, catch a lot of fish, have a lot of fun. So it's been a fun tournament. But these fish that you see here, and they're spread out equally, these 3-pound+ fish are the ones that win you the most money, and somebody's going to hold a blue trophy over their head this afternoon because of those 3+ pounders.
Yeah, you just heard Tyler Williams say they're gold, but the 4s, those are real.
Platinum.
Oh, those are.
They get you up to
those are the bomb
title.
Yeah.
But Robert G has been consistent. His have been, just under the 3-pounders. He does not have a big fish.
Here's Corey Johnson. He said this morning, I got to have 5 3-pounders if I want to win this thing.
See his bait dropping in a group of fish right there at 60 feet.
Oh, he
missed him.
Got him back again.
Got the second one. Oftentimes it's a blessing to miss that first fish because it'll be a smaller one and that second one will be the bigger one. You see those fish still following the one he has hooked up. Smallest fish, 115. I think he might be a little light on that.
Mm-hmm.
Fat little sucker, look at that thing.
Gonna be close. Got a balance beam, he'll check him real quick.
Davey, this has been almost the most important part of people's game is the fish management and the culling. If you decide to just beam them or weigh them and beam them. John Garrett missed out on the cut today to fish by 1 ounce. And that's some penalties involved, and also just you want to cull the right fish, but you want to get out there quick. If you have a good process, that can help save your day almost.
And you say 1 ounce, but keep in mind that ounce is over 3 days.
Oh, no doubt.
So really, it matters a third of an ounce each day.
Wow.
Robert G not catching as many fish, but boy, when he's been able to hook up, it's been very important. That's why he's back in the lead.
You got to know a lot about this rookie right out of the box this season down at Toledo Bend, where we started our season. Notched a 4th place there. Really, really has worked hard to get here. And what has inspired him to get to this level of fishing?
It's insane. Like, I still can't eat. Like, I just crack up driving down the road by myself. Because I'm like, me, of all people, are on the elites. Like, it's just, like, I see all these guys that weigh in. I'm like, how the heck am I fishing against these guys? Like, I've watched their YouTube and watched them on B.A.S.S Live and everything for so long. Like, I just felt like they were superstars, you know what I mean? So, like, I don't put myself in that category. So it's just crazy, honestly. Like, I still can't believe it. Boom! Yeah. Let's go, baby! Let's freaking go! The moment that it really kicked in was probably when I saw Ott Defoe win the Classic in Knoxville. Because he won it off, like, places I've fished for a long time. And that really was like, dang. If I could find that kind of stuff, I could probably make it. You know what I mean? So after that, it was kind of like all I looked forward to and tried to put myself in position to make it. You know what I mean?
Living the dream. Robert G., that is for sure.
Do not wake up. Do not wake up.
Don't wake up. Fun guy to watch for sure, and that's our Mercury Move of the Day, Davey Hite.
Absolutely, Mercury Move of the Day. You look there, he doesn't have any 3+ pounders so far, but all those fish are solid, his smallest fish being an even 2-pounder. Robert G. has not caught as many fish this week, but he has targeted the bigger ones down close to the dam. He said there's a lot of stripers down there. And I've asked every angler that we've had on cameras on this week, what are you doing to catch that bigger class of fish? What do you have in mind that makes you different than someone that catches 1.5-pound fish? Robert G's answer was, those little ones can't live down there where I'm fishing. There's too many striped bass.
Yeah. That's a good,
and you see the
good theory, I would think.
Most leaders are confident in their pattern, but 2 hours into the final day without a fish would have many worried. That's when he finally started his action. Over the last hour, he's put 5 fish. That has put him back in the lead. So it's not only just being around the fish, but it's mentally being able to trust your gut and your decisions and make the right move and make the right cast under pressure as well.
Very good point. I was thinking about that a few minutes ago. I'm glad you brought it up. If you think about this rookie class, they've all done great. Suit, you've talked about how unusual it is. But here's the thing. When you come to the elites and do what a John Garrett did earlier in the year, it's your first year. I remember being a rookie, you just wanted to survive, catch a few fish, not be embarrassed. Hopefully you can make enough money to survive for a few years. But for these guys in their rookie year to say, I'm going to go down here and fish around this one area, and if I can catch 5, my chance is going to be great. But if I don't catch any, I'm going to be fine with it. To have that confidence is very unusual at this young age.
Last year he finished 4th in our Tackle Warehouse EQ standings to the guys who were leading our Rookie of the Year race this year. He was one of the guys in the last event, just needed to catch a fish because he was already up there with the little breakaway group.
Yeah, you just think about the college series and what it prepares. I can't imagine young guys years ago what they have to do to make that jump.
Back to Corey Johnston. A little bit of a slide down the leaderboard over the last hour, so he knows he's got to get back on his task of 5 3-pounders.
Yep, it's a good fish he's dropping down to right there. Oh, it's got it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yep. If you're just joining us, he is in 113 feet of water right there.
It was not a malfunction.
Yep.
Yeah, big one.
It looked like a bigger one. Looks just like his last one. I don't think it's going to help him.
I don't think that one's going to move the needle for Corey, but he will fish on.
Could you see? I want a live look at Chris Johnson, his brother. been talking all kinds of smack to his brother. He has an elite trophy. Corey, you don't. If Corey got to 2 before Chris got to 2, that would be, man, unbearable for the month before the Northern Swing.
They'd get through it somehow, I can imagine. We're going to take a break right here. Halfway through our day, almost. Robert G. on top. Dave Mercer and Carl Jochimson, special guest, when we come back here to Smith Lake in Alabama for Championship Sunday.
Welcome back. On location coverage along the shores of Smith Lake in the great state of Alabama, the birth state of Bassmaster, the second of 2 Alabama events, and it is my favorite day of the week. Championship Sunday, the Plainfield Smith Lake, 21,000 acres, one of the smallest bodies of water we'll fish here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but it has put on a show, a very, very tight tournament. It really, truly is anybody's game, but somebody that is making the game of bass fishing better is my guest here today, Carl Jochimson. Your motto is Fear My Heart, and one of the coolest things happening in the Elite Series is truly trying to make the world a better place. You're giving a $1,000 bonus to the Elite Series angler each week that does something above and beyond to make the sport better. Very cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. Called the Fear My Heart incentive, and just so many positive, awesome things going on every single week, and we wanted to highlight that and promote it. And some guys have won it through sportsmanship. Last week, Cliff Prince won it through his inspirational win over there on Wheeler Lake, and this week, some of the coolest things about our sport is the fans, and this young kid just looks up to G-Man. G-Man had a tough day on the water, and this young kid, Aiden, he's 13, he's fighting an incurable cancer, but he loves the outdoors, he loves fishing, and G-Man got him up on stage, held some bass up, and it's just one of the coolest parts of this sport. And what makes it even better is G-Man won that $1,000, and then we're going to give it to young Aiden, so to help him on his battle, and he's inspiring everyone, and it's just another great story here on the Bassmaster Elites.
Wow, it really was a great story, and it was awesome to have them both on stage. But as you said, you see in other sports, people have a tough day, and it's real easy to lock things out. But for Gerald to share that brief moment of shine that he gets on the stage with Aiden was very, very cool. And even cooler, Gerald Swindle wins $1,000 and says, hey, I'll take that $1,000 and give it to Aiden. Thank you very much. And Aiden, keep fighting, man. It was awesome to have you on the Bassmaster stage. Speaking of fighting, there is anglers out there fighting right now to try and win the 7th Elite Series title of the year. And this is one of our tightest tournaments we've had in recent history. But let's get caught up with our Yamaha midday report. And let's start off with Kyle Patrick, as Mark Zona calls him, the fruit bat. Came into this event, had a key catch at the end of yesterday that got him in the top 10.
Yeah, I passed him in the we were beside each other in the no wake, and he looks at me and says, where do you think 10 pounds going to get me? That's all I got. And I said, mate, it's 12 o'clock. You still got 2 hours. Well, he hooked his biggest fish of the week on his last cast and made the cut. It's one of the cool parts of this sport.
Kyle Patrick making multiple top 10s. Made a top 10 at the Bassmaster Classic, but this is his second top 10 in his rookie campaign. 4 rookies this time around. And the rookies have, are they welcome to you, Carl? I mean, they if I did your job, I don't know if I'd want any more of them coming here.
They're good. They definitely force you to level up and be better. There's young guys coming into every sport, I think, around the world, and these young guys, it's a different sort of change because fishing has been a lot about experience and and age and wisdom getting on these, but with everything going on, these young guys are absolutely crushing it on the elites.
Speaking of crushing it, having a great season, Corey Johnson trying to chase down his second Elite Series victory here this season.
Yep, he's on a roll. When you get on a roll in fishing, there is nothing stopping you, and Corey's on that. He got his first Elite Series win down there at Palatka, and now he just absolutely loves this style of fishing. He's unbelievable on forward facing, one of the first guys to probably really adapt it originally, and then now it's sort of similar to smallmouth fishing, so I think this is just right at home for him.
Good chance we're going to see a lot of Corey in our final 2 events of the season, going to Champlain and, of course, the Thousand Islands to finish off the season.
Sitting good in AOY too.
Well, I mean, he had a bit of a hiccup at Wheeler, but recovering from that, not just from having a good event, but obviously with everything that happened to top the leaderboard with Trey McKinney.
Yeah, it's brought it back into play.
It's got things a lot tighter. Our leader in AOY points, Progressive AOY, is also out there fishing, and that is Justin Hamner. But another Canadian, Canada Day tomorrow. They'd love to cross the border with an Elite Series trophy, and it would be Cooper Gallant's first one. What a way to celebrate Canada Day, currently in 4th place.
Yeah, he's definitely got a legit shot to win. I sort of picked Coop yesterday, said, like, whoever comes in 13, 14 pounds, he's on good fish, he's been consistent. And, you know, just growing up in Canada, obviously this open water, clear water finesse style, it just suits these guys. They know it, they understand it. They don't just get around fish, they get around the bigger fish. They're happy to catch less, but more weight. And that's what you're seeing them doing here. They're just adapting so well. It's just like smallmouth fishing for them.
He's also having a great season. This is his 3rd top 10 of 2024. So we've seen a lot of Cooper Gallant this year, and he is definitely one of those anglers that it's not a question of if, it is a question of when. You know he's going to win an Elite Series title, and it may just be today. But coming into this event, there was one angler that, I mean, he said, of all the lakes in America, this is my favorite lake, and that is Takumi Ito. And he is doing some sneaky stuff. I mean, it's going to be interesting to hear what he tells everybody after this tournament. But he has put himself in contention and may just pull a title off here, his 2nd Elite Series win.
If you had to back anyone from the start and put your whole life savings on it, Taku was probably the guy at the very start. You knew, like, he's going to have a good event here, and it's just showing now. And he can definitely, it wouldn't be any surprise to see him win this one. But there is every Elite Series angler and probably every angler out there watching, wanting to know all these little tiny things that he is doing that is creating these bites, and how he finds these fish and then how he catches them. He's just, he's unbelievable, and it's those Japanese finesse techniques that just crush these high-pressured fish.
Takumi Ito having a great event, and he too will most likely be part of these next 2 events to finish off the season. And another guy that we'll probably see a lot of is Jay Shakurat. He took a win up in the St. Lawrence River, obviously his first Elite Series win. But Champlain and the St. Lawrence set up good for him, and what a streak he's on. Back-to-back 10 cuts here in Alabama.
Crazy. He's just cool, calm, and collective. He knows what he's doing. He gets around the right fish, and again, just so good with electronics. Like, when you see the top 10 list right here, you see the names, and it's all, you know, they're the best at electronics, they're the best at finding them, and it's showing. But, you know, these fish are really difficult to catch. You would have no idea how hard it is actually to get one to bite, but they've figured it out. It looks a lot easier than what it is. They're making it look easy.
Well, he's making his rookie career look pretty easy. Made a top 3 in his first Elite Series event at Toledo Bend, and he went out as our day 3 leader, Knoxville, Tennessee's Robert G.
Yeah, he's just unbelievable rookie. Again, super cool, calm, obviously a phenomenal fisherman, and he's got the right area. You know, I think all of these guys are as good as each other catching these spotted bass. It's going to be who is in the correct area with those bigger pelagic fish that are feeding on the blueback herring. They're just larger, they're a little thicker, and I think where he is deeper, clearer water. There's less fish, they're harder to catch, but they're just bigger, and that's what's showing. And he's going to be tough to beat if he keeps putting him in the boat like he is.
He's a big Tennessee fan, and he spent all week celebrating his Vols National Championship, College World Series, and he said he would like to cap off the week with an Elite Series title here. His family's at every single event. His mother, a former cheerleader, and I'm going to tell you, if you see her in the morning, I can see the cheerleader roots coming out. I mean, they love to scream for Robert G., and he has given them a reason to scream this week. 1 and 2 right there. Robert G. and Jay Shakurat.
Just out here in the abyss, trying to find a big one, because I'm going to have to catch a big one, because I've still got 2 2-pounders, like on the dot, on the 2 zeros. If I get rid of them 2, I'm happy with the other 3 I have.
they're good limit. The ones I have are good limit fillers if I can just get 2 kickers. And this is the area I've been catching my big ones.
1 and 2
It'll
right
just
there, and
let me
see
kick.
a very close race, but the entire top 10 very close this time around. We've had some blowouts this year. This is definitely not going to be a blowout, but a guy who's trying to sneak up and take that title, currently in 3rd place, started the day in 2nd place. Elite Series champion Takumi Ito, and who cannot cheer for him? I mean, his childlike enthusiasm is addictive. But don't let that giggle fool you.
No, he's a killer. He's as serious as they get.
Slow.
One thing you'll notice with Taku and a few of the Japanese guys, everyone thinks light line and they're fishing really light, but if you see him, he boat flips quite a lot. They're not actually using that ultralight line like a lot of people think, and a lot of us are doing it thinking like you got to go lighter to get those bites, but they understand that a different nuance with that jig head minnow and being able to work it differently, shorter. There's a lot to it, and when they're these fish have sharp teeth, and on 6 and 8 pound they can break you off. But after talking to them, they're using quite heavy leader, which is super interesting. I think it's the way that it works that bait.
Let's listen to Takumi. Takumi going to do his talking at the scales, Carl. That's what we're going to get from Takumi right now. But he is using some pretty unique stuff. I mean, his front deck of his boat was covered in powder this morning. I mean, fish scent is a big deal, but as you can see, different baits. He said all Japanese baits this time around, and that's how he's getting it done. Calls that one bait the pancake. And then, of course, we've seen the dice before.
Yeah.
Do you throw the dice?
I haven't, but obviously I need to be. These fish are unbelievably pressured, but it's insane how many bass are out there. Like the whole time you're scanning, there's schools, there's thousands, and so picking them out from that. But they were very smart. Like if you threw it 200, maybe 15 would bite. They're not easy, so having these little sneaky tricks from Japan, having the right scent on them, like majority of the time the fish would get right up on your bait, and having just that last little trigger to get them to commit and eat is what these guys are good at, because you can get them to come and follow, you can see them, you can cast to them, but it's getting them to commit, and then also getting that bigger than average fish to commit, and Taku's obviously one of the best in the world at doing that.
It's amazing the number of fish that, you'd think Alabama, it's hot, it's the summer. You would think this is not a numbers game, but I'm hearing reports of guys catching 50 to 100 fish a day in some situations.
Yeah, everyone was sort of almost talking a bit doom and gloom that this is going to be tough. This was honestly probably the funnest event for me all year. It was just like non-stop fish and non-stop catches. Like I had a blast. Anyone that wants to come and catch some fish, Smith Lake should be on your list. It is a blast.
Yeah, and then once you're done fishing, you can get out there and have some of that fun, because there's a lot of boats. I drove here to do this segment, and I passed gas stations, and every one of them had a lineup of boats filling up, and they're all streaming out onto Smith Lake. But right now, we have the exact same leader that we had going into today, Robert G. We are on day 4, and we have had 3 different leaders so far, a different leader every day. Can Robert G. hold on to it and win his first Elite? Been an incredible tournament for the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and right before we went to break, we talked about how great the fishing is here in beautiful Cullman, Alabama. And got to thank Visit Cullman, our host this week, and what a host they've been, delivering sandwiches to people on the water, fans for the crowd out here. It's been a great time, and I'll tell you what, I'm coming back to Cullman, Alabama, because, as you said, Carl, People said this was going to be tough. It's going to be doom and gloom. But you said this was your favorite tournament fish catching wise all season long.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Like I've fished Smith Lake a bunch, but until I think with forward face and stuff, you didn't realise how many bass are up there. Like literally thousands of bass are in here. And bring your kids, you know, like get out there and go fishing. It's a ton of fun. It's not hard to get around some bass in this lake.
Midday update, I'm chasing down this wolf pack right now.
Been around
they
a lot
won't
of them.
stop swimming. And I'm gonna have to throw a little tiny hair jig in them because they didn't bite my minnow. I'm gonna have to bomb it.
See me.
Robert G. left the dock with the lead this morning. Said he felt a little different this time around. Said, my first top 10 in my first event, I was just happy to be there. He wants to get this done, and he believes the fish he's fishing for are a little bit bigger.
So, just my personal theory is the striper down there are in big herds, like of 20 and 30, and they're huge. They're like anywhere from 10 pounds to 40 pounds. So if a little spot that's like 1.5 pounds can't really live around those, or they'll just get swallowed whole. Boom! Yeah. Let's go, baby! Let's freaking go! So the only ones that can live really are the ones that can fend themselves off, swim faster, and kind of fight back, you know. So that's my thoughts of why the bigger ones live down there. Is just simply because the smaller ones can't live around those big dogs.
Well, you can't argue with his theory because he's leading this tournament.
I think another to add to that, he's exactly right. And the other thing is those striper are chasing bigger bait fish. Look at them feeding on that bait ball. So they're chasing the bigger blueback herring, and then when you got the bigger bait, you're going to have bigger, healthier, heavier fish. He's trying to get that bait right in front of him, lead him, and make it be their idea. See how it's falling in there? If they sort of know it's too good to be true, sometimes they'll deny you like that. It's a real art into getting it in front of them, leading them, and then making them know that it's our idea that bait fish, like they've ambushed it. You haven't just presented it straight to them, because they realise like this is too good to be true. You see, they rushed it there when they thought like they're the ones ambushing it, but this will happen, what's happening right there, hundreds of times in a day. And that's why it's looking easy, but these guys are getting these fish to commit and bite. It's not that easy to actually get them to bite, especially the 3+ pound fish.
Guy trying to chase him down and trying to win his second Elite Series title. It's hard to believe when he won his first one, he was the youngest champion ever. Well, that didn't last long, and he seems to be rapidly aging if you look at a lot of the rookies around here. But Jay Shikurik making back-to-back 10 cuts here in Alabama, and he said, if somebody had said, where do I sign up for that, I would have signed up anything to eat. And he's going where he's going to catch him.
Yeah, no doubt. He's... you know, it's a confidence thing. He's hooked up right now, and he knows that was a big one by looking at the screen. That's how good like he is. He's probably at the stage where he's only wanting to cast at ones that he knows are better fish. It's a real one.
He's just ounces back in the lead. He's gone through a lot of fish this week.
I don't think there's ever been a tournament in history that from 1st to 50th and right down 1 ounce is making the difference between 10 grand, and it's going to make the difference between a win right now. It's going to come down to literally 1 or 2 ounces, and a fish like this, whether he lands it or doesn't, those upgrades, sometimes you upgrade 6 ounces and it doesn't mean much. When you upgrade from a 2 to a 2.6, it means everything. And that's what this fish is going to do. Yeah,
Can't believe
it's
that
a big
one
one.
did. I
That might
just
put him
lost
into the
one.
lead.
Probably bigger. Just not that long ago.
13 ounces behind the lead.
Wish he had a little more
The
of a
smallest
gut
fish
on
was
him, but
2 pounds.
These are the ones we need.
That's a good one. It's going to put him dead,
Another
dead
212.
tight, I bet. Oh, that puts him in the lead.
Calls out number 1.
1 ounce short. But he's right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that just made you look really smart. You talked about how 1 ounce makes a difference. And on cue, he hooks up and he is within 1 ounce of the lead. I like when you do things like that, Carl.
Yeah, I'm good at that sometimes.
Yeah, you make us sound very educated. Here's a guy who's very educated in how to make them bite.
Look at him holding that line, trying to feel the bite. That's pretty cool.
Small one.
It's almost like he's on point right now. There you go. He knew that fish was right in front. He's holding that line. He's waiting for it to bite. Felt the bite and set the hook. Some of the hardest fighting bass, spotted bass that I've ever hooked. Where like the 2.5s, they fought pretty hard, but when you hooked a 3-pounder, like the 2 3-pounders that I caught that made the difference in my tournament, they fought like a striper, and I was like, I don't think these are bass, and they just peeled drag, and they've got really sharp teeth. So if you're using light line and the fight extends, you can really break them off. So you got to be careful.
Not sure that's going to help him much, but he's going to continue catching them. And the guy who's been catching them all season long. After he won on St. John's River, he said, hey, I feel like I have another one this year. And everybody would have circled the St. Lawrence River, obviously. But Corey Johnston trying to celebrate Canada Day a day early here in Alabama.
If he wins this one, he could win 3. Like, it's very, very possible. There's not too many guys that you'd say, yeah, that could be done. But if he wins this one, like the Champlain and St. Lawrence are just right up his alley. He's going to be in contention at both of them. Has anyone ever won 3?
Yeah, I think
3
Skeet,
in a year?
Did Skeet maybe did 3 in a year, or Kevin?
That's crazy. Hooked up.
I mean, he doesn't care, though. I mean, he's all about it. Trust me. Nobody's introducing him as Chris's brother anymore. That's not going to help Corey Johnson, but this is just explaining and illustrating what we were talking about, the sheer numbers of fish that anglers are catching. And back to Jay Securit. He's just 1 ounce behind our tournament leader, Robert G. And you think of what he's done with his career, obviously hooked up live. It's amazing for as short a time he's been here, how many top 10s, how many times he's been in contention. And because he's a quieter guy, I think he kind of flies under the radar. People don't realize how, I mean, he just smiles at you and
catches fish. Some guys are just good at catching fish, and that's what it's all about here on the Elites. He's just he loves it when you talk to him about it. He's so passionate, but he's just quiet when he's doing it. But he's a silent killer. It's going to be close.
Yeah, smallest fish, 2 pounds, 2 ounces. If this is 2-3, we got a tie, but that's not going to be enough. So he'll continue and keep on catching. I feel bad. You know, his hand's probably all tore up from those sharp teeth. I mean, trials and tribulations of the Bassmaster Elite Series. 1 ounce behind our tournament leader, Jay Securit, but our tournament leader, Robert G., took the lead on day 3 and looking to become the first angler this week that holds on to the lead. 3 days in, we've had 3 different leaders. 10 anglers remain with 1 goal. Welcome back. Smith Lake along the shores of Smith Lake in beautiful Cullman, Alabama. And they're a very, very tight leaderboard, especially up the top. Decided by 1 ounce between Robert G. and his nearest pursuant, Jay Shakuret. This is the TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake in the 7th stop of the season. And this one is, we've had some blowouts this year, Carl. We are not going to have a blowout here today.
This is going to be as close as you can get. I mean, a bait fish could be the difference between 100 grand and it's going to be 1 ounce. And right now, anyone in the top 7, a 4-pounder puts him in the lead, and by a long way. Like, it is ridiculously close. And
out live with Jay Shakuret, and one thing has dominated this event. You know, a lot of northern anglers, but a lot of electronic savvy anglers, and Jay Shakuret is definitely one of those.
Yeah, so for someone that doesn't know what Garmin LiveScope is essentially a sonar that points in front of your boat and basically illuminates moving objects in the water. So for example, you can see weeds, you can see rocks, you can see fish swimming around. Now, it's not as easy as it might sound. You know, a fish doesn't really look like a fish on LiveScope. It kind of just looks like a blob swimming around and stuff like that. You know, stationary objects are obviously stationary objects. That's what you can see with your LiveScope. It's a tool we use to make sure we are making the right casts at the right targets, whether you're target fishing or fishing exclusively for single fish, throwing at fish, looking at your LiveScope. Because without it, I mean, what are you doing out there? You're basically blind casting at areas that you really don't know what's below the water. So it lets us anglers see what's below the water and what's in front of our boats. Might be a 2-pounder. Decent little spot. Still looking for them 3s.
Great stuff from Jay Shakuret, and electronics is definitely dominating this event. And there's a look at Corey Johnston's electronics, and that technology, you knew it was going to be a player in this event.
yeah, sometimes, you know, it's cool that we've got this screen to watch it now, because sometimes looking at someone just fishing, but actually doing it, it's a ton of fun when you're the guy with the rod, with the visual, looking at it. You're seeing everything in real time happening, and it's exciting when you're doing it, because sometimes you find a school and you're like, I'm about to get a bite if I can get one of those to bite. And the guys at the top of the leaderboard, like Corey, they're actually seeing the difference between gar, a striper, a bass, and then even with the bass, they're seeing the difference in the size. They know a 1.5 pound school to a 2.5, 3 pound school, and they're targeting those better fish. So there's definitely a big art to it, making that perfect presentation. The fish are never stationary. They're moving. They're leading them. There's a lot to it, but this is pretty insane technology.
Watching Corey Johnson, one thing that'll be insane is his chiropractor bill at some point.
So that's the bait dropping. The fish has noticed it, and you see he hopped it, and the fish denied it. Now it's back on it, and it stopped.
From Corey Johnson, let's go back out to our leaders, 1 and 2, Robert G. and Jay Shakuret, separated by just 1 ounce.
Some knee borders. We might have to get out of here soon.
So the traffic here that you're seeing now, there's Smith Lake on a weekend, and you've got public enjoying the water, but that's actually making it difficult for their forward-facing sonar, because the boat's moving up and down, and you can't be as steady on it. They're trying to cover ground, and they're trying to get an accurate read on these fish. So Robert's in probably the worst spot for it, because he's not in a creek, he's in the open basin, and
I just got to execute.
The more people he's got out there, the harder it's going to be.
Weirdly enough, I'm pretty sure that was Tommy Sanders and Davey Height.
Zona driving?
Maybe so. Think of a Such at the helm, to be honest. Weird way to spend your break, but hey, let your hair down.
He's in hunt mode. That's the main thing when you're not casting. He's just hunting one down. He's searching for one. And then when you see someone make a cast, they've seen something. They're not going to cast until they see what they want to see and get that bait in front of them. But It's basically like hunting right now. They're just going and covering as much water as they can.
You look at how much technology, it's not just the technology on the graphs, it's the technology of the trolling motors. Trolling motors in the last number of years have gotten a lot faster, a lot more powerful. I mean, it's all pieces working together.
Yep, brushless technology. Fish can hear that. They can feel it. More pressure. There's a ton to it. So and battery power. You've got to have lithiums. You've got to have the voltage coming to that unit to get the most clearest image coming through. Like, everything changed from this technology.
But over to third place, Takumi Ito, 14 ounces behind our leader.
He set the hook there and missed it, kept it down there, and so his smallest fish is 2 pounds. He's looking for anything bigger than that, and that's going to make a huge difference. When you got a 2 pounder and you catch a 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, that gets him. Yeah, he catches a 3 pounder, he's going to hit, the lead. That's how close it is.
No, maybe.
But a 3 pounder is a big fish right now in this tournament.
Looks like big one, but
close, not quite. It's fat.
That one might help.
I hope. 110.
He's trying to do a little culling there. MVP of this tournament, the culling beam or your scale, however you do it.
Better
trust do it right.
Yeah. You do not want to make a culling error here, and you want to really look after your fish and make sure they come in healthy and alive, because you can be penalised for that, and you definitely don't want to let a bigger fish go in place of a small fish, even if it's an ounce. That cost G-Man $10,000. 1 ounce cost him 10 grand, so that's how important it is to make those small upgrades.
Now live looking at Corey Johnson, who won a tournament so well earlier this year that it was a 4-day tournament, and he won it in 3 days. Didn't even have to, I mean, he went out the 4th day, but
Just for
didn't have
fun.
to. Could have slept in.
Hooked up to a good one. Usually when there's a single like that, it's a better fish. That's what you want to hunt down. Like when you got a pack of fish coming in, you don't know which one's going to eat it. It's almost luck of the draw. So you got a big pack coming in, a little one usually races up and gets to it, where you can see that was a one fish on its own by itself, and he targeted it and he caught it, and it's a better quality fish. What's his smallest here?
2 pounds.
Okay. It's like a better one.
A little fatty, isn't it?
That's going to cull.
Yeah, that's going to get him closer. So the reason they're using those scales is you don't have to open the lid then. He could have, if he had them all weighed, he would weigh it, say it's not going to help, and let it go. You want it a faster process. The more time you're searching and casting, the more efficient you are. So he's balance beaming one now because they're close. That's going to give him the idea, and he's just going to swap that smaller one out. So he does have them figured out, ready to go. The culling process is important.
Back to our leaders, 1 and 2, Robert G. and Jay Shakuret. Jay, the first angler ever to crack 100 pounds with smallmouth bass, and now we've had, what, 7 century belts earned on smallmouth bass? People used to say that would never happen. And the first 2 anglers to do it was obviously Jay Shakuret and Corey Johnson, the first 2. It'll be interesting to see if that happens again this year at Thousand Islands. A lot further from the lake, a little less time out there. But
they'll do it still if it can be done.
Yeah.
These guys will go to all ends. If it can be, the weather's going to be the dictator of that tournament for sure. I think if it blows, they'll still go out there.
I agree. Too much of the field has experienced the lake. Like there was anglers and great smallmouth anglers, people like Seth Fider, that up until a year or 2 ago when we went to Clayton had never gone to the lake. You know, the river has giant fish in it, but like, I asked Seth, I'm like, well, are you going to think about staying in the river? And he's like, not a chance. Like, once you get out there, it's,
you know the difference.
It's a little addictive.
It's crazy. but they can close the lake off. I've fished tournaments. My claim to fame for smallmouth is I beat Corey and Chris, and they were crushing everyone for 2 days in a 3-day tournament, and I was fishing the river, and they closed the lake off on the final day, and that gave me the shot. I ended up finishing second in the tournament, but that was the factor that can weigh in. It was blowing 40 miles an hour from the north. The lake got cut off, and that can be the X factor of that tournament.
1 ounce. 1 ounce between our leaders. And let's have a hummingbird unlock the lake and look at our top 3 anglers, 1, 2, and 3, and number 3 sitting in the middle, but that gives you an idea of fish catches and how they're spread out in this body of water. A small playing field, 21,000 acres, but it hasn't really fished small, Carl, has it?
The shoreline is ridiculous, and here's Jay's catches. He's up in the main creek out of takeoff there, and you can see they're all in a pretty tight area, so he's doing a lot of fishing. He's not jumping around, he's moving on the trolling motor, and you see all of those fish are caught from his trolling motor. He hasn't really jumped around, so he's put all his time into that one area, and it's paying off. There's obviously a bigger class of fish right there.
Look at the sheer number of catches. Like, you look at how many, I mean, when you see that normally, you're thinking that's a group of anglers that have caught that many. That's your tournament leader that's caught, and it looks like he's caught less than Jay. Like, it is amazing the number of fish that you're having to go through, but you're not culling for pounds here. You are culling for ounces.
Yeah, he's caught all of them not leaving his trolling motor. That's not jumping up on the motor. He's staying on that trolling motor, covering ground and just catching fish. And Smith Lake has been super impressive for June. Ton of fish, an amazing place to come and have a ton of fun. And Robert's trying to win $100,000 while catching beautiful spotted bass.
Just imagine that. You're an Elite Series rookie. I mean, things are going good. You're trying to win a tournament, but look at the 2 that are right behind him. Never mind the rest of them, the other 7. But look
Not
at
who you want.
Jay Segura and Takumi Ito. 2 very smiling, happy people, but scary. You know, like if you see a UFC fighter and they smile while they're punching you, you got to be a little more scared of them.
You're worried.
And they are those guys. They are definitely those guys. But the guy atop the leaderboard, Robert G., standing atop our leaderboard by just 1 ounce. TNT Fireworks, a Bassmaster Elite from Smith Lake. There he is. Welcome back on location coverage. Championship Sunday, as I always say, my favorite day of the weekend. Crazy things happen on Championship Sunday. And Carl, this must be your favorite Championship Sunday back in 2019.
I can tell you from experience, this is a life-changing day, a life-changing moment. I'd been 3-4 years into the Elite Series when this happened for me in 2019, and it changed our entire lives. I can't imagine being a rookie like Robert going for it, but this day is one I will never, ever forget, and something I dreamt of since a little kid. Oh, that's giving me chills just watching that.
An amazing moment and an amazing win for Carl Jacobson, the only Australian to ever win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, the only Australian to ever qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and I've enjoyed spending this last hour with you.
If I can't be fishing, I like talking fishing, so it's been awesome. We always have a great conversation and watching how the best in the world are doing it, and someone's life is going to change today, and it could be a rookie. There's 4 of them in the top 10, which is absolutely insane, but whoever wins this one, it's going to change their life.
One of those rookies made it in just at the end of the day. One key cull, and you talked about a 4-pounder at the end of the day, and that put him in his second top 10 in his rookie season, and that is Cooperstown, New York rookie Kyle Patrick. Won in the Opens last year. But hey, magic can happen, as you experienced.
One fish can be worth $100,000 in this tournament, in every Elite Series tournament. It generally is, but especially this one.
Biggin', dude.
Oh boy.
This is what happened to him yesterday in the final minutes, and that got him into this top 10, and now he's making it happen again.
Oh. Oh, it's not that big.
Yeah, it is. It's a good one.
Rest of the guys catching spotted bass, and this is a largemouth under docks, different,
That's
but they're
fun.
bigger.
I thought it was a
Might be a spotted
largemouth.
bass,
That's why
yeah.
I thought it was bigger.
Spotted.
If that was a largemouth, it would have been a dang big one.
They fight a little harder.
The smallest fish, 113. That's
Okay.
gonna
Big up.
cull that. Another guy chasing down a cull and was just 13 ounces short of the overall lead, sitting in third place. Takumi Ito. Once dreamed of being a killer bee hunter. That's true. He told me about it. I'm learning more and more about him. It's amazing. But thankfully, he did not chase down the killer bees in Japan, and he is chasing down spotted bass here in Alabama.
Gotcha.
He's still a killer. We don't like to beat him against us.
Looks good one.
Oh, here we go.
Looks good one. I think.
Oh no.
Ouch. It's not often you see him without a smile on his face, and this is one of those rare moments.
Oh no. I can see a couple right there. Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. Get another one.
Yep.
Just 14 ounces back of the lead, and that hurts.
It's going to take one fish like that to put you in the lead, so he knows how important it is to put every one of those bites in the boat. A loss like that can be a $100,000 loss.
Looks good one too.
Crazy.
Come on.
This is the best way to get over it. Just get another.
That is the only way to get over it. Catch another one. That's why Smith Lake is so cool. They're constantly, the next cast, you can put it right back in front of a good one.
Giant school.
Oh.
Yes, yes. Whoa. Hey. Woo.
Wow.
Yes, sir. All this sides. Get it. Get it. I get it. Yes, sir.
The smallest was 2 pounds. Well, I'm going to say not anymore.
This size, same size. That's crazy. Crazy. Okay.
That's crazy. If he didn't lose that fish, he wouldn't have caught that one. It's like he's obviously catching them deep because he's going to fizz this fish. Make sure it stays upright and stays healthy and alive when he brings it back to weigh in. We get penalised if a fish passes away, so keeping them healthy and alive so we can let them back go at the end of the day and someone else to enjoy them, catch them is super important. So we are huge on fish care. We've got ice, G-juice, running those aerators, and it's just like a little spa bath in there for them before they get weighed in.
Such an amazing story. I mean, you see Takumi Ito came from Japan, and you assume, I mean, he won a bunch of tournaments in Japan. Did not win a tournament in Japan. Was literally an influencer, basically. Made fishing videos. This was his dream from playing a video game, and he figured this sport out quick.
Well, that's kind of what he's doing. He's watching that screen, seeing those fish, deciphering the little ones from the bigger ones. And these fish are just, any time we go to a high-pressured lake, that's when the Japanese anglers shine because they're using just different techniques, different baits. And their pressure in Japan is tenfold more than what even over here is, even on Smith. So they understand pressured fish better than anyone, and they're able to get them to actually bite.
Going through a lot of fish. That fish right there, not going to help. But guess what? That one we seen a few minutes ago, it definitely helped. And unofficially, Takumi Ito is in a two-way tie with our tournament leader.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally catch
Okay,
a fish,
fish,
stand back
suspending
up,
fish or
look at the
small
screen, see more bass. That's how many spotted bass are in Smith Lake.
It's close.
And you see the other guys are trolling. There's
So
good school. The other guys are looking. Where Taku is, he's not doing much driving. He's straight onto fish instantly when he stands up. So he's obviously got a lot more around him than some of the other guys.
Our playing field, 21,000 acres, but it's big enough that it looks like a whole different world where Justin Hamner is fishing. I mean, he's had things too good this season. He's leading Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. He's your reigning Bassmaster Classic champion. So who says it won't rain on his parade?
That's when you might want to know, okay, it's my time to leave this area. Everyone else got sunshine and catching bass. You're getting rained on. You're like, I'm moving.
Let's head back to our leaders. 1 and 2, but 1 and 2 has changed all of a sudden. It has been Robert G. and Jay Shakurit. 1 and 1A. Robert G. and Takumi Ito, a two-way tie with 53 pounds and 7 ounces. I mean, we're going to have a sudden death fish-off here today. Let's have a tie.
What does happen?
Sudden death fish-off.
That's
they go
cool.
back on the water, first fish wins.
No, let's do that. I hope
would
it
be
stays right now.
incredible.
That'd be awesome. That hasn't happened for a long time.
No, and in the past when we've had longer sessions. But with Bass Live, the ruling is, they'd get a chance to gas up and get ready and everything, and we'd set it out, probably put a tournament director with each angler, camera on the back of their boat, and not a bass fishing fan in the world would look away.
It would happen quick, I bet. Like it would be whoever has the closest spot. That'd be like pull up, catch one. If Robert had to run to the dam, that could be the difference.
I think they'd get to.
Oh,
it's up
like
to the tournament
stop,
director, but I
and
think
then,
they'd get
that's
to
cool.
go
Stop
to their.
and then say go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who knows? But right now they are tied. A lot of fishing left in today.
The reason Robert's I think Taku's catching more fish, but Robert, he's searching for more, so he's not fishing as much, but when he sees one, it seems to be a better fish. He's got a better shot at being around less fish, but bigger size, so each one that he casts at and catch is going to make a big difference. Taku seems to be throwing at fish every time he looks at the screen.
He said yesterday, he said the day before to me too, he told me, I'm on, I figured something out. And there's certain people that say that, and it bombs, but I have never had him say, hey, I figured something out, I've got something, and it didn't work. He's going to be a player. One and one atop the leaderboard with 53 pounds, 7 ounces. Your co-leaders, Robert G. and Takumi Ito. But there is 8 other anglers in the mix trying to chase them down and take this title, the 7th title of the 2024 season. Carl Jacobson, this has been fun. Who do you think's going to win?
I think Cooper Gallant.
Wow!
I think it's going to be Canada Day.
I work with Davey Hyde, and he always picks up front. I like that you threw it out there and said Cooper Gallant can get it done. Obviously, tomorrow is Canada Day, and Canada, Cooper would love to cross the border. But right now we have a co-leaders, Robert G. and Takumi Ito, and look at all those scary names trying to chase him down on Smith Lake. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama.
The Summer of Stars continues tomorrow night when Christian Pulisic leads the United States against South American powerhouse Uruguay as they look to advance to the knockout stage of the 2024 Copa America. It all starts at 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on FS1. Oh, we have got a nail biter. We have got a barn burner going on here on Smith Lake in Alabama. I think we've said it from the start of today, Davey. This is going down to the final minute, the final ounce, and maybe beyond that. Those kind of words have been spoken.
We did, but I mean, you look at that. 1 ounce separates the top 3. And to your point, Tommy, we have been talking about a fish off, a sudden death, how we might have to do this, and I'm sure The tournament director is thinking about, what are we going to do this afternoon? Because it looks like it could be a tie. Maybe a three-way tie.
Could be. And frankly, the top 6 are still in it for sure.
1 ounce over 4 days.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's nuts. Uh-oh.
Those 3 started the day 3 ounces apart.
1 ounce a day
Now
coming
they're-
into today, separated top 3. Amazing. Oh, what's that music?
Yeah, you know what it is.
Oh, you got to know what that is. Power Pole replay of the day. Takuito. Don't see him.
That's like the low light, not a highlight.
Yeah, that's a low light. But sometimes we just have to get it because it is the replay of the day. Sometimes you replay the crash and sometimes you replay the victory. A couple seconds later, though, Taku hooks up and he did not lose this one. Maybe the biggest fish that he's put in the boat all day. Right after the agony of defeat, he had the thrill of victory just within about 2 minutes' time. And everyone loves to watch Taku fish. No one wanted to see this. Everybody wants to see this. Power Pole replay of the day. Taku Ito.
2:14. He does have a 3-2 earlier. He's got 3 2-pounders.
Co-leader.
Yeah.
Moved a little bit from the
How often do
dam.
we say that? Off to one of our leaders.
One of our leaders.
Then we'll go back to one of the other leaders.
Rookie Robert G.
Yeah, my main area where I've been catching all of my good ones has just really, it's not happening here today. So where I caught all my fish was down here at my secondary place. And I'm gonna head back down there and probably milk it for the rest of the day if they're biting or if I see them. Because it can happen down here if I can just keep getting bit. They're good ones.
Robert G.
I need
doing
2
the figuring.
3-pounders. 3 3-pounders.
Still doing the calculations. What it's going to take to win this one. Robert G. has been close before. Top 4 finish to start his career with the Bassmaster Elite Series. How about this one?
I don't know what it'll take. I'm gonna go down where I'm fishing and try to catch 13 to 16 pounds. Boom! Let's go, baby! Let's freaking go! And let the chips fall where they may. It would mean the world to me. I've always been close in every tournament trail I've ever fished, like big major, like the college series and the opens. I've been so close, and just like fluke things happen to me where I lose barely. And just finally break through and get a win in a huge tournament like this would be incredible. 3-pounder, baby. I found that wolf pack. There's a wolf pack out here of all 3 pluses.
Your co-leader right there, Robert G. Man, oh man, this guy's fun to watch. I mean, he gained a lot of fans when he finished 4th place to start our season down at Toledo Bend, and he's picking, I'm thinking, a whole lot more fans today. Co-leading it right now with Taku Ito.
Yeah, you can't decide who you're going to pull for. I mean, honestly, between him and Taku, they're just both really nice guys. They're hard fishermen. They are fun to watch. They've always got a smile on their face. The only time I think I've not seen a smile on Taku's face was just a few minutes ago when he lost that fish, but then he caught a big one later. But, you know, this thing's going to go right down to the wire, and it'll be so exciting to see any of the top 10 would be super fun to see win, but to see an angler like Robert G. in his rookie year to hold a blue trophy over his head, that would be awesome.
Tommy, he mentioned that last year in the Opens, we did the Lake of the Ozarks event in the fall. He was on camera and said that same exact thing. I've been so close in the college series at the University of Tennessee. I'm in the final day of the Open. He had a big final day, but Kyle Patrick wins that one. Then we fast forward, his first elite event comes up just short there. He would love a chance to win this. It's weird to say a rookie's been waiting a while, but if you are a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, we have put you through the paces at 3 or 4 different levels and competitions to get to this stage. So he has put in the time, no doubt.
Such, is this as close as it's been on the final day in the final couple of hours here?
Oh, today? Oh my gosh, with 2 guys tied, one guy 1 ounce behind. But you got to remember, we've seen some kicker fish in the afternoon, and any one of these guys can get up with a 4-pounder and be right there.
Boy, it's a really
Make it a
strange
four-way,
situation.
five-way tie.
Yeah, the one who blinks first.
Yeah,
is the one. That's
look
tough.
look at the winners here. Robert G's trying to win. Taku's won an elite. Jay Shakurit's won an elite. Cooper Gallant an open. Kyle Patrick an open. Corey an elite and an open. Cody Huff, the college classic classic champ, opens winner. Everyone has won something major except for our current leader, Robert G.
And I think that's why he is doing what he's doing here this week. He is realizing in his young career, you've got to try to target those bigger class fish, whether it's 3-pounders in this case, some other cases it's 6 or 7-pounders, but he has really laid it all on the line, fishing in an area, said I'm going to spend the rest of the day down close to the dam. If I can get another bite or two, I know I'll have the right weight.
And of course, today's technology helps you to commit to something as unknown as that because you know a lot more than the formerly
switch
unknown
to a
days.
little bit heavier hair jig, so I can just cast it further. But I need these right here. I need all of them to see it. That's when they fire.
That's Robert talking right now.
Sounds like he's looking at a group of fish that I haven't seen him catch any little ones, so I hate to say are the right ones. All of the ones down close to the dam have been the right ones for Robert G.
Dadgummit.
If you're just picking up with us, Robert G started the day with the lead. Taku Ito behind him. Both of those anglers fell down a ways during the course of the morning, fished their way back up to the top. Jay Shakurit, and he's been right there first, second, or third all day long. Do not count him out.
Weatherman was right. Little storm hit Justin Hamner on the western side of Lake Mount's hitting
Heavy
Taku Ito.
rain. Wow.
Oh, it is hammering down there where Taco is. Elsewhere on the lake, away from Taku, it's just about perfect. We're going to have scattered ones, I think, for the rest of the day, predicted, at least for the next few hours, right, Such?
Yeah, it could pop up here and there, but it looks like it's going to clear out.
Yeah.
Will we see, Davey and Tommy and Such, a highlight reel catch from someone in a downpour, and we'll have to remember that there was a 30-minute storm on Smith Lake and someone caught a key fish. Like, it's been sunny and nice all week long.
Tournaments out of that ramp. So
And this storm, somebody could catch one that makes a difference.
Certainly could.
The last time a full field, top-level Bassmaster tournament was held here, all 4 days looked like that top right panel right there. It was miserable.
You're exactly right. I was there.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, you remember that. Plus cold.
Yes.
Freezing cold.
February and that.
It's hitting Ito now, and it could be headed towards Shakurit and Gallant, but it could go south of them.
Okay.
Tommy, you mentioned about the former unknown. Our sport has changed so much with the advancements of everything. Everything's better. The rods and reels are better, the boats, the motors. But certainly electronics is the key. We've been watching so much here this week. But for Robert G to make the move he's made, he's trusting his gut, he's trusting his instincts, but once he put his live sonar in the water, he's like, okay.
Yeah, he can refine it a little bit.
Kudos to him, but it's hard for an angler that hasn't used this technology and doesn't really trust it to know that this is fail-proof. Don't trust your guts quite so much. Trust is what you're looking at. And it's hard for an angler to do that. It's been fishing for 20 or 30 years.
We heard from Robert G. how much a win would mean for him. What would it mean for this man right here, the man he's tied with, Takumi Ito? What would it mean for him and his family to win one down here on Smith Lake?
Yeah, the LA tournament is pretty hard for me because my family stay in Japan and I stay 8 months US and 4 months go back Japan. But always my family stay in Japan. My wife and my kids always watching the Bassmaster live. So everyone, so Taku and my wife and my kids, so everyone try to win Bassmaster Elite.
Oh, absolutely. Would mean a lot. Keeping the home fires burning in his mind there, for sure.
Nothing but respect for him and his whole family, the sacrifice they've made for him to pursue his dream.
That is a lot of work, what he has pulled off to be competing at this level. The Bassmaster Elite Series, coming all the way from Japan, learning the language, learning how to do it all. Put together a great fishing career before he even got here. Taku Ito, Robert G. tied at the top of our leaderboard with 53 pounds and 7 ounces, just 1 ounce, the both of them ahead of Jay Shakura. Cooper Gallant, some of our folks saying watch out for that guy as well. I think I'd say it too. We'll be right back. Oh, we got a big time horse race going on in our Bassmaster Elite event, TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite. Happening right now as we get down closer to the final couple of hours of fishing in that one right there. Meanwhile, elsewhere on Smith Lake, of course, one of the most popular recreational lakes in America, especially this time of year. You know, here's your wake-up call right here.
He's trying to do the reverse move. Let's see how it works out for him.
Oh, come on, man.
Russian judges give it a 3.
Hey, you lost somebody. Go back and pick him up. And we can see a bit of the conditions that are being dealt with here and there around the Smith Lake area. Scattered thunder showers predicted around the area this afternoon, probably to weigh-in time and beyond. How about a Northland Daily Trivia question? Originally expected to take 5 years. How long did it take Lewis Smith Lake to fill? Was it 4 months, 11 months, 16 months, or 2 years? That's your question. I guess we're going to ask and answer it. Davey Hype, give it a shot there.
I do know it filled up quicker than they thought. I'm going B, 11 months.
11 months. Ronnie?
Just because it's the only one written funny, I'm going to go 16 months. I'll go 1 year and 4 months.
All right, just to be contrary, I'll say 4 months. It's so steep around here, it doesn't take long for that water to get down in there. Davey Hype.
Here we go.
Davey Hype on 11. Due to record
1961.
rainfall.
I was not born yet, Ronnie. I know that's exactly what you were thinking.
I just looked. I didn't say. I just looked.
I was not shaving yet.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Man, 4 years ahead of plan.
4 years ahead.
4 years ahead.
Okay.
Think of it.
That's really amazing.
This lake will fill up in 5 years. It only took 11 months. Record rains that year.
Tommy nailed it though. With these hills, if you get some rain, it's going
It
straight
doesn't take long to get
down.
Pretty big watershed in that region.
See,
I would have known that if I would have had the commercial break to research how much rain happened in 1961. I would have known.
Yeah.
You know, like, so you caught
And
me.
you'd have done it too. That's the weird thing. Tied for the lead, Robert G. Taku Ito. Taku with his 1 win with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Robert G got some cameras around him and also some spectators. You see him directing traffic a little bit. This is difficult for the camera, the still photographers. They want to stay out of the way, but when these guys are looking for these fish, they're on a trolling motor hard and they're snaking around. It's hard to know which way he might go next.
I'm gonna try to hit these with the hair. Watch out so I don't smack you. I gotta whip this thing into the wind.
He laid down a shad-shaped worm and picked up a hair jig. He's been using those 2 baits all week.
God,
Taku's hooked up. Boy, every fish counts.
Yeah. No, I think yes. Yes, sir. I think probably.
Got 3 fish. He's entered as 2-0.
A 2-pound fish is his smallest one. If this can beat that, it goes in, gives him the outright lead, at least for the time being.
I think it's going to help a little bit.
5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
5.
Hopefully.
Huge cull.
Huge cull. 5 ounces right now is.
It really is.
Like 5 pounds some tournaments.
Yeah, very. Oh. Okay. I will check the fish.
Taku, like a lot of other anglers, he trusts his scale down to, within a few ounces. Now he'll use a balance beam to just be sure.
Okay. You don't want to make any mistakes here.
Dead.
Been 5 fish over 3 pounds today. Tyler Williams has 2 of them. Taku has 1. The biggest is JT Tompkins. Still hasn't filled his limit.
なんか出てくる。あ、黄色か。今ちょっと黄色だな。取れちゃった。黄色。
Half ounce, Tom.
Half ounce adjustment now for Robert G. It's the wind or
The wind
depth,
probably has
you know?
a lot to do with that, yes.
Because we're talking about he was pinpoint deadly earlier.
Oh,
with
yeah.
calm with 90 to 100 feet away with the wind now. Yeah, Davey, to get it there and at least present it correctly.
You want the right speed, the right rate of fall, but the most important thing is get it close to the fish. Kind of give and take.
And you gotta give a little to get a little in that one.
But like Charlie Hartley said, back in the 08 Classic, this is when it changed the way I thought about dock fishing as a kid was, I'm not worried about getting the fish out, I'm worried about getting the bite, and then we'll deal with that when we get it. So you could choose 3/8 ounce and not get it there, or you get it there and we'll deal with the second part later.
Very healthy. Yep. Take care is healthy. Shiro. Ow.
Look how lively those fish are and Taku's lively. And fizzing those fish immediately has a lot to do with that.
で次白と黄色は今やったから白と赤 Oh yeah, okay.
That helped a lot.
Yeah. This fish this 1, 2 Okay, yeah. And yellow, red.
It's, you see, right before you let that fish go, and I've done it
right.
1,000 times also, you just want to be 100%. You don't release a fish to win the tournament for you. So.
It has happened a few times.
Okay, next, blue. Oh yeah, I gotcha. And red is heavier. Okay. And this next is blue.
Two separate live wells. Once you get those fish narrowed down that you are 100%, you put them on the beams. You put your 2 smallest ones over on one side. If you catch another one's close, you go right there and you can cull with that balance beam and know that you're 100% correct.
Spending that time to get that all squared away could pay off later.
Our scales have come a long way, just like everything else, but those balance beams, they will not lie.
Yeah.
A thunderstorm, pouring rain, it doesn't matter.
As Taku Ito fizzes his fish so that they are perfectly healthy in the live well, and maybe that upgrade will give him the official or unofficial lead over Robert G. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and we had talked about it just a few minutes ago. Robert G's desire to win finally, knowing he's good enough to compete, but can I finally break through when it's needed and win at this top level? And I wanted to go through our top 10. Maybe you're new to the Elite Series, maybe you're someone watching online that doesn't know some of these anglers. They all have quite the pedigree. When we think about our top 10 and how they are as winners, 4 of them that are listed right here, 5 overall, have won Bassmaster Opens. You have JT Tompkins in 2022 at the Chesapeake. Same goes for Cooper Gallant 2022 at Cherokee. And then last year, Kyle Patrick and Tyler Williams winning at Watts Bar and Lake of the Ozarks, back-to-back weeks actually. They all got their big Bassmaster victories the last 2 seasons. Cody Huff, he came through our college route. A lot of these guys didn't fish in the college series. He did through Bethel University, won the 2018 championship, and then he wins the 2019 bracket to make it to the Classic and go to the next level in the Opens and qualify. On the Elite Series, the top level of the sport of fishing, we have a new winner, Corey Johnston, finally breaking through this year at the St. John's, 21 at the St. Lawrence, Taku won, and 2022 at the St. Lawrence, Jay Shakur won. Corey also has an Opens victory. I mentioned the 5th guy. He won in 2021 in the fall at the St. Lawrence as well. And then this year, our Classic champion, Justin Hamner, he has been on camera all 4 days. He is in his home state of Alabama. He won the biggest prize in the sport of bass fishing and the biggest accolade you can, the Classic Trophy. So that's 9 of our 10 who have won at a stage of the Bassmaster level. Robert G looking to get his big breakthrough moment today. Our day 3 leader. Maybe he'll actually be able to lead 2 days in a row. No one's done that this week. We've had switches every day.
That's right. That is absolutely right. We talk about the wolf packs out there with those spotted bass. We got another kind of wolf pack underway right there. The chase is on out there. Man, oh man, I don't know what you call that phenomenon.
Finally made it out here. I've been looking for them all week. Finally, Sunday, 4th of July week, got ahead of us. They are coming out in wolf packs.
Oh yeah. Not going to worry about those passing thunderstorms. Our anglers certainly are not. They got more important business at hand right now, and Taku Ito been able to move 5 ounces ahead. Robert G, the 2 were tied until just a few minutes ago. Ito on top, but still very, very close, all the way in the top 3 spots. And of course, Patrick Gallant, Johnson as well, also capable of getting up in there. Be right back. Championship Sunday, TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake in Alabama. It's been tight all the way through this tournament. I mean, tight tolerances. What it takes to get ahead is not a lot, but Taku Ito with 5 ounces has taken over the lead. He was tied formerly with Robert G. Those 2 until about 20 minutes ago. Jay Shakur still hanging in there very, very close. Cooper Gallant, Kyle Patrick, and Corey Johnston all sitting there with a shot. It'll take some doing, but Taku Ito on a precarious position on top of that leaderboard, but he could well be the man that hangs on to take his 2nd Bassmaster Elite title. Going to be very exciting all down the line. We've got 2 hours and some change for fishing time left on this day. Thunderstorms in the area, but a little sprinkle every now and then, or a downpour.
So nice to be able to watch 1 through 4 right here on the same screen. Be able to watch.
Yeah, of course.
One fish that'll make a difference for any one of these guys. Catch a 3.5 pounder.
Yeah, you can't blink now. You don't want to miss anything.
Casted a little better.
Towel is still wet.
Missed them. They're swimming away from me.
That was Robert G. Unfortunately, talking about the groups of fish down close to the dam, he's having to chase them.
We've got actual fishing time available of 2 hours and
20.
19 minutes.
Yeah, 2 hours 19, 2 hours 20 minutes.
Right now, of course, they'll have to spend some time running, so you subtract that amount of time they'll have a bait in the water.
Because of the weather, I think the traffic is not what it would have been this afternoon. So that would be a factor, how far away you're fishing. If you had that normal recreational traffic for it being a Sunday in late June, I don't think that's going to be as much of a factor. Obviously, if you're 2 miles from the ramp versus 10 miles from the ramp, it is still a factor. But with boat traffic, that 10 miles could have taken twice as long as it will this afternoon, more than likely.
And Tyler Williams, Justin Hamner, they're pretty far up Rock Creek, and so they're a much longer. And
probably
then
10 miles or so,
Taku's halfway down the creek, and then once you get out of the creek, you get to Robert G before you make your turn to the arm where takeoff is, and that's where the rest of our top 10. The other 5 are within, you know, a hop, skip, and a jump of takeoff. So.
As an angler, you have to start thinking about how much will you push being on time.
Yeah.
So 1 pound per minute if you're late. A penalty that we have seen is a real penalty.
Be a killer here
this week. But I think all 10 anglers knew when they started this morning that one fish could win for anyone fishing today in our final 10. Now we're seeing it play out. It's not even going to take, you know, that one miracle fish. Just one good 2 3/4 pound spotted bass could win for any one of the 4 we have on camera right there, right now.
Absolutely.
So do you go in to be sure you're going to be on time, leave yourself 5 minutes on the table, or do you push it until the last minute? Because you certainly can catch a, you know, that 2 3/4 pound fish that would win it for you in that 5 minutes that you don't want to leave on the table. But you know you'll get a 1 pound penalty if you're a minute late. That could cost you the tournament also.
Boy, that's the figuring you have to do.
Well, I messed up the other day saying Trey McKinney will leave this event leading the Angler of the Year. Forgot to add the little preface that if he makes it in on time.
Yes.
As he missed and was 7 minutes late. And then
I found out the curse this week. My team's been great overall in fantasy, Tommy, but I realized I did pick Trey for Drain the Lake, and this is by far just royally messed both of us up.
Well,
so.
I mean, and that was almost a kick-in right there.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a
exactly.
safe
I was
bet.
counting the big bass points before they hatched.
Before they were actually accrued.
Maybe we should change the name to Ronnie will drain your ALY points instead of Drain the Lake. Here we go.
I think we have seen this boat dock before.
A little higher stakes for Trey McKinney, Ronnie.
Yeah. Ooh, largemouth. He's 5 pounds 9 ounces back. Smallest those 111, so this is going to be a difference maker here.
He's got 3 under 2 pounds.
Wow, kind of skinny, but he is long.
Just when you think we've narrowed it down to 4 people.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey,
no doubt.
You know,
it's not quite so fast.
He's 5'14" back. He
just came through that huge rainstorm, drying off a little bit, and that'll help you. What rain?
Yeah.
It's speaking of ALY points, I know I was just making a joke, but that fish right there is probably going to mean at least a couple more ALY points for Justin.
You got to think, yeah.
He might widen his lead if Cody Huff falls a few from 5th down a little bit to 8th, and he moves up from 9th to 7th. That's 5 or 6 extra points.
Yeah.
You won't have to get the last 2 events.
Sitting in 7th and 8th right now as it stands, Huff and Hamner.
We always talk about the cool things of unique wins and opportunities, and guys like Taku, Corey, Shakira, who have won elites, to be able to win elites on all species would be something that not many have ever done. Smallmouth, one with all smallmouth, one with all spots, one with all largemouth. These guys, with Taku and Jay, have done all smallmouth. So they would get the all spots.
Oh, that's right.
Corey did the all largemouth earlier this year. He would do the all spots. And so I know Walters has done an open on all spots and then fork for the elite with largemouth and St. Lawrence with smallmouth. So it's kind of a trifecta of victories, which means you've had a good career, Davey.
And anglers keep up with that stuff. You're right, it's meaningful that you can win a tournament, not just in your backyard with all largemouth or smallmouth, depending on where you're from. It's certainly, I know I kept up with those things, and it's gratifying to actually had a win with largemouth, smallmouth spot, and a mean mouth.
Just give them a different look, I guess.
That was the consolation for Tyler Williams last week, or last event at Wheeler. He weighed in 4 one day, but he had all 4. He had a mean mouth, smallmouth spot, and largemouth. He just missed the cut because they weren't nearly what they needed to be.
Almost hit for the cycle.
Come on, babies.
Boy, Robert G. He's feeling it.
I'm gonna catch one slipping here in a minute.
You can just hear his boat. You can tell that trolling motor is
singing, isn't it?
Singing. It's on wide open.
Yeah.
Looking for that one fish. He knows he's that close.
Back to Corey Johnston. Looking for a bunch of 3-pounders today. They haven't quite showed up.
Keep in mind, Corey doesn't weigh his fish, and he's always a little under on his estimate, so he's probably not as far out of the picture as we think.
Could well be true. He's listed just under 11 pounds now. He could have 12.
And he's been pretty even on his entries. 2 fish, 2-0, a 2-4,
Yeah.
a 2-8.
We talked about that on the first day. When you downsize those 4 or 5 ounces times 5 fish, it's
come in 1.5 pounds, 2
Yes.
pounds light. That's huge this week.
And he's hooked up.
I don't know if it'll help or not. I don't think so. No.
Didn't have to look at that one long.
Sure did.
Oh.
Also leads me to believe his smallest fish might not be 2 pounds.
Might not
he
be.
He didn't look at
yes,
that one
yes,
twice, and it was
also
close
evidence of that.
Very close.
No doubt about it. Oh, the plot thickens here. Smith Lake in Alabama. We didn't know really what to expect when we came here, except clear water, lots of fish, and boy, we've had a lot of tight competition is what has showed up here. And it's gotten ratcheted down even further here on the final day. Got a lot of business to take care of before we're over here. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite on Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama, sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. As we wind down the hours here, trying to catch up on what we have seen here on this spectacular day, final championship Sunday of this tournament here with our Bassmaster midday report. We're going to focus on 3 anglers here, starting with Wisconsin's Jay Shakura.
He's been the most consistent angler. We've had Justin Hamner on camera all 4 days, but Jay Shakura has really just lived in that 3rd, 2nd place area. Today he was leading a lot of the day. Jay Shakura is certainly someone that has a chance to win this event late in the day. He's been catching his fish all week long on a baby Z2 with a 3/8 ounce jig head. That has been his bait, and he has used exclusively that. Using it on that Mark Zona custom light Lou's rod there. That,
see?
Yeah, Mark Zona's.
Hello.
But Sneaky Jay has just been incredible ever since he made it to the Bassmaster Elite Series we talked about earlier, winning that tournament, winning Rookie of the Year, over 100 pounds of smallmouth. Sneaky Jay has got a chance to hold his 2nd blue trophy over his head this afternoon.
Avoiding the ups and downs as always. 3rd place all day long pretty much. How about Robert G. started the day with the lead? He was a little slow getting started. He had a plan though.
He had a plan, and I like his plan. It was kind of my style. It burnt me many times fishing the Bassmaster Series, but also high risk. Sometimes you'll have a reward, and Robert G has set himself up for that. Started out this morning in the lead, and right now, within an ounce or two, who knows, but he's right there. His plan was fish close to the dam most of the time, not as many bites, not as many fish, but hey, there's no little fish down here. I haven't caught a 1.5 pound or less fish all week down in this one area. They can't live down here. The stripers will eat them. Can't argue with that. He certainly sounds like he's got a good plan. Unofficially in second place, Robert G. Guess the only one in the field that wants to hold that first Bassmaster trophy over his head. Hopefully he can get that done this afternoon.
Been cool to see his progression from the college series at the University of Tennessee, gaining confidence, go to the Opens, really show out, be so ever consistent in the top 5 in points all year. Now he wants to be number 1 if he gets the choice.
Catching most of his fish on a Yamamoto shad shaped worm and a hair jig.
Everybody watching Taku Ito throughout the course of this tournament loves this lake, absolutely fishes the way he loves to fish, and he has taken to it like, well, a fish to water.
Get to pressured lakes, clear water, even if they don't have smallmouth bass like Taku loves to fish for, you know he's going to be a player. A little farther down in the standings than we expected him to be. He's had an incredible career. He always seems to be in the Classic Cut. Was out of that coming in this tournament, but he has certainly put himself right back in the middle of that. Inside the cut by just a little bit. Great fisherman, shallow, deep, but clear water is his deal. He loves finesse and grew up fishing heavily pressured lakes in Japan. Listen, his 2 baits, the pancake and the big dice. Very different than the other 2 anglers. Magnum dice. Lost
Had a big one on, lost that one. Oh. That was a crusher right there, but it did not take long to recover.
He caught one right after that called him, got him basically exactly tied, maybe a slight lead. And then during our storm, the storm hadn't hit everybody, but when it hit him, he was able to catch one that probably helped him keep the lead.
That lead is all of 5 whole ounces, that's estimated, per bass track, but we think we're pretty close to that right now. Robert G. trailing by just a little bit. Jay Shakura, Cooper Gallant, Kyle Patrick, Corey Johnston. You got to say, those 6 still have a shot at it. And a couple of hours fishing time remaining for our 10 out there who have worked so hard to get there.
You look at that, and 6 ounces separating the top 3 places, and that is 6 ounces over 4 days at this point, right at 4 days.
Weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can check that out on Bassmaster.com. And as it stands right now, the man on the Yeti hot seat, the guy you want to be, is Takumi Ito. Let's get back live out on the lake now.
You might be watching. You're not probably far from Cullman if you're in Alabama. You could probably get there.
Absolutely. It'd be fun.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-oh. You don't want to see him making a call.
Never good when you see an angler using his phone because he's probably calling tournament director.
6 fish in a live well. Yep. Yes. Yes, ma'am. All right. All right. Thanks. Yep. Bye.
Might not have heard what he said. He told the tournament director he had 6 fish in the live well.
I really get back now.
Well, Davey, so we know 5 fish limit, stay regular. You can't have 6 in the live well and continue fishing. He has 6 fish, continued to fish, so now he has to cull down to 5, and he will receive a 2-pound penalty later. 2 pounds, Davey, is 40 spots this week, so 2 pounds on the final day. It's going to probably keep him down in that 8th, 9th, 10th range, no doubt.
That's tough.
Just when we saw him catch that largemouth a few minutes ago, thinking, man, he probably made 3 or 4 points there. He just lost probably 3 or 4 points.
It's a keeper.
Hamner doesn't know it. You're in 8th.
Can't complain.
You drop back because of your mistake, and the guy who's right behind you catches one immediately after to for sure pass you. Now it's going to be a big.
It's so tight. He would have lost those 2 spots in there.
Yeah.
He's going to have to finish 10th unless he catches some more.
Oh yeah.
But that's only losing 1 AOI point because he's at the end of day 9. Cody
JT
Huff has
Tompkins
fallen a
was
couple spots.
Unknown to JT, he is going to be moving up due to that mishap.
What a tournament. What a tournament.
Oh, my gosh. Start to finish, it has been terrific. All you had to do was reset your pounds expectations, and the competition is even better, even tighter, more keen. These guys showing what they're made of out there.
Yeah, and we saw fish caught, largemouth and spotted bass caught right on the shoreline on top water. Had some great footage, glide baits, all those things. And then our leaders, starting today, Robert G. fishing over 200 plus feet of water. A lot of diversity and a lot of fish being caught here this week.
If you want to check out the continuing coverage, you can on Bassmaster.com. Live mix coming up next. Bass Live back here in the Bassmaster studios, sponsored by Marathon. The weigh-in also taking place on Bassmaster.com. Starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. It will be an interesting weigh-in, to say the least. Everyone will be on the edge of their seats. Will it be this man, Robert G., the rookie, knocking out his first win with the Bassmasters? Will it be Taku Ito? Shakira Gallant, Kyle Patrick even, or Corey Johnston? And oh man, what a day we have had here. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up just around the corner, live horse racing, America's Day at the Races, is coming up next. We'll see you next time on the Bassmasters.
Welcome back. We are back with the final hour of live mix on this beautiful, and I say beautiful, and you could argue that's a little warm, but not too bad, fellas. We are nearing the end of the day, only a couple hours left to fish, and still a lot to be determined. You look at the top of the leaderboard, and there are no certainties. Plenty of things to be left decided, and I'm now joined by maybe the best for last. Maybe that's what we did, save the best for last, with John Garrett, Bryant Smith. Guys, thanks for joining us. And tight leaderboard. That's been like that all week. We have seen close weights, and John, you made the comment before we got on. This has been one of the first tournaments, all year where it hasn't been, fairly lopsided by the end of the final day. They haven't been, all super, runaways, but they end up being that maybe in the last little bit. But we're gonna have a close one here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a tournament we all kind of needed. I mean, Bryant will agree, like, heading into this tournament, we heard so much negativity from, I guess, us anglers in general about why we're here. I think this has been one of the most fun tournaments we've had this year as far as fish being caught, and literally one crack of the bat, or I guess one small bend in your spinny pole away from making a huge change in this tournament. I mean, anyone in the top 6 or 7 right now, or really top 10, can catch one big one and win this thing. So it's nice to see, and a little anticipation build up on who could potentially win this thing.
Seems like each day we've kind of seen a later bite window as well. It obviously starts to get hot. Each day the sun has came out about this time, and it has really warmed up. But the bite has also warmed up. Brian, did you see that, throughout the tournament, that there were obviously bite windows of some sort? But late in the day, there have been some big moves just about every day of the tournament.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we have a lot of spotted bass back home,
sure,
and it's definitely a species that I feel like I know pretty well, and they like sun. They're very similar to a smallmouth, where they like sun, and, there was always that morning bite where, if you had an area of fish, like I had an area where I could go catch 5 keepers pretty quick, and then as the day went on, it got a little slower, 10, 11 o'clock. You're like, okay, I need to go change something. And then, man, it's almost like a light switch. 12:30, 1 o'clock, that's when I tended to catch my bigger ones. I think a lot of guys, John, I think you would say the same thing. Those bigger ones started becoming more available as the day went on.
Absolutely, and hopefully that's what we're expecting here. Obviously, right behind us, you can see the TNT fireworks stand, and hopefully here in the last couple hours we're going to see some fireworks. And looks like we're moving out to Cody Huff. John, one of your roommates, I asked Logan Parks this morning. You guys obviously roomed together, have been doing the YouTube series this year, which has been great. Everybody's enjoyed that. And, I asked Logan, and I'll ask you as well, what's it been like to see, a couple of your guys here in the top 10, obviously having a great tournament, and then, Robert G. having a great shot to win this tournament?
Yeah, it's been an awesome week for the house. Everybody that travels together knows, like, mainly not any tournament, we all do well. So it's kind of a nice break, and no one got left out doing well. And Cody just had an absolute stellar year. I mean, it seems like he is knocking on the door for a win for 2 years now, and having Rob having a legit chance to win this thing. It's a pretty good week for the house. Hopefully one of them can pull it off.
Brian, one thing I really was wanting to have you on for exactly what you brought up earlier is this fishery, fishes similar, I imagine, to some of the lakes that you're used to fishing in California. And I'm really curious, what are some of the similarities, that you picked up on really early and had a great finish here, obviously. So, kind of set that up for us, like how this compares to the fisheries that you fished and fish in California.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same species. It's the same strain of Alabama spotted bass that I fished for back home that they got in Smith Lake. They got them in the Coosa, all that. And I think the biggest thing that I knew going into it is if you get around them, they bite. And that was the cool thing about coming here kind of at an unconventional time of year in June. There's not a lot of places in the South in June where you can go get 40, 50 bites a day. It's just, it's usually a tough time of year. So I knew going into it that, you could go and make things happen as long as you can find them. And you just take that aggressive nature of a spotted bass and just, it's all about shots on goal out here. How many fish can you put it in front of the right ones? They're not all going to bite, but if you can put it in front of, a couple hundred fish a day, you're going to have your chances at having a good bag. And that's what I really relied on, is just that confidence that I had fishing for a spotted bass.
Absolutely. And this is the first time I brought up fantasy fishing, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. It's the first time I've brought it up in the last 3 days. But I just want to personally thank you for saving my team.
I got you.
I think you're the only person on my team. And I partially bring it up as well because John Garrett might be the only angler in the field to give me a hard time when I don't pick him for fantasy fishing. So we'll talk about Rapala Fantasy Fishing here for just a moment. But over to Jay Shakurat, and you talked about putting it in front of as many fish as you can. And I had the opportunity to cover Jay and Alex Redwine fishing in the same general area, for a couple of days. And it looks, it seems like they're on the deal where you're catching a lot of fish, but you're having to, weed through a lot of them, as where when you look at Robert G and even Taku, they're catching less fish, but they're finding those better than average size quality. So, in practice, how did you find or determine what was what? Because it's hard to leave fish that you can catch to just go fish for fish that are more difficult to catch. That's an obvious thing. But.
Yeah. These last two anglers, we had Cody Huff and Jay Security. I was around them the whole tournament. So, I take a little bit of pride in okay, I found the right ones. I just didn't catch the right ones this week. I didn't get that, 3.5, 4 pound bite that really would have, got me up there. But finding these fish, you just have to, at home, I just run around like a chicken with my head cut off. I just try to see as much of the lake as possible, cover as much water as I can, because these fish are going to be grouped up this time of year. That's the ones I was fishing for, and I think the ones that these guys are fishing for today, and what you talked about earlier, John, is those singles were definitely the bigger ones.
Yeah, I mean, you got most of the top 10 kind of close to takeoff here, and you can kind of separate this lake from what these fish eat, especially here close to the ramp. They're eating more threadfin. You see some balls of herring around, but they're mostly eating threadfin. It makes them easier to catch. But definitely the quality, kind of where Rob and kind of where Taku's starting to fish, the quality of the fish goes up because they're around more herring, but they're so much more difficult to catch, and there's less fish roaming out there. So here, like Bryant was saying, is like those fish here, JT hooked up, they're easier to catch, but the big ones are solos and doubles, and a lot of times roaming below the bait when you have a lot of wolf packs of smaller fish roaming up there in that bait. So being able to determine and target the better quality, and it's really hard not to throw at every bass you see, but not waste your time on the smaller ones, depending on what area of the lake you're in.
As you mentioned, we're watching JT Tompkins fish a boat dock, and this is we've seen a handful of guys fish boat docks today, but this is one of the more flat boat docks that I've seen anybody fish, at least, and that might be deceiving because Smith Lake, even when you're 20 feet off the bank, a lot of times is super deep, but it appears to be a little more flat than some of the other docks.
Yeah, he might be trying to catch that game changer largemouth. Kind of the X factor going into this tournament was if somebody could figure out those largemouth.
Sure, the bites seem fewer and more far between, on those fish. But like you said, obviously we saw Hunter Shryock on day one have such a stellar bag with big largemouth mixed in, but that bite, was hard to come by at times. During practice, though, is that something you guys kept honest? Brian, I'm curious to hear your answer because I'm sure you were looking forward to coming here and, doing what you normally do.
Yeah, I maybe made 5 casts for a largemouth in all the practice. I mean, I'll be honest, I maybe made 5 casts for a largemouth. I knew what I wanted to do going into this, and I knew I was going to have a comfort level with those spotted bass, and I relied on that.
So in those 5 casts, no largemouth?
They didn't bite, so I gave up on them. You can't say I didn't try.
Yeah. John, how about you?
I spent very little time. The first day, I really concentrated on strictly spotted bass. Day 2, I let the day kind of progress, and I went up to some of the flatter pockets just to see if there's any wolf packing, cruising largemouth. I didn't see any. And a little bit on day 3, I looked at some of that mid-range brush, and had JT's hooked up here. Let's see what he's got going on. Got him another one on a jig. But no, I looked at some of the mid-range brush, and I didn't see any largemouth. There could have been largemouth in there, but they were still hard to make bite. So I just really wrote it off unless I caught a really big bag of spots and I was going to try in the tournament, but I never did.
One of my favorite docks in the lake.
Yeah, I think I caught one largemouth in practice, and it was on a bridge piling in a school of spotted bass. He was lost. That was the only way I was going to catch a largemouth this week.
I only had 3 fish.
It's interesting because early on in the tournament, or even really before the tournament started, we heard of some of those largemouth mixing in, but at least from what we've seen on camera, it's been predominantly spotted bass, of course. And obviously spotted bass up shallow. We see JT Tompkins there measuring a keeper spotted bass.
The bite could be turning off.
I think. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, those spotted bass are everywhere. They don't. I mean, I saw them chasing in 6 inches of water while I'm out there panning around in 100 feet of water. This lake just has so many fish in it. It's unbelievable.
Bryant, being a bit of a spotted bass expert, you mentioned earlier the Alabama spotted bass, Alabama bass as they're referred to. Comparatively, when you think about that strain of spotted bass versus a Lake Lanier spotted bass or spotted bass fisheries that don't have this strain, are there any differences or do they act pretty similar?
For the most part, I think the 2 main strains that I know of are the Alabama strain and then the Kentucky strain. And that Kentucky strain that you see in like Kentucky Lake, kind of a little more north of here, they just don't tend to get as big.
Sure.
They have the same characteristics, still super aggressive. They just don't grow big like this Alabama strain does. And I think the whole key with this strain in particular, the ones I got back home, these ones in Smith, the ones in Lanier, Hartwell, all these fish, is you have to have a huge forage base to feed these things because they just eat. We got a lot of trout back home, which grows them big. We got kokanee, a ton of shad. The bluebacks here, all the shad in this lake, you need that big food base for these fish to thrive because they reproduce so much. There's so many of them, and they'll just eat a lake out a lot of times. We have a lot of tough fisheries now because they just eat the lake out. Right. It's crazy. They eat everything in front of them and they don't care. So having a big forage base is definitely the key to grow them big like we see.
Near like stripers.
Oh, 100%.
I caught one of the fish I weighed yesterday. There was a striper trying to eat the bass I was reeling in. So,
I believe it.
Yeah, those stripers eat everything.
Brian, what's the biggest spotted bass you've ever caught? I'm curious of what the largest you've ever caught. I'm sure it's got to be a tank.
7-1.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually caught it. What were they called then? One of the FLW Costas back then.
Yeah.
I caught it at Lake Shasta. I caught it on a jerkbait.
During the tournament?
During the tournament. Yeah. I made it was like 100. I love telling the story. I made like a 150-foot cast, or probably longer, because I had a 30-mile-an-hour wind behind me. So I just bombed this thing out there on a point, and I can't even feel what the jerkbait's doing. And this is before forward-facing sonar. So I'm just twitching along, and it just loads up. And I'm just slowly reeling it in, and I still can't feel, like the rod's just loaded a little bit. I even told my Cohen Glow, I don't need the net. I don't think it's very big. It's just swimming towards me. And I get it to the boat. I see it. Oh my gosh, that's huge. It gets like 3 feet from the net, and it dives down all the way under the motor. And I watched it go down on my 2D on my console down to 100 foot of water. Pulled it back up, got it close to the net, back down to 50 foot. Finally got it up the third time and got it in the boat. But man, yeah, 7-pounder in a tournament. It was crazy. And I think I only weighed 14 pounds.
Half your bag coming up one bass. John, I'm assuming it's not a 7-1, but what would be your?
My biggest spotted bass came from here. Actually, we had a college bass regional here, and I caught a 5.3 on a 5XD here a long time ago in the spring. But my biggest spotted bass.
That is a big one.
But I think it's cool watching JT and Tyler kind of try to make a swing at this tournament. They're not, they're not just like, hey, I'm happy to make the top 10. They're not going to catch a 10-pound bag of spotted bass. They're trying to catch a big bag of largemouth, which I like to enjoy. Someone trying to make a run at the top of the leaderboard and somewhat gamble. Not a whole lot of ground to lose, but you can gain a whole lot. Opportunity to win this thing. So.
And yeah, when you're coming into the day, further back, and further back's relative, compared to a lot of the tournaments we've had this year, even, 8th, 9th, 10th, obviously not quite as far back. But like you said, that was one of the things we talked about early this morning, is that was one of the wild cards. If those guys could catch some bigger largemouth out of those docks and brush, then, you really got nothing to lose as far as, falling back. And I'm sure you probably don't love Tyler Williams being out there today beating you out by just an ounce, but hey, this is the best case scenario. You're here, we're having a good time. This is the second best thing.
I would love to be there, but I'm glad I'm here right now. So I'm in the shade, nice cool breeze. Hasn't been that hot this week, really. I sweated a little, but not too bad. But yeah, not a bad week.
John, I want to ask you this, because obviously, people are familiar with your journey and your close calls in the opens to qualify a few times, and coming into this season, the success you're having, sitting inside the top 10 in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, and just really, really coming into your own on your first year on the Elite Series. Got your first win, sitting inside the top 10. What has this ride been like, and what has it meant to you, to be fulfilling your dream out here?
It's just crazy. It really is kind of surreal. Like I said, fish the opens for a lot longer than I like to. It wasn't like Bryant, who just come through and just put his foot down and just took it like it was nothing. But I don't know. It's like I felt like those years fishing the opens, I've learned from many mistakes on the water. Just how I approach practice, how I fish a tournament, and I don't know. I'm just glad to see. It might end the next tournament, but just kind of glad to see that I'm learning from a lot of mistakes I made in the past. And, just kind of when you get on a roll, you're on a roll. Right now, I'm kind of feeling like I'm making good decisions, but it don't last forever. So I'm going to enjoy it while it's here, and just thankful to be on the platform and be happy when I'm out there fishing. So.
And I know you obviously don't want to spend a lot of time in the opens, but they get you ready.
Oh.
Like that format, it gets you ready for this. And I think that's why, the rookie classes are having such great success.
Yeah, and that's so many people have asked me, like, John, what is going on with the rookies this year? I'm like, look, it's not just because it's the rookies this year. It's just a testament for what kind of anglers are in the Bassmaster Opens. I mean, it's like, not this, but I mean, it's almost the hardest trail to compete in, as you got 225 guys. Once you learn how to catch them with that many boats on the water every day, stepping up, I mean, these anglers as a whole are a whole lot better than we had in the opens as far as a 100-boat field. But it's nice to be able to fish where you want to fish. I mean, so few times this year I go to pull up somewhere and there's a boat there. So these guys, they do find everything, but they tend to be more mobile and move around versus the opens. When someone finds something, they sit in all day because they can't move. So it's just a testament to the Bassmaster Opens. There's a lot of really great anglers that are definitely good enough to be here that are not here. But once you make it through that schedule, yeah, it puts everybody through it for sure.
Absolutely. And there are some great anglers out there on Smith Lake right now trying to, gain those valuable points and those valuable ounces. That's what they're looking for. And one swing of the bat could be the difference in this tournament. And, we're going to keep an eye on it, and we'll keep it right here. But we're about to take a break right here on Live Mix. We are back here on Live Mix, Championship Sunday of the TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake. The leaderboard is still tight, and we really don't know at this point who it's going to be. And an hour and a half left to go. So much could change. And John, you made the comment right off the bat that right now somebody could catch a 2.5 pounder, as simple as that sounds, and that could be the fish that changes the game. So what's it going to take for Robert or one of these guys theoretically trailing on Bass Track to do that?
Literally, you said it, a 2.5 pounder. I mean, it's just, at all the fish that everybody's throwing at, really the top, Taku, Rob, and Jay, they're all right there within very close reach of winning this thing. And if they just happen to throw at one that's at 2.5 to 3 pound range, could literally be the winning fish, which I'm sure Rob sitting on that boat right now does not feel like a 2.5 pounder can win this tournament for him. But it's all real tight. I mean, Cooper's not too far back, but Cooper's got a nice bag. He'd have to catch a really nice fish to cull up to where he needs to be. But that top three is very tight right now.
What is it? Separated by less than a pound?
Less than a pound.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and give the viewers a little update on Bass Track and give us an idea of who's got what right now.
Yeah, Taku, he's got 12-13 in the live well. He just caught a 2.6. He's on Bass Track at least in the lead with 54.4. Robert G, he's about a little over half a pound behind him with 53.7. Jay 53.6. I mean, those guys are neck and neck. Coop's got 51.12 in fourth, but he has a good bag. He's gonna, like John said, he's gonna need a big one to really make a push. Kyle Patrick 51.12. He's right there with Coop. And I mean, everybody. Yeah. It's close.
Yeah, I mean, Rob and Jay have room to move. I mean, Corey still has a couple of 2 pounders. So, I mean, literally, I don't know how many times we say it, one good fish away. There's no telling what Justin Hamner has, because yesterday he said he has 7 pounds on Bass Track, and then he jumps back in the top 10.
Staying with Patrick Walters is really rubbing off on him.
That is no doubt. That is not good for Bass Track. Someone being around Patrick, not at all. Justin's trying to take Patrick's title on that, on being the biggest sandbagger, but. JT has a couple of good ones, but also a couple of real small ones, so he can cull up pretty easy. Cody has room to move up pretty much all the way around the board, and same thing for Tyler. He's got two big ones, 2 big 3-pound largemouth, and 3 real small ones. So anybody's ball game right now. Some people with a lot of room to move, and people like Coop and Kyle that have a good bag already. It's going to be tough for them to move. And now we see the party boats starting to come out.
Oh, yeah.
I don't believe that guy's going to stay on the board for very long. That might be why the boat's tilting back. I'm not real sure.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Oh, okay.
Kid as well.
All right, never mind.
Been a big story this week, and different opinions, and this might be it. Are they going to go down? They're getting way back there.
Dang.
There they go.
Yep. I can't even do it by myself. He's holding his little girl. My goodness.
That was
very, very impressive. And
and there's another one.
Probably the only person not impressed by that right now is Robert G.
Yep.
I think the pleasure boaters just like to see what we're throwing, because they sure do get close.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably, at least since I've been here this week, the most boat traffic I've seen. I know that later in the day, each day, it's gotten a little progressively worse. But what's been y'all's experience this week as far as boat traffic? Has it been as bad as you thought, or right about the same, or a little less?
A little less. I don't know if the storms or anything. I don't know what it was, but it hasn't been as bad as we thought. And the funny thing is we're out there where they're usually doing all the tubing and the wake surfing and everything. We're right in the middle of kind of their area. So, but yesterday it got a little bit in the bowl that I was fishing, but it hasn't been too bad.
No, it has not been bad at all. A lot of the Alabama hammers from the Bassmaster Elite Series really talked about how bad it was going to be. Has not been that bad. Really, the only changing factor from the boat waves is people like Rob, they're fishing by the dam and down by Rock Creek, is keeping enough water in live well, keeping those fish alive on the run back here to the back of Ryan Creek. But as far as fishing, has not really changed a whole lot. I mean, a lot of these fish are cruising anyway. Might push some a little deeper, which makes them easier to bite. But no, not bad at all, honestly.
Another tuber there.
Yep. Looks like she's way behind her tube. So she's doing some impressive swimming right now.
I think they forgot she fell off.
Good times here at Smith Lake, obviously. And, one thing that's been evident every time we've went to Robert G. and that I've really noticed, and right now it almost appeared the last cast he made was almost as if he was dragging something versus, throwing at suspended fish. But every time he is fishing for those suspended fish, the ones that are chasing bait, you can tell he is making extremely, extremely long cast. And then those fish are, in some of the clearest water in the lake, and that makes them a little more, weary of baits and pressure and things of that nature. So for you guys this week, how important was that? Like, if a fish got too close, was it much harder to catch? Did you have to get them out there on the end of a cast most of the time?
I want to hear your answer, because you caught bigger ones than me. I want to know how you caught those bigger ones.
Well, it just depends on, like I said, what area of the lake. Where Rob is, those fish are strictly herring eaters, and that water is very clear. There's more pressure down there, and you had to be careful, because if you made a long cast, you couldn't let your bait hit the water hard. If you let your bait hit the water hard, the fish would spook instantly. A big key on getting those big ones to bite, where Rob is, and even down here, is a fish had to be swimming. If a fish is swimming, it's on the hunt. And if you can make a cast and intersect and lead that fish while it's swimming, you had a much better chance of getting it to bite. And down here where he is, if you got within 40 foot of 40 foot of a fish from your boat, he quit swimming. He knew you were around, and he was not going to bite. But as you come up here to where you have more threadfin and small shad eaters, you get much closer to them. And I mean, I caught some down here 20, 30 foot away from the boat. But the big deal was not letting your bait hit hard, not letting them know you're around, and keep letting the fish swim. I mean, like I said, if they're swimming, they're definitely more likely to bite.
That was the answer I was looking for. That's the juice right there. That's good stuff. Yeah, it seemed like up where I was fishing, they were definitely, you could pull them all the way to the boat and then, keep messing with them up and down, and eventually you could talk them into it. But those singles and like John was saying, down the lake, they were definitely a lot trickier to catch.
Certainly appears as if all the rain has moved out. Even looking at Robert G. now, that's a thing of the past as well. It got fairly hairy there, it looked like, and I knew there was at least a chance for rain, but it's just a shower, and luckily for us, it hasn't made its way here, and hopefully it completely missed us. And
I was watching it on the Doppler, and it ripped straight through the center of this lake. So I think we're good. I don't know if there's anything behind it, but I think we're going to be good for a nice weigh-in.
Absolutely.
And a close weigh-in.
Yeah, absolutely. This is certainly one of those tournaments you're not going to want to miss weigh-in, because it could be any of the top 5 that we mentioned there. A closer look at one of Robert G's hair jigs, looks like a little smaller hair jig. And I'm curious if John Garrett is sitting there thinking, I bet he wishes they weren't showing that. Maybe that's something that he's been keeping under wraps a little bit. What do you know? We're going to interrogate you here for a minute. Go. What do you know?
Let's beat it out of him.
Yeah, what do you know about that?
I know too much. I don't want to get hunted down after this, so I know a little too much.
That's just an East Tennessee thing as it is. Hair jigs, small, large, whatever it might be. My dad is actually from Rogersville, Tennessee, East Tennessee, and that's something that he does a good bit, whether it be a shad colored jig or even a brown crawdad jig.
Yeah.
So
I'll say this about Rob. We're all really tunnel vision focused on what Taku and Koya and all the Japanese anglers are using. Rob is one of the most technologically advanced anglers. He's one of the best on his electronics, and man, he has some absolutely sneaky stuff, and so sneaky he don't let the house know about it a lot of times. And if I'm fishing an area and Rob is around, I fish around a Rob a lot this week. I've never caught more fish than Rob fishing an area that he's been in. He is one of the best fishermen I know to make fish bite and get them in the boat. He's going to be dangerous up north when we go fish for smallmouth. He hasn't had a ton of experience doing that, but he can make a lot of fish bite. He's got a lot of tricks under his hat, so I don't think this is going to be the last tournament we see him push for a blue trophy for sure.
No doubt about it.
Cody Huff made me feel that way. We started in the same spot, and at least 3-1.
Yeah.
I'm just like, come on. You are that good at it.
Yeah.
It's so impressive to watch.
I got a little something to tell about Cody. So,
please do.
As we know, Cody won the first couple major tournaments ever to be won on forward-facing sonar, but he got that forward-facing sonar while we was in college, and he brought it back after a little break at home. He was like, John, man, he's like, you've got to get in this boat and look at this thing with me. And at the time, I just kind of went with everybody saying that, dude, that's just for crappie fishing. I don't want to see it. You're full of yourself. It don't help us. And we went to back-to-back college tournaments, and he won both of them. I was like, hey, man, let me jump in. Please take me fishing. Let me learn what you're doing. But no, Cody is really good at that. And, man, we're seeing some of the best at it right now at the top of our leaderboard. So
Jay's another one. Just a sniper with that thing.
Jay is just so nonchalant, scary good.
Oh, yeah.
Every single place, like, man, I'm in Alabama. I don't think I'm going to catch anything. And two top fives, maybe win this tournament. Man, such a good dude, on and off the water. And, man, it just seems like he doesn't care when he's out there, but he just catches them better than...
He's a machine.
Yep.
He's a machine.
Certainly a comment I made the other day from the standpoint of fantasy fishing, there's always favorites of each tournament and guys that get selected very highly. And Jay Shakurit's becoming one of those anglers that you could pretty much just plug on your roster just about anywhere, to y'all's credit, because nothing phases him. And if you don't believe me, just watch his demeanor. I don't think anything phases him, whether it's fishing or anything else that's going on, of course. And, Brian, one thing you mentioned earlier about, you and Cody Huff fishing in the same area, and I don't necessarily believe you, but you said he was catching more fish than you were. And
it was embarrassing.
One thing, I brought it up a few times. I got to cover Jay and Alex in this general area, and they weren't the only two boats in there. There were a handful of boats in there, and each day it seemed like one guy just had the hot hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't, there's nothing you can really put to it. I don't know that it was anything different than just being at the right place at the right time, finding the right group. But did you see a lot of that as well this week?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There was always the guy that caught that fish that just put them ahead of everyone else in that area, whether it was 3 3/4 or 4-pounder, whatever it was. That bigger bite, because everybody's going to catch the same base limit, right? It's that one standalone, or if you get 2 3-pound bites, that's what's really going to put you ahead everywhere else. And man, it's getting them to bite. These guys have the guys fishing today have figured out how to get those big ones to bite. But there's a little bit of luck involved, because, it's not like you're just pulling up to a point because you got a waypoint there and you're going to make 6 casts and leave. It's just drop your trolling motor, get to work, and see if you can hunt a couple big ones down.
Yeah, no, I'm stressing.
And when you're in one of those situations, where you're seeing other guys around you catch them, and, in certain scenarios where, another angler is catching them maybe better than you are, I guess you could take it mentally from two different aspects. One aspect being you see that and you're like, I can't believe this is happening. Or number two is, you see it and you're like, I'm in the right area at least. I just got to put my head down and go to work. What approach do you try to take? Or, in a lot of scenarios, you see guys leave areas because of that. You don't even want to see it. So how do you guys approach that mentally?
Luckily, with, forward-facing sonar, you can kind of block it out because I'm just going to be staring at my Lowrance. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to block everything out. The second you look up and you're panning around, and you might miss one. So that's one way that I tend to do it. I just keep my eyes really glued on it and just try to ignore everything else that's happening. But yeah, when they're jumping in Cody's boat, it is distracting. He did that to me at Champlain last year too. We started in the same spot the day he was leading day one. We got Jay hooked up.
Might be a better fish here for Jay Shakira.
You can never tell. He's just so nonchalant about it.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Had me fooled, but it could be a fish that helps him. He's going to check it right here, and as he does that, John, what is your approach when that happens? Because even pre-forward-facing sonar, you would experience things like that fishing Tennessee River ledge lakes and things of that nature.
Yeah, Brian hit the nail on the head with that comment. It's like, if I'm looking at other people more than I'm focusing, they're going to be catching more because I'm not focused.
Sure.
So when I'm around other boats, it's kind of tunnel vision on me, detecting bites, what I need to do, how I need to shake my worm, wiggle my worm down there to make one bite. But like I said, if I'm noticing someone else wearing me out on the water, then I'm going to get beat because I'm not paying attention. So either A, make some kind of bait change because they're biting but not biting where you're throwing, or hats off to the guy that's beating them down. I mean, that's what it is most of the time. Like you said, it's about out here, just some people get hot hands, and Brian said it too, it's just you're not pulling up to one waypoint making a cast. It's whether you turn left just far enough or turn right just far enough on the trolling motor. And sometimes those intuitions in your head, it's just kind of that people have that gift like Jay does that just, his intuition's always correct. It seems like he doesn't make many mistakes on the water. And yeah, some people are going to be beating you out there. So
certainly going to happen with such a talented field. And back to JT Tompkins, who's still focusing on those boat docks. And we talked a little bit about the shallow water bite and the guys that are in the top 10 still trying to make that work and potentially try to catch those largemouth, that could really give you a chance to jump up from the bottom of the leaderboard, in the top 10. But, brush piles is one thing that we've talked about a lot this week, and it seems as if, and we can't tell right this second because we're not looking at his craft, but a lot of these brush piles, these boat docks have man-made brush piles around them. Did you guys find that to be true through practice? Did you ever, find man-made brush piles that you targeted?
Yeah. A lot of, you said it earlier. A lot of these docks are just out over so deep of water. You can't really put one on the bottom and actually make it as effective. So a lot of times they'll hang a Christmas tree or some sort of brush, just hang it underneath the boat dock, and you'll see it got a little frustrating because those fish the boat or the dock owners, they put it dead center. If they know what's going on, they put it dead center under that boat right there, and you just can't get to them. But that's definitely a player, and that's probably a way to kind of protect their fish. But they hold a lot of fish for sure.
As we see JT do, it's a great way just to catch a largemouth or a spot. He's not completely risking his tournament by doing this because he's going to catch some keeper spot bass along the way.
Sure.
But yeah, brush piles, definitely a way to go when it's hot. And I mean, as I've seen on that lower end through the day, and you'll see Robert not throwing as many fish, is as the day progressed down towards the dam, you've seen those herring eaters start to move to cover and structure. Whether it was a floating brush pile or it was a piece of cane on a point or whatever. But
sure.
They hold fish all year round, but especially after the spawn.
And you can see each cast that he's making. Obviously, he's skipping the jig way up underneath the dock, and that's kind of to Brian's point that you really have to get up underneath those. And brush or not, the more the more difficult cast you can make that, another angler can't make, that's always going to help you as well. Going over to Corey Johnston, somebody that we haven't seen here in just a little while, but looks like he's hooked up here and having a great event as well. And after a tough one at Wheeler, stumbled at Wheeler a little bit and fell down the AOY standings and
a little better.
Had a short memory and having a really, really good event here at Smith Lake.
Yeah, what I'm impressed with about Corey is that he don't have a butt seat up there. I always lead back on my butt seat the entire time, and he's just out there being a real man, I guess, and just enhancing all the adversity. But yeah, he's definitely been on a roll, and we're going to some waters I feel like he's going to be very comfortable in. So he's going to be able to make a push in that AOY race, I would say. So.
What makes you say that? Does he normally do good in New York? Or
people say it, but
he's just got a feeling he might get lucky this year.
He might catch.
He's got
catch
a hunch.
One. Yeah.
It's so funny watching these northern guys reel in they're used to reeling in 5-6 pound smallmouth, and they just reel these little spotted bass in like they're nothing. I'm over here like playing a 2-pounder, loosening my drag and everything. They just hammer down.
Yeah, I think these guys and Koya really last year at Champlain and Jay and the Johnstons, and we all tend to go light line, but I'm not sure if they do or not because they fight those fish so hard.
God, they pull them so hard.
So maybe we downsize a little more than we should, but they definitely don't waste time getting them in the boat.
Mm-mm.
And saves a lot of fishing time, man, because we're out, you fight fish for 45 minutes a day.
Mm-hmm.
They fight them for 15. They got a lot more fishing time on their hand.
Yeah, especially in a place like here or like a Champlain, when you get around a group of fish, you want to get back down into them.
Looking at Jay Shakurat there from Corey Johnston's boat. So, as we mentioned earlier, it's such a popular area, assuming they're in the same creek that they focused in on all week. And probably the first time I would say all day that we've seen two anglers extremely close to each other, or at least close enough to where you could shoot from one angler to the other. Interesting to see.
Surprised they're not mad at each other. Can't you see them fishing here? This is my middle of the river.
Yeah. It's my 4-mile stretch. Yeah.
I've got from here to the dam. Hooked up again.
He's around a group of them.
We'll see if this one helps him. And to your credit, just whinging them in.
Yeah.
And it's not like these spotted bass don't fight. I mean, these are very, very strong fish. And as we mentioned earlier with the Alabama bass, I mean, you see them on the Coosa River and all the other lakes that they're on, they are incredibly strong. So definitely got the setup dialed in just to be able to winch them in.
Yep, and that's not a tiny one.
No, it's certainly not.
Yeah.
Certainly not. Fish care obviously being such an important thing this tournament. Anytime you're talking about summertime tournaments and making sure that your fish are in good health and the water's right in the live wells and things of that nature is so important. Talk to the viewer a little bit about the things that you can do while you're out there, to try to help preserve the fish. And I know that Skeeter, we saw it earlier, has those pads, and maybe you guys can talk about that a little bit as well.
Yeah, I bought 60 pounds of ice every day. I fill my entire cooler on the center console of my Skeeter. That thing's full of ice, and then I actually carry another bag of ice in a little soft cooler. I just make sure that I keep that water as cool as possible, because that water temp that you're seeing, high 80s, low 90s, that's just on top. Those fish are coming out of cooler water, so you don't want to shock them and put them into that hot water. In the cooler you can keep that water, the more oxygen it's going to take. Leave your live wells on all day. Don't turn them off. I put the G juice in there. Oxygenator, you just try to do as best you can. Keep them as comfortable as possible, stress-free. Don't be messing with them. I try not to look at them a lot. Just check them real quick. Okay, cool. Fizz your fish if they're coming out deeper water. all little things that they could really add up. And then the foam on top, if it gets rocking and rolling, you don't want them bouncing and hitting the top of the live well. You want them hitting something soft. Just try to take as best care you can.
Yeah, that foam mat actually, I feel like keeps the cooler in there. And another thing it does, it dims down the light in the live well. It's not bright. I don't think they freak out as much in there. And I don't know if you do, but we have that pedestal hole in our live wells, and I think that allows some oxygen to come in and out. Yeah, a lot of ice. I mean, they make fish lungs to pump pure oxygen in there, and G-juice to kind of get rid of that pure water, maybe a little chlorine that's in that ice.
In the ice, yep.
But it's important. I mean, there's a lot of fish being caught on Smith Lake and all around the country right now. We got high water temps, and being able to get them fish back in the water alive is going to keep us catching more fish and our kids in the future. So.
Absolutely. We got to leave these places, as good or better after we leave.
Yeah.
While we have a minute, I do want to ask you guys, we've talked about Champlain and the northern swing coming up. Not only is it going to be a little cooler weather and, maybe a little less sweat up there, it's a place that there's a lot on the line for both of you. Obviously, John, with the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, trying to climb up that leaderboard. And then, Bryant, you've got your own record to break, try to break again. It seems like every time we go to the St. Lawrence River that records are broken of some sort. So you guys give us a little preview there, how much we're looking forward to that, and, it's such a great place to end the season.
Yeah, it's something when you see it on the schedule, you get excited because even if you have a bad tournament, you're still going to catch them. It's so much fun. And going up north, going to those really, especially Champlain, St. Lawrence, those are two of, the top fisheries in the world. They're in the world, bar none. So getting to go over there, man, it's almost like a treat. It's almost like we get to, a little vacation from the grind of the whole year. We get to kind of the dessert at the end of the season. It's pretty cool.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I was going to say vacation. I mean, I'm not saying we're working out here, but we come here and fish these hot tournaments, and we're enjoying ourselves every time for sure. But when you go up there, it's like, you see on all the movies, you write vacation on the calendar for the 2 weeks we're up north. So cooler weather, more mosquitoes, I believe.
Big ones.
Big mosquitoes. They're almost as big as a
state bird up there.
Yeah, it really is. But we're all looking forward to it. It's nice to end a year in just a high quality place, looking forward to it. This year's kind of flown by with 3 back-to-back sets. It's like one tournament's actually, a third of the season almost, because we're gone for back-to-backs. But looking forward to getting up there.
Yeah, it's going to be so much fun, and we're going to hit it same time we hit it last year, and I'm sure, with every year these guys figure them out better and better and better, and I think this year's going to be a lot of the same. You're going to see more big fish caught, more fish caught in general. Going to be a pretty cool way to end the season.
Guys, we've been talking about all afternoon that one swing of the bat could be all that it takes, and if you update your bass track over there, you'll see that Taku Itu just caught a 5-4.
No way.
To really widen the margin there at the top. 5-4 across bass track, and I got confirmation from Ronnie Moore that that catch will probably won't get to see it here, but really a game changer for the tournament. So what are our initial reactions from that? I mean, that is a game changer any day of the tournament, but especially when you're in such a close race there at the top.
Yeah, that was the one we were talking about. In the afternoon, that's when the big ones bite. He got it.
Yep, he got it. That's going to be a hard hill to climb for the other guys, but that's exactly what we were saying, that one swing of the bat. The biggest fish of the tournament, I believe, only 5-pounder we've seen, could not come at a better time for him. So.
That just shows the persistence. We've seen him sit there in that same general area and really, work it for all it's worth. And looks like that might be the one that could do it for him. Certainly not over yet, but that is a game-changing fish, especially considering how tight the weights are. But what a shot there at the very end of the day. I mean, tip your hat to Taku for sticking it out and making that work, because those fish are difficult to catch. We've seen that all week long, and just proves the big ones are out there, and they are very smart and they're very hard to catch. But such an impressive catch there. And guys, just final thoughts from this event in general. You know, it was a fun event. Obviously, it's warm weather, lots of fish catches. Just final takeaways for you.
Yeah, just
go for it.
I'm just gonna steal it from you.
Yeah.
Overall, just such a quality event as far as fish catching, and just our expectations were. It far exceeded our expectations, which made it even better. A lot of these tournaments we know are going to be good. This one we didn't know, and it was good. So I think it made it just that much better. And Taku, maybe I haven't seen the replay, maybe the fish catch of the year for being as far as clutch fish catches, but great week.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is definitely a lake. I look forward to coming back. It's just one of those lakes that you know you're going to catch them. It don't matter what time of year, you know you're going to catch them. So great tournament. Tight one, you know, it's not over yet. They still got an hour, just over an hour, right at an hour before they got to get in.
Yeah.
You know, crazier things have happened, but man, really cool week, really cool tournament.
Absolutely, and can't thank you guys enough for joining us. This has been a lot of fun, and as y'all mentioned, such a fun event to this point, and still a lot to be determined. So keep it right here on Bassmaster.com. Be sure to tune into the weigh-in, 2 o'clock Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, and we will see you next time here from Live Mix at Smith Lake.
Get into our last hour of fishing at the T&T Fireworks Bassmaster Elite. That is Smith Lake in Alabama. First time the Elites have ever been here. This is Championship Sunday. 10 anglers out there today, and they have been locked into some heavy-duty, tight quarters, infighting, hand-to-hand combat, you could say, out there. And it has been tight until now, or just a few minutes ago. You can see now that Taku Ito has pulled away from the rest of the field by a significant poundage. Obviously, that is reflecting a big catch on his part, and there's a story that goes along with that. And while you haven't seen it yet, well, there's a lot of thunderstorms. You can see the way the weather has been there. You combine the thunderstorms, all of that moisture going into cameras. You combine the heat, which causes fog, tremendous amount of fog. And the Jake Latondras, the cameraman there, his camera, unfortunately, could not bear up to it. It went down. But he got his cell phone out. Did not want to miss this catch by Taku Ito. And this is what he captured.
A 6-pound spot.
Oh my gosh! Giant spots!
Oh my God.
6-pounder.
Really?
Yes.
Come on, Taku.
Oh my God. It's giant.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Giant spot. It's giant spot. Very huge.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
My gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Woo! Oh my God. Holy
my
cow. Wait.
God.
Holy.
Oh.
Dude, that's a 6-pounder.
Yes.
At least.
Eating a bream.
Oh, it
eating
has
a bream.
It has
Yes.
bluegill in its mouth.
Gosh.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my God, Taku. Holy cow.
Good job.
That's a moment. That's some pretty good impromptu video right there. I have to tell you, wow, thank you, Jake, and thank you, Taku Ito.
Scooping the
for
score.
bringing the fireworks here today on Championship Sunday. My goodness, the biggest spot I've ever seen on Bassmaster Live.
It's going to be close to the biggest bass of the tournament, no doubt, probably taking that. And now he's going to be close to having the biggest bag of the tournament possibly as well, which is what we expect, Davey, on Championship Sunday.
Oh, I mean, absolutely incredible. I mean, I have chill bumps.
Let's take a look at it one more time. That catch right there that we're lucky to have.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
My gosh.
Oh my God.
Whoa, my gosh.
Woo! Oh my God. Holy
My
cow. Wait.
gosh.
Holy.
Oh.
Dude, that's a 6-pounder.
Yes.
At least.
Eating a bream.
Oh, it
Eating
has
a bream,
It has
yes.
bluegill in its mouth.
Gosh.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my God, Taku. Holy cow.
Good job.
Good job.
Oh, that is just phenomenal. Unbelievable. Just blowing this thing wide open there. Now, again, Robert G., who he was virtual tie with, he had raised a few ounces ahead of him. Still not out of it, but be something pretty improbable. He'd have to do something pretty magnificent to top that, and we're lucky to see that. That was not live broadcast because the phone can't give it to us live. It has to be the camera. The camera went dead, and cameraman Jake Latondras whipped out his phone and gave us that excellent video of the climactic moment in this tournament, as far as we know.
Yeah, we talked about it all week. That moment was probably going to happen to someone here on Championship Sunday. A big fish, something that separates them, you know, one of those 3-pounders. We didn't even have in our wildest dream that someone might catch a 6-pounder to give themselves, you know, and it's not over. You're exactly right, because there's more of those that swim.
Sure.
Robert G could catch one of those.
Not the only one.
But man, what a dramatic ending to a great tournament, and we still got a little time left. I keep saying that, but man, I'm sitting here in studio a long ways from there, just chill bumps all over me for
no doubt.
the joy for Taku.
That's the joy that you want. You don't want someone to back into a victory, and for Taku to be able to catch possibly the biggest bass of the tournament in that moment, that cameraman, that situation, he could have his second Elite Series trophy in about an hour's time.
All right. Well, if you want an update on what's going on, if you just joined, that's what was going on. But we're going to give you the rest of the story as well, because right now we will launch into our Bassmaster midday report, and we'll start with Canada's Corey Johnston.
Well, I have to say, I've been thinking all day, Corey's not as far out of this as you might think, because he's not been weighing his fish. He always just kind of grounds him down a little bit. Some of these 2.5 and 2.6s, in my opinion, he was putting in as 2-pounders. But boy, what Taku just did is going to be a mountain to climb for Corey Johnston, even if he is a little low. Unofficially in 6th place, 51 pounds, 9 ounces. But you know, catching a 6-pounder like that right at the end, I think everyone in this top 10 will shake the other person's hand and say congratulations. If you did that on final day, you deserve to win. Corey Johnston still has a chance, but man, it's going to take a miracle at this point.
Corey started the day in 4th place. As you see, he's down to 6th right now. His best day so far was the 14-12 he had on day number 1.
The fact that we have the ability to have Corey Johnston on a pattern over 120 feet of water and it not be a fluke one-day thing, that he's able to do this each day and find new fish, find cooperative fish, that has been a feat for sure.
He certainly has pulled off a good job this week. So is this young man, Kyle Patrick. Great job from the rookie all season long. Kyle Patrick starting this day in 6th place. He has moved up, as you can see, a little bit during the course of the day, doing something very different.
Yep, Kyle Patrick, another one of those great rookies here in this year's Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments, and doing something different. Ironically, like a couple of the other rookies, focusing especially on this final day on largemouth bass. He'd found a very unique dock that had a lot of rock and things around it. He'd caught his biggest fish on day 2, and yesterday caught a 4-pounder on day 3. He said, I'm going to start there this morning. Not the start that he wanted, but he did catch a good fish or two here just about an hour ago. Started moving up to about middle of the pack, 5th place, 6th place, somewhere in there. Currently in 5th place with 51 pounds, 10 ounces. It's going to take 1 or 2 of those big largemouth for him to have a chance to hold his first blue trophy over his head.
He's going to be probably the guy who finishes that had largemouth at least at some point in the tournament, our highest finisher.
Yeah. Among that minority.
Those four who have caught largemouth.
Going for the largemouth.
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
absolutely. Cooper Gallant started this day. Good position. Started the day in third place, and Cooper Gallant kept hell serve for a good while this morning.
Yeah, he was our unofficial leader early quick with Jay Shakir going back and forth, and he had a little bit bigger deficit, Davey, to make up. He needed, honestly, if one person needed it to come back, he needed that 5+ pounder that Taku just caught. He needed that one to be able to make up that gap.
As an angler, I'm sure he's thinking, hey, it's a good tournament, solid tournament. Don't know if I was ever on the fish to win this event, but take a top 5 and go to the next one. Go up north, a lot closer to home.
And I misspoke. He did not start in third, but when we got to him early this morning, he had already moved up into third place at that point right there. So a fast start for Cooper Gallant and hanging on as best he can all through the day. Jay Shakir has been in the top 3 every minute of this tournament. I feel like that's not exactly true, but he's so steady and so strong. The ups and downs don't seem to get to him.
They sure don't, and it seems like he's been in top 3 for the last 2 tournaments. I know since we've been in the state of Alabama, he has been certainly in the top 5, like the whole entire tournament, both of them. But we've become accustomed to seeing Jay in the top 10 quite often. What a great young career he has had and what he's already accomplished. Really thought up until just right before Taku, or right after Taku caught that big fish, that Jay certainly had as good a chance as any of our other anglers to win today.
He's going to go into the last 2 events, Tommy, with about a 46-point deficit in Angler of the Year. Is that too much for 2 events? I think that's enough to make up in a single day if something doesn't go right for everyone else.
We've seen what can happen in the last tournament or the last day of the season. It's incredible. Robert G., everybody keeping their eyes on him, started the day with the lead. The rookie who started his season in great shape and is really trying to live the dream out here during this week.
Yeah, I certainly thought he had a good plan coming in when I heard it, not just after he had the lead coming into this morning, but not focusing on catching numbers of fish. And I know that's easier said than done. A lot of these anglers knew, hey, I just got to catch 5 big ones, but it's hard not to get caught up in catching numbers of fish when you're in a tournament and thinking that, hey, I just got to weed through all these little ones to catch bigger ones. He said, I'm going down around the dam. I came here and pre-fished for 2 days. That area, I did not see any small spotted bass, and we haven't seen him catch a small one in the last few days we've had a camera with him. When he catches one, it's a 2+ pounder. He had the lead just, an hour ago, and it looked like maybe he was going to be the one to hold a blue trophy over his head for the first time. All these other anglers have had some type of B.A.S.S. victories.
We don't need to rush him, Davey, as well. We put so much pressure on these rookies to get it done quickly, but we see guys like Brock Mosley, Luke Palmer, guys who fished a long time, made a great reputation in the top 5 breakthrough. Robert's just going to add to that early legacy.
And now Taku Ito. Taku starting this day in second place, starting in great position, laid the groundwork for a victory, and he's getting closer and closer. I mean, super close to it at this point right now, based on what happened at the end of the day. But he's had a sensational day otherwise. He had gotten himself up above 12 pounds. That was the first big goal for all these guys at the top of the leaderboard, and kept on upgrading until he had reached almost a pound ahead of Robert G.
Yeah, he started off slow this morning, but Robert and everyone that knows Taku had to think this morning, wow, he's sitting in second place. This is what he loves to do. And that was his low point of the day. He finally had a good fish. He had about 12 pounds, had one that was going to put him up around that 13 and a half, possibly, and he lost it, then caught this fish right afterwards. Then things really started to pick up when the weather rolled in and things started to change with the weather. Taku got to this point where he just needed one big fish.
I really thought at some point that fish was going to pull him off the boat. It was. You knew something big was happening.
So we've seen this, pictures similar to this week, and it's a striped bass.
You're right. The
one thing when I started seeing this footage, I talked to Taku last night for quite a while. He said, I can tell a striped bass. If it's a 5-6 pounder, I know if it's a striped bass or not. Most of these anglers say they cannot.
Electronics you're talking.
You're looking at his electronics. He said, oh no, I can tell the difference. So it made me feel, hey, this isn't a striped bass.
Oh my God. He wouldn't have targeted it.
giant spots.
Oh my God.
6 pounder.
Really?
Yes.
Come on, Taku.
Oh my God. It's a giant.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Giant spot. Giant spot. Very huge.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
My gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Woo! Oh my God. Holy
My
cow. Wait.
God.
Holy.
Oh.
Dude, that's a 6 pounder.
Yes.
At least.
Eating a bream.
Oh, it
Eating
has
a bream.
It has
Yes.
bluegill in its mouth.
Gosh.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my God, Taku. Holy cow.
He was saying eating a brim. See that? And it was a big brim
It
tail
was.
in that bass's throat. And guess he just didn't know when to stop trying to eat those brim.
Obviously, he's a very good at eating that particular bass
Yes.
right there. One of the biggest spotted bass we've ever seen, if not the biggest.
Said it was
Here
a
on
6 pounder. They
Bassmaster Live.
entered it as a 5-4. So that's going to be
A 6 pounder is huge.
$105,000
I'm not-
bass.
yeah.
$100,000 for the win, $2,000 for the Crush City Monster bag. He's probably got it if he's that shy, and for the
Yeah,
Phoenix
6
Boats
pounder
big
is
bass.
That's
really
huge.
big.
Somewhere in between the two marks, the 6 that's said and the
Yeah.
5-4 that's posted, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm hoping it's a 5-10 because I called that with Kyle Jesse. A 5-10 spot would be the big bass. I would love to
Wow.
have that.
Hey. If it's a little over that, he should pull the brim out of his mouth so you can win your little bit.
It'd be fun to
That's
see, of
what's
course, the
important.
weigh-in coming up right here at 3 p.m. on Bassmaster.com, and you can see exactly what that fish weighs. When you get around to it,
Oh my God. It's a
Come on,
giant.
buddy.
a little more than half an hour.
Giant spot. Giant spot. Very huge.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
My gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Woo! Oh my God. Holy
My
cow. Wait. Holy.
Oh.
Dude, that's a 6 pounder.
Yes.
At least.
Eating a bream.
Oh, it
Eating
has
a bream,
it has
yes.
bluegill in its mouth.
Gosh.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my God, Taku. Holy cow.
That looks just like a non-keeper I caught in 2004.
I was gonna say it sounded like footage from a team tournament at Smith Lake where
Oh, my
there's
God.
that's a 5-pounder. That's a 6-pounder.
Let's get out to Jay Shakira.
Tournament's not over.
He's hooked up live.
Oh yeah. Stay on, fish. Stay on. Come on. Get in the boat. Came off. Unbelievable. It just came off. Between 2 and 3.
You've been watching Jay all week, like we have.
Yeah.
You could tell he got pretty excited over that one for Jay Security.
Right.
But
Bad timing, though.
Bad
Number
timing.
2,
Yeah.
number 3.
Came after that giant.
We got to get rid of 2 and 3. 3, I think, is the smallest. 2 1/4. 2-4.
He'd love to win. The name of the game is always moving up every day if you can. I think every day of this tournament, Davey. He started the first 2 days outside the top 10. We see him in the top 10 day 3 and day 4. He has slowly moved up. And if he gets second or something like that, what a week it's been.
Well, let's talk about the all-new Toyota Tacoma for 2004. And we got to change subject at some point here because we got the rest of our tournament day to show you here. But this is something definitely worth noting. You have a shot at winning a brand new 2004 Toyota Tacoma. The Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. Go to Bassmaster.com. You can start registering. It's Available, you can enter daily from now until September 19th. So you've got a lot of time to get your entries in, get your chances built up. A shot at that beautiful redesigned new Tacoma could be yours at the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite here on Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird.
Welcome back. We just saw some big fireworks, guys, with Taku Ito landing possibly and probably the biggest bass of the tournament at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Wanted to show you a little bit more about the area that he was fishing in because he's made a couple different stops throughout the day there. He's had 2 or 3 key areas that he's ran around the lake on. And when we take a look at our Lake Master mapping, this point, this general area, this is exactly kind of what we've described throughout the week. Some of these places that are really deep and it's no real change. It's just out in the channel, 70 plus feet of water. And then there's been some places where the points jut out a lot more. We've had the same color shading that we've had all week, about 10 to 15 feet per color. That dark blue is 70 feet and deeper. And you can see earlier in tournament morning, about 8 a.m., he caught a 2-pounder on this side, a lot more vast area where you're not quite sure where your next bite could be. But when we saw his move back here this afternoon at noon, right here in between a couple of the 2 extending points, you know, they're under the water, but you'll see he's kind of in the saddle of the 45-foot high spots and he's over maybe 75, 80 feet of water. He caught a 2.5-pounder there and upgraded, and 45 minutes later, I believe in this part of the saddle, he caught the 5+ pounder that we saw. Maybe 6, maybe 5.4, who knows, but I'm excited that we brought one over 5 pounds to the scales. And so that kind of just shows you how it's not just anywhere and everywhere. These are some higher percentage spots and how you can find them with your mapping and kind of dial it in more. Once you get a little clue, once you get a little bite, Dave, you can kind of start to hop around those places.
Take a look here at all the fish that Taku has caught. Where's around the mid-lake area? Is this all Taku? Is this all our
This is Taku.
Yeah, that's Taku's fish.
Taku's fish from the day. You can
Mid-lake.
see he's had a couple places before that Rock Creek, you know, arm, and then he had some up in Rock Creek, and then he's had some a little bit west of Rock Creek as well. So that real mid-lake portion, way farther than everybody else.
Yep, exactly. And one thing that he has been doing different than a lot of these other anglers like Robert G. and Corey and a lot of them really fishing 60 feet of water and above. Taku has been fishing that 25 to 30 feet, and a lot of his fish relating to the bottom. That's kind of been the rarity this week.
Robert G now sitting in second place, or third place, as I should say. Don't know if that one's going to help Robert there.
Bass Trek, he's got a 2.0 and a 2.1.
Let Robert work on that. Robert, hey, hats off to him. Great season so far. The rookie.
I don't know.
Came via the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, especially the Opens EQ system last year. Did a great job. Here's our Tackle Warehouse EQ qualifier points list for you right there. They keep that list for us. And Easton Fothergill, who won at Eufaula in Oklahoma last week, as a matter of fact, to ascend to the top of that list. Dakota Ebert, Evan Kung, who was at the top of that list for a long time. Another Canadian doing very well out here. Cody Meyer, Matt Adams, Ty Faber, Tucker Smith, Andrew Loberg, Jack York, and Matt Messer. Rounding our top 10. Of course, that's a top 10 list. Only the 9 get in.
Yeah, and I don't know, with Robert G finishing 4th last year, more of an unknown. I don't think our 4th place finisher at this point in the season is that unknown. if Cody Meyer stays in fourth, we'll know exactly what to expect from one of those mid-qualifiers. Not at the top, didn't sneak it in the end, right in the middle.
That's right.
So just like they've got a lot of fishing to go, but the group of rookies this year, how impressive they are.
Oh, my gosh.
Those names are going to change up a little bit, but I will guarantee you one thing. The 9 that come from those EQs this year are just going to be just like the 9 that we got
pretty much right up to the top tier or just bubbling under it.
We've got 4 of them. 4 of them in our top 10 today?
Yeah.
4 of them.
Yep, 5 in the top 11.
Can you imagine next year you're going to have, it's going to be frequent.
All 9 inside the classic cut. While the EQ guys, our nation champ has fallen outside. He was close. How about
Tyler
this
Williams,
stat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Got Taku, if he wins, 105 grand, he'd be up to 690,000 in 51 events.
Wow.
And he's on pace for I think Patrick Walter's one of the fastest guys to get to $1 million. It was in 77 events, averaging about 13 grand an event, Patrick Walters. Ito now is at 13 grand event. He is projected, if he keeps his pace, heck, he could win, one of the next 2 ones up there. He would get $1 million in his 76th event.
Wow.
The Fujita has a little higher per average winnings, about 16 grand. It's been going down, though. Of course, he has a smaller sample.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, though, Davey, how we talked about, man, what a great year Kiyoya Fujita had last year, winning an event, doing so well, almost winning Rookie of the Year. Joey, because he just won 2 events, just beat him out at the end and had a great season as well. And we see Kiyoya win the first Elite, and then we see the impact of forward facing at the Fork event. It's not an end-all be-all for somebody. We saw Kiyoya have the toughest 3 or 4 event sequence that he's ever had in a season, including the Opens, maybe 5 or 6 events. And now he's getting back on track this season and actually needing to catch them to make the Classic. That's mystifying a little bit.
Yeah, it really is.
Last year we had 5
Still learning how to flip.
wins from rookies. Joyce Fuentes, the 2. Will Davis. Vegeta.
There's one of our rookies in the top 10 right there, Tyler Williams, along with Kyle Patrick, Robert G.
Was it 5 suits or was it
4?
4?
4.
3 guys, 4 wins.
Oh, that's a giant.
First time Elite winners.
Oh, it's not a giant. Dang it. It was cool. It was way back there. That was a fun bite. I don't think he helps when I got the shot. Why? He was in a lot of brush.
His tail's bleeding too.
I think it's his face.
Oh, it's just...
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Now you got bloody feet.
Oh no. That was kind of fun. He pulled like a big one. Usually the spots you'll feel their head shakes or something happen. Now let's try this again.
Tyler Williams been working on it hard all day. 11 pounds in there, that's not bad. It's hard to get out. He started farthest back of anyone. So
Yeah,
kind of hard to crawl out of that.
JT and Kyle Patrick, I think they all felt like they had to fish shallow and have a chance of catching a couple big largemouth. But we've talked about it all week, and Taku certainly proved it. You can catch a 5 or 6 pound spotted bass just as easy, or maybe easier, here on this lake than you can a largemouth.
One for Robert G that probably likely won't keep.
Someone had to be the lead. It's hard to go out leading and lose, but we basically had 3 leaders today. Like, it's
We did.
You know, like somebody's got to be first and second may win, and you feel like you gave it up, but you went out. You should have basically went 3 wide out, you know, like you're so.
And knowing that you were the third leader in 3 days, that seat has been a Yeti hot seat.
Yeah,
all week.
that's
worrisome.
No guarantees. Hard to maintain the exact pace.
Now you guys got to make the call. I'm going to put it to you. You're looking at Bass Track. Jay and Robert are within an ounce. Jay with the edge in that category. And then you've got Kyle Patrick by an ounce over Corey Johnston. You got to predict which way they're going to go. We're going to see Jay in second and Robert in third, or is Robert actually in second right now? And then the same goes for 5th place, Kyle and Corey. Just based on what their Bass Track says.
Taku's going to win. That's all I got to say.
I'd say Jay and Corey.
I would think Corey
Jay second,
wins
Corey
that one
fifth?
too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you win if you get it right on that one?
You really help us deliver strong on this Unlock the Lake coming up.
Yeah. Oh well, I don't know about that. Bassmaster Kayak, that is a new tournament division and a new way of doing bass fishing that has certainly caught on and has experienced a lot of growth over the last few years. It's a whole industry built around this particularly niche part of bass fishing, tournament bass fishing. And I mean real tournament bass fishing. They go out and catch big ones. And those kayaks, we have big one tournaments already this year, Possum Kingdom, Guntersville. Big weights showed up there. Got another one coming up in July, end of July, Susquehanna River, Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. So scan the QR code and satisfy your curiosity about the Yamaha Rightwaters Bassmaster Kayak Series. The TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake. What a tournament. Well, now's the time that we take the time to explore and go deeper into some of the top performances we have seen all week long at this remarkable tournament. And we do it with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Yeah, take a look here at the Humminbird Unlock the Lake. We got the projected, the guys are still fishing, but projected top 5. All of their fish today. And you see that they all kind of stayed in their little general area and no one was really fishing real close to the others in this top 5, but kind of mid-lake to lower lake there with Robert G. Corey Johnson, mid-lake, mid to lower lake, fishing out over about 70 to 80 feet of water, sometimes going on up to 100, 110 feet. But Corey Johnson certainly in his wheelhouse doing this, using his forward-facing sonar, looking for pods of bait fish and some of these bigger spotted bass. Not really paying any attention to the bottom brush piles or anything like that. Corey Johnson just searching for these fish, and he did a real good job getting them to bite.
It seemed like, guys, that there was other anglers who caught plenty of striper throughout the week and they'd be disappointed, but Corey seemed to catch more or have those around him more, whether it's because he was just a little extra deep compared to others, but those big spotted bass, they sometimes hang around those big striper as well.
It seemed like they want to, the bigger spotted bass, just like the stripers, they hang around those bigger blueback herring. And you don't see a lot of little ones, a lot of little spotted bass out there around those stripers and those bigger spotted bass, as we saw Steve Kennedy use a bait that looked like a small spotted bass. Those other ones will certainly eat them.
From one Canadian to another, let's go over to Cooper Gallant. Cooper coming in here with a lot of confidence. Obviously liking this place. Everyone's likened it to northern fishing. The clear water, the depths that we're working in this week. He showed he can handle that sort of situation.
It only took about 15 minutes, Davey, this morning for us to know that he wasn't going to stay in 7th place long. He was going to make a move up the leaderboard because he caught a 2-pounder, which is fine, and then he caught a heavy 2, like a 2.5 to 2 3/4, and then a 3+ pounder. Those two right there tell you, hey, I have a chance to make some moves today if I can just fill out my limit with some decent ones.
Cooper reminds me a lot of Jay Security. He just kind of hangs around, and before you know it, it's getting close to the end of the tournament. He makes the top 10. He's been good throughout, down south. Maybe his first year he had little learning curve there, but now you can tell he works hard. He pre-fishes in a lot of these places, and he does well. He's got a bright future ahead of him. You see all the fish there that he caught today in that one area.
Steady, great mind for fishing, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, that is for sure. The rookie Robert G., we've had our eyes on him since the start of the season when he knocked out a 4th place finish down at Toledo Bend. Very affable angler from Knoxville, Tennessee, and he had a lot of confidence in what he was doing here.
Yeah, the leader starting out this morning and then had the lead late in the day. Robert G., a good tournament, a good strategy. Came here and pre-fished 2 days. He said, I spent the entire 2 days on my trolling motor just searching the areas of the lake. With the lithium batteries you have now and the power that you have in these trolling motors, these anglers can go out there for 10 hours, put their trolling motor down. Does not have the live sonar on the back of his boat. He said he put his trolling motor down and stayed on his trolling motor, never fished for 2 solid days. And he said down around the dam, I could definitely tell it was a different class of fish, and that's where I want to spend my time because I want to hold one of those blue trophies over my head.
What's also cool, Tommy, we see a lot of different baits. Like Justin Hamner's had a big spoon in play. We've seen some other things. For him, he had that shad-shaped worm, you know, and a normal clear water spotted bass smallmouth bait. But then he had a hair jig that was made specifically for fishing like this. Not like a Tennessee River hair jig, but he had his little flavor, maybe a little East Tennessee vibes to it too. It is an Oklahoma-based jig, but it works here as well.
A little surprising some of these anglers did so well. Robert G. with the Yamamoto shad-shaped worm and a hair jig. Jason Keurig made it even more simple than that. He used a baby Z2 and a 3/8 ounce jig head the entire tournament, and he came real close. You know, that 6-pounder kind of was disappointing to the other 9 anglers. Let's not be shy about saying that. It just is what it is, but certainly looked like a tournament Jason Keurig could win.
Uber consistent, Tommy.
Always, always. That's what he always does. He's super consistent. He's quietly competent, beyond competent. He's an absolute pro's pro at an early age out here, and he showed that since the first year he came out and won Rookie of the Year.
A lot of these guys had 14 to 15 pounds on day 1, and they were in our top 10. He is 13 pounds, 11 ounces, wasn't in our top 10, slowly got better as a lot of people fell off the cliff weight-wise. He stayed in the 13s to 14s range. But this guy, like you said, somebody's going to be a game changer. He had the consistency, and today, Tommy, he got that upper echelon bite he needed.
We should have been listening harder when he said, I like this place. It reminds me of my favorite lake back home. Favorite place to fish in America now is Smith Lake for Taku Ito.
He went from loving smallmouth bass to loving spotted bass.
I think he loves winning, Davey.
He does. He loves catching, and we love watching him catch fish. He's such a joy to watch. He enjoys every day. We've seen him have some tough days, but most days we have a camera with him, they are not tough days. They are good days. He catches a lot of fish. One of the few anglers I mentioned earlier that said, I can tell the difference between those 4 and 5 pound spotted bass and the 4 and 5 pound stripers. This was probably the low point of his day right here. He lost a nice spotted bass.
I would love if my low point of the day, Davey, lasts about 37 seconds and you hook up on the next cast. What we now know about this spot, it's seemingly a deeper break. Right before it drops off into 70, 80, 90 feet of water, it's where it's kind of just, it levels off there. I guess you could call it a ledge. He was able to catch a couple fish. He had that big storm come in, and that is why we ended up losing his camera later in the day, but he stayed at it, poised, focused at all times, and knows the subtleties between a 2.5 and a 3.5, or how I need to put myself in position for a 5-pounder maybe.
Speaking of putting yourself in position, we just got to stop and watch this right here. What a spotted bass. All the excitement.
Had brim in its throat, Davey, not blueback herring.
Absolutely. That's a pancake eater there.
Went in at 5 pounds, 4 ounces, and that's it. That's how it went down on Smith Lake in Alabama with a dramatic conclusion. And that is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Your leaderboard, not much has changed since the big event, we'll call it right now. You know, we were all set to be locked in for a final battle of attrition, guys just trading ounces, 3 or 4 of them very close together coming into that final couple of hours fishing, but Taku Ito kind of changed all of that.
He did that. He did, but I mean, it was within the last hour and a half or so. Hats off to the folks, Eric Lopez, people that said, hey, We're going to put this on our schedule for late June. And so many people thought, oh, it's terrible. It's going to be hot. The boat traffic, the fishing. This has been a great event. It absolutely has.
Well, what was it? 1st to 10th was 3 3/4 pounds when we started the day.
Yeah.
Other than Taku's anomaly of that giant fish, the biggest of the tournament, unprecedented. 2nd to 10th is still only 4 pounds and change.
4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still just as tight as it was.
Yeah.
Just not at the top.
Got a little AOI update. Hamner, he's going to get a 2-pound penalty for having 6 fish. He's going to fall several points, finish 10th, leave here with $595. He's going to be leading the AOI, get that $1,000 big check. Trey McKinney's actually jumped back into 2nd place with $571 because Cody Huff has fallen down a couple spots. He's going to end up at 570 points unless he catches something. Those are our top 3 within 25 points going in the final 2 events.
The music. What surprises do you have for us, Dave?
Well, I wish I could have a surprise. The music is not a surprise, and this is not a surprise. But you know what? It's Power Pole Replay of the Day, and I could watch it all day long. Catching this 5+ pound, I'm going to say it's 5.5, maybe a little more. Maybe not quite a 6 pounder.
5'10"?
Power Pole Replay of the Day.
Dude, that's a 6-pounder.
Yes.
And it had a bream in its mouth.
Bream. Eating the bream, yes.
Bluegill in its mouth.
You know, we love to see Robert G, Jay Secure, any of those guys that had the lead at some point today it'd be great to see them win. They all work hard, but I know Taku works so hard. He's so far away from his family, the commitment he's made. Can't do anything but just smile and say congratulations, Taku. Power Pole Replay today.
We just all knew.
You knew it, didn't you?
We knew a 5-pounder would show up. We were more shocked that we hadn't seen it yet. We saw a bunch of 4s at some point at the weigh-in. There's our 5, the payoff. Last hour and a half of the tournament, Davey.
Couldn't plan it any better.
Showed up for a guy who was leading the tournament by about 13 ounces at that point right there. I mean, what are the chances?
And his family watching Bass live right now and somewhere in Japan, can you imagine?
Going nuts.
Yeah, how much excitement that would be.
Your marathon peak performance laid out there for you there. Fish number 1, 3 pounds and 2 ounces. That great. We forget that. A great start to his day.
He certainly did, but a little slower start. He fell down. He started off the day in 2nd place, dropped down, what was it, 5th or 6th place, I think he was there about mid-morning. But then we have talked about all week, this tournament is probably going to come down to the final day, the final half of the final day, someone catching a 4+ pounder. Well, he just bumped it up a notch or 2, catching definitely a solid 5 to maybe, like you said, Ronnie, maybe a 5'10", 5'4" to 5'10" range spotted bass. 15 pounds, 15 ounces. What a day.
Todd Auten is like, I hope it is accurate and it's 15-15 because that'll give me the biggest bag of the tournament. But 2 more ounces and I'll have to hand that check back over to Taku. He'll win it all. He can win, have big bass, and have big bag all on the final day.
Wow. Sure looking that way. Absolutely. Our anglers winding them up, getting ready to check in at this point. We have seen some great action all week long here, as you say. This tournament, the way it's played out, far exceeded anyone's expectations, and I think it's going to get great reviews all around.
I do, I absolutely do, and just think this is the last hoorah for the South, the southern part of the United States. The Elite Series will finish up. In the northern areas, a lot of smallmouth bass, I'm sure some largemouth mixed in, but
Maybe
so long to the heat.
Maybe this year we might. We didn't last year and we were a little shocked. We might this year.
Haven't seen a late catch this late in the tournament win since last year. Drew Benton and Will Davis.
Right,
yeah.
Had late catches.
That's right.
Well, that was a good one. That was a dramatic one for sure. Taku, we've been admiring the look of these beautiful spotted bass here, but just to see an oversized one come in at the last, that was the piece de resistance right there.
And what a beautiful fish. They are just beautiful.
Hey, I love having all 3 species represented on our Elite Series schedule. Spotted bass did not disappoint this week.
3 p.m. Eastern Time is just about upon us. That is the start of check-in and the start also of the weigh-in. It begins. It's right here on Bassmaster.com. Thank you so much for being with us on FS1 and later here on Bassmaster.com. And we will see you in New York for the next Bassmaster Elite Series event on Lake Champlain.